Chapter 326, Hinata defected. Hirako relied on his own strength to win the respect of everyone. If he didn't cut Zabuza down, it would become a backdrop for Hirako. If you lose, you can't become a core member of the organization. Either become an outer member or die. Nagato landed in front of Zabuza and looked down at him. I am willing to join the organization. Zabuza forced himself to endure the humiliation. Very good. Konan, give him a set of clothes. Nagato slowly restrained his killing intent and turned around indifferently. The arrangement of not killing him was already over. His indifferent attitude was really like a god overlooking mortals. Compared to the matter of not being executed, Nagato still had more important things to do. To gather as much information about Uchiha's clan as possible and understand his own eyes more, this was what Nagato wanted to do. Otsutsuki, Mangekyo Sharingan. In this world, there are many interesting things. Nagato vaguely felt that his Mangekyo Sharingan seemed to be somewhat unusual. Compared to Obito and the others, he seemed stronger. However, it was also very reasonable. Mangekyo Sharingan, who had retreated from Rinnegan, naturally surpassed the average Mangekyo. More people began to disperse. Obito left in a hurry. He needed to make use of Hashirama's cells to recover his strength. At Root's base, the experiment on Hirako was very successful. Kabuto, you have completed an amazing thing. Yuuji opened his eyes and praised Kabuto. Kabuto revealed a shy smile. Kabuto was not interested in snakes now, and it was even more impossible for him to transplant Orochimaru's cells into his body like in the original timeline. He even went to Ryuuka Cave to learn from Senjutsu, saying that he wanted to transform into a dragon. Time passed. The entire ninja world began to fall into a state of silence. The various villages sent out Ninja World and sneaked into the country of grass. After witnessing the tragic state of the country of grass, they all fell silent. They were extremely fearful. This kind of ninjutsu that destroyed a country, the key was to make this country no longer suitable for the survival of human beings. It was a shocking result. In recent years, these terrifying top ninjas had refreshed the knowledge of the world again and again, constantly raising the limit of the strength of the ninjas. As time went by, the various villages also got some scattered information, and they also knew that there were people living in this world. However, in addition to a very small number of people, most people focused their vision on the moon and were still guessing who the person on the moon was. This put a lot of pressure on those who knew. However, most people were worried about the carnival of some ninja clan. Uchiha clan was full of people who looked down on people with their noses. Konoha Gakuru's villagers were talking privately, and these Uchiha fellows were becoming more and more arrogant. However, there was no other way. Who asked this clan to have so many experts? Just Mangekyo Sharingan alone had many pairs. Even if some of them did not join the village but joined the I organization and Akatsuki, this kind of behavior was no different from betraying the village. However, it was clear that the people of the Uchiha clan would not care about this kind of thing. They only cared about how powerful their clansmen were. Uchiha Setsuna sat in his courtyard, calmly admiring the cherry blossoms. The steam in the teacup rose and quickly disappeared. Lord Setsuna. Shisui walked in and nodded slightly. Shisui? It's really rare. I didn't expect you to come to me. Tell me, what is it? Setsuna sized up Shisui and calmly picked up the teacup. A mere Shisui, Setsuna no longer cared about him. He had absolute confidence in his own eyes. Lord Setsuna, you are a big shot who has joined the I organization and are very knowledgeable. I think it is necessary to pay you a visit and receive your guidance. Shisui sat across from Setsuna. Setsuna didn't even blink. Don't use such boring words. It's all the things that this old man has left to play with. Then this junior will not be polite. I want to know your position in the I organization. What kind of role do you play in the eyes of the head of the I organization? Oh? You actually asked such a sensitive thing. This time, Setsuna began to seriously size up Shisui. Why are you asking this? I'm just very interested in the I organization. My intuition tells me that I will deal with this organization sooner or later. Shisui said with a serious face. Setsuna laughed out loud. Mangekyo Sharingan. Setsuna immediately activated Mangekyo, stimulating Shisui to activate Mangekyo as well. As expected, your eyes are not that good. Setsuna stared at Shisui with his unique six-pointed star-shaped eyes. With just a glance, he could see the problem. Shisui's eyes were even dimmer, and the fluctuations of Hitomi's power were even smaller. It's obviously a pair of overused eyes. Speaking of which, what is your Hitomi art? It's still a mystery. Setsuna narrowed his eyes. Shisui said, Senior, you don't need to worry about this. Compared to me, Senior's condition is more important. I have already seen the seal on your body. The thing inside the seal seems to be very dangerous. Humph, I don't need you to teach me how to do it. I can perfectly control this thing. No demonic energy can escape my eyes. Setsuna revealed an unnatural expression. Shisui, you are still too young. Let me guess. You want to use this old man to organize an organization and send information to Konoha, right? Let's consider it as protecting the village and also to ease the relationship between the family and the village. Shisui was silent. As expected, this old man was right. Young people are just too impatient. Setsuna shook his head and looked at Shisui. His eyes revealed a trace of pride. Give up. With your eyes, it is impossible for you to join the organization. That is a very strong and demanding organization. The leader will not allow a bastard like you to sneak in. At the mention of an organization, Setsuna felt proud. This was an organization that shook Ninja World, and Rin Egan was in charge. The fact that he could join an organization was proof of his strength, and it was the greatest reward for him. A mere Shisui wanted to rely on this pair of weak eyes to join an organization? I wouldn't be surprised if it was an organization that Kazue wanted to join. After all, her Hitomi technique is too powerful. No matter what your Hitomi technique is, it is impossible to be more difficult to deal with than her. However, if you want to join an organization that is more pleasing to the eye. Setsuna shook his head, picked up his teacup again, and gave the order to leave. I understand. It seems that you are very proud of the matter of the eye organization. Don't tell me that your feelings for the eye organization are deeper than your feelings for the village. Shisui said in a deep voice. Setsuna only looked at Shisui with a sneer. The power of Hitomi, which exuded a rich evil, was slowly fluctuating. This topic was already quite dangerous. I've made an appointment with Itachi to cultivate in a bit, so I won't disturb Elder Setsuna. Shisui was silent for a moment, then stood up and turned to leave. Itachi, this is also a genius, but the chances of opening Mangekyo Sharingan aren't high. Only 1 in 10,000 super geniuses have the qualifications to open these eyes. Shisui, this old man has seen the yearning you have for the eye organization. Don't waste the time. Setsuna warned. Shisui turned a deaf ear and quickly left. Itachi. Setsuna sat on the tatami with a trace of confusion on his face. I don't have any ill feelings towards Itachi. I don't know why, but I feel very uncomfortable when I see the second son of Fugaku's family. Setsuna was very confused. Sasuke was just an 8-year-old child. Why would he feel instinctive disgust and nausea? It seemed that when Sasuke saw him, the expression on his little face was the same, as if he had eaten shit. What was the reason for this? Setsuna racked his brains but could not figure it out. However, he soon forgot. Humph, he's just an ignorant little brat. He's not worth paying attention to. He can only hide in a dark corner and look up at my figure. Setsuna snorted and suppressed the discomfort in his heart. He continued to drink the tea happily. He still had a long life to squander. What should he do? It was really troublesome. The leader ordered to find the descendants of the Katsuryuugan and Akigan, but Ninja World is so big, how can he find them? Shisui came to Itachi's home and invited him to cultivate. Without a doubt, Shisui secretly told Itachi about the organization he wanted to join. There was nothing to hide about between the two of them. What? You were watching the battle in the country of grass. Itachi was shocked. Shisui had a serious expression. That's right. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I really wouldn't even believe it. There is actually such a powerful ninja in this world that is close to a god. Shisui told Itachi about what had happened in the grass country. However, after hesitating for a moment, he decided to hide the fact that he had used Kota Amatsukami to Karin. Itachi was very smart, so he asked carefully. He pondered for a moment and said, You mean, Chief Akatsuki's body has become very strange, as if it was pieced together? And that bear is called Otsutsuki. That's right. Senior Yuuji said that Otsutsuki is a group of very troublesome fellows. He is very strong, but there is no need to worry too much. Senior said that he should still be the strongest one. Shisui immediately revealed a respectful expression. Itachi felt a little headache. Since his good friend had become a brainless fan, then should he become that man's brainless fan? However, blindly worshipping someone was not Itachi's character. Senior is Ninja World's top expert. With Senior in the village, I am not too worried. Itachi deliberated over the words and said in a low voice, but Shisui, I have discovered something else now. It is about Sasuke. What? I know Sasuke very well. He is not a bad child, but his attitude towards Setsuna is very suspicious. Itachi looked serious and continued, I looked up a lot of information. At first, I thought it was because of the chest of bliss. This divine artifact that stored negative emotions made Setsuna recover his youth. He also had Mangekyo Sharingan. Maybe it had some kind of influence on Sasuke. The chest of bliss. This thing has fallen into the hands of the organization. I don't know what they are going to do with this. I will pay attention to this matter after I join the organization. Shisui said in a deep voice. Sorry to trouble you, but I have a faint feeling that it might not be because of the chest of bliss. Itachi said hesitantly. When it came to matters regarding Sasuke, Itachi would often become excessively cautious. Ever since he noticed the strangeness between Sasuke and Setsuna, Itachi had been secretly investigating. He searched through all the ancient records of Uchiha's clan. If the problem wasn't on the chest of bliss, then where was it? Was it on the wish book? Possessing the strongest Mangekyo Sharingan. According to the information that Itachi had, this was the wish that Setsuna had made. Don't ask him how he knew. Setsuna wanted to let the whole world know that the Mangekyo Sharingan he had was the most awesome because of Indra's Hitomi. Although the people of Uchiha's clan had never heard of the name Indra, and they didn't know who Indra was. What did the strongest Mangekyo he got through making a wish have to do with Sasuke? This kind of thing would cause instinctive disgust for each other. Itachi desperately tried to dig into his brain and thought of an extremely absurd possibility. Because of Indra's Hitomi, this is the strongest Mangekyo Sharingan. The reason is because Indra is the ancestor of Uchiha's clan. This is what Setsuna said. He obtained Indra's eyes through the chest of bliss left by Rikudo Sennin, but it is absolutely impossible for it to be true because of Indra's Hitomi. Perhaps it is incomplete or simply a replica, just like cloning. But Sasuke is disgusted with Setsuna. This means that Sasuke is related to Hitomi of Indra. Itachi's brain was not enough. This kind of logic was a bit ridiculous, but it somehow made sense. Shisui was also stunned. This speculation is too. However, we have no feelings for elder Setsuna, but Sasuke has. If there is really a connection, how can Sasuke be related to Hitomi because of Indra? Sasuke's bloodline has returned to the ancestor? And it has returned to the ancestor? The two people looked at each other. It was very easy to verify it. They could find a chance to kill Setsuna and transplant it to Sasuke because of Indra's Hitomi. At that time, the truth would naturally be revealed. However, the two of them would not do such a thing. This is only a possibility. I will continue to investigate this matter. I will find out the reason later. The key is the organization. Shisui, after you enter the organization, remember to pay more attention to this matter. Itachi asked. Shisui solemnly agreed. What the two did not know was that Sasuke was not the only one who hated Setsuna. Naruto also began to dislike Setsuna. Although it was still very slight, this situation did indeed occur. Naruto did not understand, and he was too lazy to think about it. Damn it, smelly fart, how did Sasuke learn? Why is his theory class always better than mine? Naruto, who had just finished school, was a little upset. Iruka, who had just become a teaching assistant, named Sasuke, which made Naruto very angry. He had already worked hard, but in the end, he could only rely on the help of the Kyuubi to defeat Sasuke in the actual combat lesson. In theory lessons, he was never a match for Sasuke. The only one who was equally matched in theory class was in the final test of the first grade. Naruto used a copy of My Hokage Father and won against Sasuke. But the problem was that theory class was never just one class, but many courses. So in the final test of the first grade, Naruto's theory class results were ultimately defeated by Sasuke. The actual combat class was only one of the practical classes, and the other classes were the kunao throwing class, hiding class, and so on. Therefore, when the final results of the first grade came out, Naruto won second place with a weak advantage. Ha ha ha, Naruto, you have to make it clear, it's not just theoretical classes. Without my help, you wouldn't be a match for him even in practical combat classes. That guy's talent is indeed a little better than yours. Nine-Tailed laughed maliciously, which made Naruto very annoyed. Nine-Tailed saw the growth of Naruto. To be honest, Nine-Tailed did not dislike Naruto, although it was sealed in Naruto. Naruto angrily rushed into the sealed space to scold Kurama. At this time, he noticed something and suddenly turned around. Hinata was standing calmly behind him. Hinata? Why are you following me? Your home is in that direction. Naruto pointed at him seriously and said impatiently, why do you like to follow me like Sakura? It's annoying. Naruto, I have something to tell you. Hinata whispered. Although her voice was small, her mood was extremely calm, so calm that it was somewhat abnormal. She whispered to Naruto. What did you say? You want to leave Konoha? Isn't this defection? Naruto was shocked. Chapter 327, Monster. Naruto became smarter and smarter, so he was no longer heartless. When Hinata said that he wanted to leave Konoha, Naruto immediately understood what Hinata meant. I'm disappointed with the family, so I want to escape this closed and rigid family. But because Hyuga's family is Konohagakure's second most powerful family, I can only escape from the family by defecting, right? Naruto looked at Hinata and looked at the girl in surprise. That's right, Naruto is really smart. No wonder he was praised as a genius. Hinata put his hands behind his back and said in a low voice. Naruto was silent for a moment. Why are you telling me this? I am the son of the Hokage. Isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to talk about defection with the son of the Hokage? I don't know either. I just feel that I should tell Naruto. Otherwise, I won't be willing to leave like this. Hinata lowered his head. What about after you leave the village? If you want to rely on someone, Hyuga's clan will find you sooner or later. If you go alone, you are too young. I am a ninja. There is no problem dealing with adults who are not ninjas. So there is no need to worry about this. Hinata took 2 steps back and bowed slightly to Naruto. Thank you for taking care of me in the past. I have read books on psychology. You could have left the village in advance, but now you came to find me. This is your subconscious asking for help from the outside world. Because I am the son of the Hokage, you found me. Naruto tore off part of Hinata's disguise without hesitation. In fact, Naruto ignored this part of his like mood and relied entirely on his books to analyze the problem. Oh, so it's like that. Naruto has even read a book as complicated as psychology. That's amazing. Hinata was silent for a moment before he whispered. The two of them stood on the street and no one spoke again. After a while, Naruto relaxed and said, it is not the time to be irrevocable. Even if clansman became a branch family member, there is no need for him to defect, at least not now. Naruto reached out his hand and directly lifted the curtain of Hinata's head. He saw the strange symbol. The birthmark in the cage. Is this it? The birthmark in the cage. Dad said that he can't do anything about it. Naruto looked at him carefully. Hinata nodded slightly. She was not shy. Her face just still. She remained absolutely calm. With this thing, I will never be able to get rid of the control of clansmen. Then there is no point in defecting. Moreover, you are the daughter of the head of the family. They will not let you go. Naruto said. The two little ones did not realize that the bird in the cage was actually more terrifying. In order to prevent the branch family members from defecting or and even intermarrying with outsiders, and giving birth to the uncontrollable Byakugan bloodline caused blood to flow out. Clansmen could cast spells and blow the head of the branch family thousands of miles away. Stay. I only know one thing. In the entire ninja world, there is no place more suitable than Konoha to become stronger. Our village has many strong people, and there are powerful ninjas beyond the Hokage. No matter what your plans in the future, becoming stronger is the most important thing. Naruto thought about it and said. Become stronger. Naruto is more thoughtful than me. Hinata clenched her fists. She didn't want to stay in this damn place from her family to the village. But if she left the village now, what should she do? Konoha was more suitable for growing up and becoming stronger. If she left Konoha, where else would be more suitable for her? Organization? I heard that it has been recruiting powerful Hitomi ninja. However, Hinata knew very well that such a powerful and mysterious organization would definitely not be interested in a child like her. He is right, Hinata. Leaving the village now is not a good idea. Two figures covered in dust jumped over. From the looks of it, they had just finished a battle. Niji walked straight to a place not far from Hinata and stopped. Brother Niji, Sasuke? You guys here? Hinata's expression changed. Humph, isn't it because the two of you are standing here without moving? You have already been seen by this Byakugan fellow across the street. Sasuke pointed at Niji impatiently. He and Niji were in the middle of a duel. The two of them also wanted to see who was stronger between the first and third grade. However, before they finished fighting, Niji, who used Byakugan, saw Hinata. He knew what you were talking about just by looking at the shape of your mouths. My impression of you has changed a little. Sasuke pointed his nose at Naruto. What? Smelly fart. Sasuke, stop farting. Be careful, I'll beat you up. Naruto was furious. Sasuke gritted his teeth. Alright, my hands are itching. The two of you stop arguing. Miss Hinata's matter is more important now. Niji opened Byakugan and quickly explored the surroundings. He counted in silence and whispered, how can you two talk about such dangerous things in this place? Fortunately, there are no ninjas around. At this time, Kurama said to Naruto, Humph, with me here, how can such a problem happen? Miss Hinata. Don't call me that anymore. Right now, I am also a member of the branch family. There is no difference between me and you. Hinata tidied up the curtain and covered the mark on his forehead. Niji nodded. If not for this reason, I would have already attacked you. I will never forget the humiliation that clansmen brought me. But then again, if not for you becoming a branch family member, those people who originally protected you would have stopped me from getting close to you immediately. Since clansmen had become a branch family, there was naturally no need to arrange for people to protect him. Hyuga's clan is not strong, but there are so many rules. We, Uchiha's clan, have gathered so many experts, but we do not have such a troublesome rule, let alone have any internal strife. Sasuke found an opportunity and immediately announced the quality of the bloodline. Our Uchiha clan is united and powerful. I really do not understand why you weak clans would spend a lot of energy on meaningless things. Niji was a little annoyed. Uchiha's clan is strong only because of Mangekyo Sharingan. Our Hyuga clan's Byakugan is no worse than Mangekyo Sharingan. Oh? Are you talking about Jougan? I heard that a branch family called Hoito broke the bird-mark in the cage and messed up the entire Hyuga clan. It wasn't easy for you to have a pair of eyes, but you became rebellious. Bastard, didn't several people from your Uchiha clan go to the Eye organization in Akatsuki? So what? We are united. Our clansmen will never lay their hands on our own clansmen. Sasuke and Niji immediately began to tear apart. Hinata lowered his head and looked weak. The bird in the cage, is it eye-catching? That night, Sasuke limped open the door. Fugaku, Mikoto, and Itachi were already sitting at the table waiting for him for quite a while. Sasuke, did you fight with someone? With a face full of worry, she immediately went to get the medicine. Ah, the opponent is stronger. Sasuke took off his shoes and walked in with a swollen nose. Did Naruto do it? No, it's Niji, Hyuga Niji, the strongest genius in the third grade. Did you win? Fugaku sat cross-legged and asked indifferently. Of course I won. However, I suffered some losses in terms of physical skills. He was able to skillfully use Byakugan when I was 9 years old. Sasuke had a stubborn look on his face. If not for Byakugan, he would have won even more easily. Niji, he is the rare genius of Hyuga's clan. Moreover, Byakugan of Hyuga's clan is indeed easier to read than us. Itachi took the medicine and began to carefully apply medicine to Sasuke, comforting him. This was purely the result of the difference in bloodline. In Hyuga's clan, Byakugan could basically be opened by anyone, but not everyone in Uchiha's clan could open Sharingan. But Uchiha, who had opened Sharingan, as long as he opened his eyes to 3 Tomo, he was at least a Jounin. But Sasuke was still very unwilling. When can I open my eyes? If I have Sharingan, I can definitely defeat him easily. Definitely very soon. Sasuke is also a rare genius, he is also Yuuji's disciple. Mikoto stroked Sasuke's head. The family started eating. At the end of the meal, Sasuke hesitated for a moment, and asked Fugaku, "Father, the relationship between our clan and the village, or the relationship between the Hyuga clan and the village, which one is better?" "Well, this is not something you should care about at your age. But since you asked, it doesn't matter if I tell you. Our relationship with the village is more tense," Fugaku said lightly. Sometimes, Fugaku also wondered what Konoha would become if Shiranui Yuuji was not there. If Yuuji was not above, suppressing Uchiha's clan and using absolute force to intimidate them, perhaps, Uchiha's clan would have already flipped over. This clan was not good at enduring. If they had the slightest bit of strength, they could not wait for the entire world to know. Moreover, now that the experts of the Uchiha clan were gathered, the I organization and the Mangekyo clansmen of Akatsuki had increased the arrogance of the clan. More importantly, the members of these two organizations gave the Uchiha clan an illusion that even if the rebellion failed, they would have a way out and could seek refuge with the clan members of these two organizations. But in reality, Fugaku faintly felt that the clan members of these two organizations did not care about the life and death of Uchiha's clan. Is that so? But why would Hyuga? Suzuki murmured in a low voice. Fugaku and Itachi looked at Suzuki quietly. Even if they only heard a few words, they could roughly guess what had happened. But they did not ask in detail. Suzuki was confused. Why would the Hinata of the Hyuga clan and the young Miss clansmen of the past want to defect? The relationship between the Hyuga clan and the village was clearly better. What about the Uchiha clan? Suzuki could not figure it out. That night, he went out to visit Yuuji. As soon as he entered, Suzuki saw that Yuuji was playing with that beautiful little white snake. You can actually think of such a problem. Hinata's matter is more complicated. The extreme oppression will only lead to extreme resistance. When dignity is torn to pieces, life is nothing. Yuuji heard about Hinata from Suzuki and just nodded calmly. One hand was like a plate of walnuts, coiling around Tagorium. To be honest, the current Hinata really could not attract his interest. The only thing Yuuji favors is the change in character. The upper limit of strength should be stronger than Hinata in the original timeline. Sensei, what about our clan? I found that more and more clansmen have become very excessive. Suzuki hesitated for a moment. Yuuji placed his hand on Sasuke's head and rubbed it hard. With me here, the situation will definitely not go out of control. Uchiha wants to rebel? What kind of joke is this? Yuuji alone could blow up this clan. Unless Uchiha Madara was resurrected because of Indra, it would cause a little trouble for Yuuji. Moreover, even if I don't make a move, the matter will be solved. Yuuji smiled and said something that Suzuki could not understand. If Yuuji was not wrong, Uchiha's clan would be in big trouble soon. Suzuki looked confused. Alright, let's start cultivating. You are very good at fire release. From today onwards, I will teach you lightning release. I want to be more terrifying than fire release. You must use it carefully in school. Does Sensei also know lightning release? Of course, to me, it is not difficult to release 7 chakra attributes. 7? Isn't it 5? This, I will tell you in the future. When you master lightning release, I will teach you another technique that is very suitable for you. The technique to combine lightning and Godzilla. Shisui was also not calm. He was summoned by the I organization. Come with me. The mysterious and unpredictable Hitomi, who made Shisui tense up the moment he appeared, was standing in Shisui's room and placing his palm on Shisui's shoulder. In the next moment, Takamagahara activated. Shisui opened his eyes again and saw 2 huge statues under the night sky. This is the Valley of the End. Shisui was shocked. In an instant, he had come from Konohagakuer to such a far place. The leader of the I organization, Sage's eyes were truly unfathomable. No matter where Ninja World was, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to stop this terrifying existence, right? Our organization's base is actually here. Shisui followed him in, shocked beyond words. Halfway through, Shisui also saw Natsum Hadarubi's family of 3. They are in charge of taking care of the base daily. They are the outer members of the organization. Hitomi said coldly. Shisui nodded slightly. They continued to go deeper into the ground. Hitomi threw a mask to Shisui. On the mask, there was a strange humanoid figure. Originally, you were not qualified to join our organization, but since that guy has spoken, it is not good for me to refuse directly, so I reluctantly accept you. Hitomi said coldly, from now on, you are the 6th official member of the I organization. Your code name is Monster. Monster. Shisui murmured in a low voice, and put the mask on his head. Hitomi continued, newbie, there is a task for you to carry out. Help the elders in the organization do something. Shisui nodded, and Hitomi disappeared from where he was. After waiting for a while, a secret room opened. Damn it, I failed again. I can only look for that guy. Newbie, I heard that you are very useless, but at least you have noble eyes. I will reluctantly allow you to follow me. Shin, who had just finished the cloning experiment, walked out with a gloomy face. Chapter 328, Clone Eyes. Shisui followed Shin on a mission. Along the way, both of them were relatively silent. Finally, it was Shisui who spoke first. Senior, may I know what our mission is about? Humph, you finally opened your mouth. I thought you wouldn't be able to hold it in for much longer. Shin snorted, a bit of nonsensical pride. Shisui was silent. Although he didn't get along much, he had a general idea of Shin's personality. This demon of the I organization was a very pretentious guy, a pure Uchiha at first glance. However, Shisui could not be sure who the real identity of this demon was. There were many people in Uchiha's clan. Who could it be? Let's go see Orochimaru. Shin said. Orochimaru? It's actually that guy. Shisui was shocked. Shin grunted, and as he moved at high speed, he glanced at Shisui. I can roughly guess your true identity. At your age, you have Mangekyo Sharingan. You're Shisui, right? I don't know what senior is talking about, Shisui said. Shin nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. You are not completely useless. You are not as stupid as that idiot Setsuna. Shisui immediately understood and remembered this important information in his heart. Demons and devils were not on good terms. Sure enough, the I organization was such a mysterious organization, where the strong gathered, and they were all humanoid Hitomi ninjas, so there would naturally be conflicts and contradictions. This was reasonable. Shisui was very excited, and the mysterious veil of the I organization was being torn apart by him bit by bit. Orochimaru is Konoha's S-rank rebellious ninja, but not for our I organization's rebellious ninja. As long as we can get what we want, the leader doesn't care who we members contact. Shin said. Senior, do you mean that this mission was not determined by the leader, but by your idea? That's right. It can be understood this way. Leader rarely handles matters. As long as he is dead, no matter what he is, he will not care. Shin said in a respectful tone. Shisui was greatly shocked. The structure of this organization was not as closed and meticulous as he thought. Instead, it was extremely loose. Letting the members act freely? This kind of mentality is a bit too relaxed. No, this was a kind of absolute self-confidence from them. No matter what his subordinates did, he could deal with them with absolute force, so he did not care. Shisui warned himself in his heart that he must not cross the line. Although Shisui still did not know what this line was, other than staring at the powerful Hitomi ninja, what other purposes the I organization had, Shisui was not clear for the time being. To be honest, when it comes to hatred and disgust for Orochimaru, I am the one who hates Orochimaru the most. That guy has brought me too much shame. Shin gritted his teeth. When he was young, he had used his right arm to exchange for the cloning technique from Orochimaru. Just a few days ago, he planned to attack Kirigakuru's Hakubi and Hakubi, but in the end, he met Orochimaru who was being chased. After a battle, he fought with Orochimaru with great difficulty, and both sides suffered heavy losses. If there was a choice, Shin would be happy to cut off Orochimaru's head with a ninja tool. Orochimaru should die, but he still has a lot of value, and is useful to me. Shin's voice was a little melancholic. Senior, please be at ease. I will do my best to protect you, Shisui said. Humph, what a joke. How could I be protected by a newcomer like you? Shin mocked. However, his opinion of Shisui immediately changed. Shisui climbed up the pole to find out more information. Senior, what are we going to do after joining the organization? Are we just concerned about pupil ninjas? But we are already strong enough. What do you know? Pupil ninjas are not just the 3 pupil techniques, there are also Katsuryuugan and Akigan, not to mention those Otsutsuki. Otsutsuki. Shisui was shocked. It was this. He followed Shin's temper and flattered him again. As expected, Shin obediently opened his mouth with an attitude of showing off. It doesn't matter if I tell you. In any case, I will find out sooner or later. Otsutsuki's clan is actually a shared ancestor of many ninja clans. Whether it is Uchiha, Hyuga, or the missing Senju and Uzumaki, they are all descendants of Otsutsuki. They inherited different bloodlines of Otsutsuki. Shisui was dumbfounded. Because this kind of truth was too absurd. Several families had completely different bloodlines, and there was an ancestor? The source of that Sharingan and Byakugan was a kind of eye? What the hell? Rikudo Sennin is also a member of Otsutsuki's clan. According to the leader, he has a brother who left a descendant on the moon. Shin threw out an explosive piece of news. Shishui's brain was buzzing, and after a while, he asked tentatively, what about Indra, Setsu? No, the demon said that this is the ancestor of the Uchiha clan. Humph, you wasted so much effort. This is what you really want to know, right? The leader said that because Indra is Rikudo Sennin's eldest son, there is also a person called Ashura, who is Rikudo Sennin's second son. Shin sneered. Because Indra is the ancestor of Uchiha's clan, and Ashura is the ancestor of Senju and Uzumaki clan. Shisui was dumbfounded. He had never heard of this news. When he wanted to ask again, Shin did not answer him, because Shin only knew this information. The two of them stopped talking and moved quickly. Finally, they arrived in front of a huge rock. It's here. Shin looked around and formed a seal with his hands. In the next moment, this rock that seemed to have no abnormalities emitted a rumbling sound and automatically separated, revealing a passage. The two entered the dark basement. He, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Shin, you really did not disappoint me. Orochimaru's gloomy voice sounded. If you speak to me in this tone again, I will kill you. Shin snorted coldly. Orochimaru licked his lips and did not respond. Instead, he looked away with excitement. A brand new mask? Are you a newcomer? Are you Hoito, or is it Kazue or Shisui? It can't be Fugaku. Orochimaru said hoarsely. Shisui remained silent. He was just silently gathering information. Devil's real identity is Shin? Uchiha Shin? There is such a person in the clan? Why is he so familiar with Orochimaru? It seems that the two have a complicated past? Not talking? Forget it, I will figure it out sooner or later. Let's talk about our deal. Shin, I have prepared what you want. What can you give me? Orochimaru said. I can be your experimental assistant, just like many years ago. Shin said coldly. Ha, the bargaining chips of both sides are not equal. Although you have the talent for scientific research, you are not outstanding. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. Shin wanted to get more advanced cloning technology from him. With Orochimaru's intelligence, he knew what was going on with his tail. This guy, Shin, was clearly unable to take him down in the last fight outside of Kirigakure, so he wanted to use cloning technology to get the real Sharingan. Hehe, relying on Edo Tensei and seal art, Shin stuffed his entire body full of Edo Tensei. If he used the cloning technique to get a bunch of real Sharingan. Just thinking about that scene made Orochimaru so excited that his whole body trembled. What kind of crazy body was this? There was a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan in his eyes, and his body was full of dozens of Sharingan. In the whole of Ninja World, only Shin's physique could do such a thing. Looking at Danzo, who was hiding in the dark, he was still a strong person. In the end, he could only control 10 Sharingan even if he had to risk his life. This was something that could barely be done by relying on the new arms formed by Hashirama's cells and Shin's right arm. Shin did not have this kind of worry at all. There was no possibility of losing control. It was only a question of whether he could withstand and unleash much power. However, Orochimaru suspected that this was not the only thing that Shin wanted. He had single-handedly excavated and nurtured Shin, so he understood Shin's temperament too well. It's not just cloning technology. I also need you to use Edo Tensei to revive Golden Horn. Shin said in a deep voice. Orochimaru had a look of understanding. You are really greedy, but it is no wonder. After all, the Hitomi in your eyes is very special. Although he is weak, he is simply desperate when he is strong. Regarding Shin, the 4th Raikage judged him as trash because the 4th Raikage opened the Thunder Escape armor and directly ignored the attacks of all the ninjas in the sky. Obito also regarded Shin as a low-grade defective product, because he had Shenwei. No matter how powerful the ninja body was, it could not hit him. Yes, Hojiki Mangetsu also thought that he was defeated by Shin, but after he was controlled by Shin and the blunt knife and the explosive knife, he died. When the number of ninja tools reached a certain level, even if it was the sword in his hand, kunao and other ordinary ninja tools, for 99 of ninjas, Shin was an invincible monster, he could not even escape, and could not even defend himself. But for the top experts who had strong range secret techniques, body protection ninjutsu, and time-space ninjutsu, Shin was just a piece of trash. Shin himself also realized this, so he needed a stronger ninja divine artifact. For example, the Uchiha fan that was taken away and sealed away by Namikaze Minato in defeat. Another example was the few pieces of Rikuta Sennin's ninja tools that had disappeared from Ninja World. One amber bottle was not enough, and he still needed more. For this reason, he did not hesitate to find Orochimaru, the guy who had fought to death not long ago, to cooperate with him. Hehe, so that's how it is. Golden Horn and Silver Horn, it's lucky that you thought of the two of them. The intelligence of these two people had been blocked by Kumagakure many years ago. Now, not many people remember them. Orochimaru had an inexplicable look in his eyes. Golden Horn and Silver Horn were very ancient people, and they had to go back to the era of the second-generation Hokage and the second-generation Raikage. Orochimaru was also very interested in these two people who were said to have horns on their heads. If you are so desperate for the artifact, I remember that the Eye organization took the chest of bliss from Hojiki City, right? That terrible weapon was also left by Rikuta Sennin, and it was also given to Setsuna as a freshman. Orochimaru looked for an opportunity to take the medicine. Shin shook his head. The leader said that the thing is useless now, and there is a very important thing missing. Satori has been sealed in Setsuna's body. If the box of bliss is still useful, then hell. Moreover, it also took time to collect negative emotions. Hojiki City Lord, MUI, spent dozens of years to sacrifice countless people to awaken his enlightenment. In the end, he helped Setsuna. Next to him, Shisui's heart was beating fast. He couldn't use the chest of bliss? He quickly wrote down this information and returned to report it to Yuuji. Orochimaru said, then why didn't you beg your leader? Your eyes were obtained by him, right? He can do it too. I looked for him. And the result? He said he was very busy and told me to get lost. Shin said in a muffled voice. Orochimaru was slightly stunned, and he let out a low laugh. His voice echoed in this narrow and enclosed basement. It's really funny, Shin. The one you worshipped in the past was me, and then it was him. As a result, you were not worth mentioning in his eyes. Orochimaru sneered. Don't get me wrong. I have never worshipped you. As for the leader, he is simply too lazy to care about such trivial matters. This is also the style of the leader of the Eye organization. Shin approached Orochimaru step by step, his eyes filled with killing intent. Then, tell me your answer. If you refuse, I will kill you. It seems that I have no choice. Orochimaru's eyes flashed with a vicious light. After a while, Orochimaru said, then, come and be my assistant. If you want to develop the cloning technology you need, it will take a lot of effort. Aren't you ready? A trace of hostility rose from Shin's body, and Mangekyo Sharingan appeared. Shisui also silently prepared himself. 2 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan, if we really fight, I have to think of a way to escape. Shin, my cloning technique is indeed the most advanced in Ninja World, but if you want to directly clone Sharingan's technique, in terms of the present conditions, it is impossible for you. Don't be naive, you know very well the difficulty of cloning Sharingan. Orochimaru said. Rather than saying that it was a clone of the eyes, it was more accurate to say that it was a clone of the blood limit of Uchiha's clan and had successfully activated it. This kind of difficulty could be imagined. The key to the entire ninja world was firstly chakra, secondly it was because of the technique and seal that Indra had developed, and thirdly it was the blood limit. For genes, especially for replicating the universe genes from Itsutsuki's clan, the difficulty level was beyond the horizon. Originally, on the timeline, it took Shin almost 30 years to perfect the cloning technology. Now, it was impossible for Root to succeed in developing it in just a few days. Shin's face under the mask was a little impatient. Then let's start quickly. I have been waiting impatiently. Don't worry, I'll give you what you want. You have to repay me well. Let's go to Konoha. With the strength of the three of us, we should be careful. Even if we are exposed, we can still escape. What are you going to Konoha for? Do you want to die? As far as I know, Uchiha's fan is also in Konohagakure. This is a top-notch divine artifact passed down from Uchiha's clan for generations. Back then, when Uchiha Madara fought Senju Hashirama, he had to use this weapon. Don't you want it? Orochimaru was puzzled. Shin was tempted. Of course, he wanted it, even in his dreams. Whether he was strong or not was one thing, but the point was that this fan was passed down from generation to generation by Uchiha. If he took the fan and used it as his main weapon, wouldn't it prove that he was the best Uchiha? At the same time, the three of them were planning to sneak into Konohagakure. Omegakure, Akatsuki Base. After studying Mangekyo Sharingan, Nagato was still full of doubts. After thinking for a long time, the god made a decision. I want to go to Konoha again. Uchiha has a stone tablet and needs to open Sharingan to read the words above. I want to see it with my own eyes. I will use my Mangekyo Sharingan and Rinnegan to see it. Chapter 329, Fugaku exploded. Nagato finally made up his mind to make a trip to Konoha. Have you decided? If you show yourself, the entire Konoha will come to attack you. You will cause a huge chaos. Black Zetsu seemed to be kind-hearted. Nagato snorted, Konoha's guys are no match for me even if they come at me together. They can't even get close to me. Nagato is full of confidence, his confidence is far more than ever before, because he is really too strong. Long range, there was Shinra Tensei, mid-range, Susanoo, close range, Prita, and Azura Path. How could he lose to these powerful and invulnerable skills? Humph, a mere Konoha can't even compare to a single finger of his. The only person in the entire ninja world that I can face is the other Rinnegan. Other than him, everyone else is not worth mentioning, including Otsutsuki who is strong on the outside but is weak on the inside. Nagato flew into the sky and was about to fly southeast. But Black Zetsu, you better confirm that the information you provided me is correct. Nagato said coldly. Black Zetsu was excited. It can't be wrong. There is an ancient stone tablet in the basement of the South Shore Shrine of Uchiha clan. Good, very good. If he led Nagato to look at the stone tablet that he had altered, and led Nagato to the path that Infinite Tsukuyomi had taken, it would be the best result. White Zetsu asked, but I remember that after the chaos of the Kyuubi, Uchiha's clan was forced to relocate. Yes, but they would rebuild the shrine and place the stone tablet in the basement of the shrine, they have been doing this for centuries. Black Zetsu and White Zetsu were in harmony. Nagato nodded slightly. Just as he was about to fly, Konan suddenly chased after him. The paper flew all over the sky and gathered into Konan's body. What are you going to do again? Don't always act alone. Don't worry, I am already standing at the peak of this world, Nagato said. If you want to go to Konoha, Shiranui Yuuji is a very troublesome fellow. He is a super expert who killed White Snake Sage. I just killed an old snake. There is no need to worry about it. I'll go with you. Just in case, I'll bring Hirako along. That guy has just obtained a brand new power and is very arrogant. All right. Nagato paused for a moment and reluctantly nodded. He did not need help in the first place, but since it was Konan's suggestion, he could reluctantly listen to it. Konan turned into countless pieces of paper and disappeared. After a while, she came out with Hirako. The target of this mission is Konohagakure. I am really excited to be able to follow the leader. Hirako looked very excited. Konoha, that is a place that brings a lot of unfriendly memories. He has control of Sage Mode and descended on Konoha in a powerful manner. I think it will surprise those old friends. At the thought of this, Hirako was a little impatient. Hirako. When you arrive at Konoha, be careful. If you are beaten to death, I will not save you. Nagato did not even look at Hirako as he flew towards the southeast. Konan stretched out a large hand made of paper and was about to grab Hirako to fly, but Hirako directly refused. I am now Sage, and I also have the rapid blood escape technique. I will not be slower than you. Sage Mode. Hirako immediately activated Senjutsu and quickly fled, turning into an afterimage as he rushed into the distance. Akatsuki began to move. Konoha was completely clueless about this. Suzuki was currently sparring with Itachi. Bang! 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 The two of them launched their physical attacks. Enai-san, why are you so absent-minded? After a horizontal kick, Sasuke had a puzzled expression. Is it so obvious? Itachi revealed an apologetic smile. He was very worried about Shisui. He hadn't received any news for such a long time. Was everything going well in the I organization? Did they have a conflict with those dangerous organization members? With Shisui's strength, he probably wouldn't be able to win against those powerful and mysterious guys. Sasuke pouted, very unhappy. Damn it, Big Brother's attention is not on me, this is preposterous. Since that's the case, let Big Brother see the new ninjutsu that Sensei taught me. Thunder escape. An electric current flew towards Itachi from the ground. The moment Itachi jumped into the air, Sasuke quickly changed his hand gestures and shot out a fireball. With a boom, the fireball engulfed Itachi. He, if that's the case, Big Brother will definitely experience my strength. Sasuke clenched his fists and did not have the time to show a proud expression. The cold kunai reached out from behind and placed it on Sasuke's neck. Sasuke, you have grown up. The amount of chakra you have is also beyond my expectations. Itachi exclaimed in shock. Sasuke's chakra far surpassed his peers, this was very strange. Itachi felt that when he was at Sasuke's age, it was impossible for him to have this level of chakra. It was probably due to Sasuke's innate talent. When did you? It is the body substitution technique. As long as it is prepared in advance, this is a very useful technique. Itachi put away kunai and rubbed Sasuke's head. Sasuke curled his lips and was very unhappy. After the training, Itachi took Sasuke home. On the way, Itachi's brows gradually furrowed. On the streets, there were people walking in a hurry and talking loudly. In the words, they are all promoting the greatness and glory of the Uchiha clan, and they should gain more power in the village. These guys are becoming more and more ignorant of restraint. A trace of haze flashed through Itachi's eyes. The thing that he hated the most about this clan was the arrogance that emanated from their bones. The stronger the strength, the higher the might of the clan, the more they wouldn't restrain themselves. If Uchiha's clan really was Ninja World first and Konoha was invincible, then this group of people would be so arrogant. But the truth was not like this. Shiranui Yuuji alone was able to suppress the entire Uchiha clan. Otherwise, Fugaku would not have given Sasuke to Yuuji as a disciple. However, these people just did not understand this point. They blindly exaggerated their own strength and deliberately ignored the other party's strength. They were too obsessed with pride. They always felt that with their own tolerance, they would definitely think of a solution when they encountered difficulties. This was not good. However, Itachi could not think of a way to change this terrible atmosphere. Even the clan leader could not do it. Ni-san. Sasuke, stay away from these people in the future and get closer to Naruto. Itachi said lightly. The two of them pushed open the door and entered the house. We are back. At night, the moon hung high in the sky. Nagato flew outside Konohagakure. We're here again. This village full of hatred is surrounded by a huge barrier. Only Konoha can do this. Nagato looked up and saw that the barrier invisible to the naked eye could not hide from his sight. Hirako, break it. Nagato ordered. Hirako stopped running. He was panting heavily as he ran over. I don't know anything about Konoha's barrier class. I can't break it. It's really useless. You and the Sunin are good friends. Nagato said coldly. Hirako's face darkened. Konan said, should we attack? If we attack, many people will die. No need. This barrier covers the surroundings, but the sky part is not sealed. I can enter from there. Nagato looked up. At this time, Black Zetsu took the initiative to say, I know how to break the barrier. We can enter openly. He broke away from Nagato's body and slowly stuck to the barrier. Soon, a passage was opened. How does this guy have this kind of ability? Konan frowned. Nagato did not show any expression. He once again used the Bansho Tenin to suck Black Zetsu back into his body and walked in without a word. He didn't care what Black Zetsu was thinking, he only paid attention to the results. The three of them sneaked into Konohagakure under the cover of the night. Nagato went straight to Uchiha's place. Under the guidance of Black Zetsu, he accurately found the shrine and entered the basement. Is this ancient stone tablet that Uchiha passed down from generation to generation? Nagato looked at the stone tablet in front of him. Yes, the words recorded on it need to be read by Sharingan. The higher the level of the eyes, the more parts can be deciphered, Black Zetsu said. Nagato was silent for a moment, then suddenly said, Black Zetsu, your performance is a bit positive. What do you want me to know? Hehe, why do you say that? I am on Madara's side. I hope that I can carry out Infinite Tsukuyomi's plan in the end, but you are obviously very against this plan. Black Zetsu replied. Humph, I guess so too. However, no matter what ideas you have, it is useless. Nagato snorted coldly and looked at the stone tablet. Under Rinnegan's vision, a large number of words quickly appeared on the surface of the stone tablet. The more he looked at it, the more confused Nagato became. Oh, some parts of it recorded the different stages of Sharingan. From 1 Megatama to 3 Megatama, then to Mangekyu. The more Mangekyu used, the faster he became blind. There was also the eternal Mangekyu Sharingan on it. What was this? I need to kill my relatives and transplant their eyes to obtain the eternal Mangekyu Sharingan. Why are there still records of Senju and Uchiha? Combined with the all-embracing power, I can obtain Rinnegan. What is the all-embracing collection? The Moon Eye Plan. Nagato refreshed his own knowledge and opened his eyes. What was recorded on it was too shocking. Among other things, killing a loved one to open a kaleidoscope, and killing a close relative to obtain an eternal kaleidoscope, this kind of information brewing with extreme hatred rushed to the face. That kind of bloody smell, no matter what, could not be concealed. Even Nagato was stunned for a long time when he saw it, and his face changed. What a sad family. But if I can get the final eye in this way, then what is going on with my eyes? Why was it Rinnegan from the beginning? Where did Rikuta Sennin's Rinnegan get it from? Did he also kill his relatives? Did he kill a member of Itsutsuki's family? Nagato stared at the ancient stone tablet and fell into a long silence. After a long time, Nagato remembered the first time he used Rinnegan in his memory. At that time, his parents were killed by Konoha's ninjas. Under extreme grief and indignation, he obtained this pair of eyes and killed Konoha's ninjas in one breath. So, the killing of one's loved ones recorded on the stone tablet could get Mangekyo Sharingan. In fact, it was an emotional stimulation. Black Zetsu felt Nagato's emotional fluctuations and his heart was extremely excited. That's right, it was like this. This was a tragedy. The entire world was a tragedy. Only the Moon Eye Plan was the future. Nagato. Obito's path is the right one. You should also execute the Moon Eye Plan instead of using Bijuu as a deterrent. Humph, the so-called Uchiha clan is just a group of pathetic fellows. The glory on the surface is just stepping on the dirty soil. Under the dim candlelight, Nagato's cold voice slowly sounded. Tap tap tap. A series of light footsteps could be heard as a figure slowly walked down the steps and stood behind Nagato. The tragedy of our clan has displeased you. I'm really sorry, but this has nothing to do with you, right? Fugaku leaned against the wall and looked at Nagato from the side. The black-clothed red clouds, it was Akatsuki's attire. There are strange bumps on the shoulder, half of the face is black, the hair is mainly red color, and a small part of it is white. So, if I am not wrong, are you Akatsuki's leader? Jiraiya's disciple, Amegakure's Nagato. Fugaku said in a deep voice. Nagato did not turn his head, only focusing on the stone tablet. Fugaku frowned. This is something that only Sharingan can see. What's the point of using Rinnegan to look at this stone tablet? Moreover, you barged into my Uchiha clan's secret chamber without permission. As the clan head, I cannot stand idly by. Before he could finish speaking, Nagato had already turned around. Are you talking about this kind of eyes? He closed his eyes and used 2 seconds to open them again. His eyes had already turned into the ordinary 3-tomo Sharingan. This kind of low-level eyes, really aren't used to it. Nagato was already able to instantly switch between Eternal Mangekyu and Rinnegan, but to switch to ordinary 3-tomo in one go, he still needed some buffer time. It couldn't be helped. He already had max-level eyes at the start. Nagato really didn't understand low-level eyes. Those 3-tomo were revolving around the eyeball. How could this be? Why do you have Sharingan? Fugaku couldn't hold it in anymore. Are you surprised? I should be surprised. Under Fugaku's gaze, the 3-tomos quickly merged and transformed into Mangekyu Sharingan. Mangekyu? No, not an ordinary Mangekyu. Fugaku's expression gradually became ugly. It was as if the other party's Mangekyu was formed from the patterns of 2 eyes. The one you have is obviously Rinnegan, but why, could it be that Mangekyo Sharingan's final stage is? Fugaku was greatly shocked. This calm and even Buddhist clan leader had a face full of disbelief. If it was true, this was too shocking. The Uchiha clan actually had the possibility of directly leading to the highest Scram! I still have other things to do. If you don't make way, I will kill you. Nagato was about to walk up the stairs and leave Konoha. A drop of cold sweat appeared on Fugaku's forehead. In the end, he stood in front of Nagato and said, I am a ninja of the village, the chief of Uchiha. I can't watch you enter and leave this place casually, and I will not allow you to do anything to the village. Chapter 330, The Battle of 4 Susanoo. Fugaku finally stood up. For a moment, he was also hesitating, wondering if he should pretend not to see Nagato. But when he thought of the unpredictable consequences, he sighed and decided to make a move. This guy obviously has other purposes. If the villagers know that I did not stop him, Uchiha will be in a bad situation, and the mind of that person is not good to ponder. Fugaku thought of Yuuji. If news got out, he was not sure what kind of reaction this powerful and dangerous man would make. Stay. Fugaku opened Mangekyo Sharingan and met Nagato's eyes. Nagato did not say a word and directly reached out his hand. Shinra Tensei. Boom. A huge roar sounded, and the entire basement began to collapse, causing a huge commotion. Fugaku's figure fiercely swayed, but in the end, he withstood it. Susanoo. Nagato rolled his eyes, coldly looking at Fugaku. His hand was stuck to the white ribs. You also have this pair of eyes, you should know the power of this Hitomi technique, I will never allow you to wreak havoc in the territory of Uchiha clan. His ribs began to multiply crazily, and finally, a huge half-body giant appeared. There was no change in Nagato's eyes, because this trifling Susanoo, he also had it. Moreover, it was countless times stronger than Fugaku's Susanoo. Boom! The blue giant gushed out from the body of Nagato, and as soon as it appeared, it was shockingly the third stage. That heavy black heavenly armor hung on the body of Susanoo, emitting an extremely oppressive feeling. This huge movement immediately alarmed many people. At least, the entire Uchiha clan exploded. What's going on? That direction is, damn it, it's the Southern Shrine. Who is fighting in the Southern Shrine? The proud and arrogant Uchiha suddenly exploded in anger. The Southern Shrine was not only the place where Uchiha's clan gathered, but also a large number of ninjutsu scrolls. It was the most important core region of Uchiha's clan. Now, there was actually someone fighting at the Shrine of South Peace? Although we are not sure who the enemy is, their strength is definitely not too bad. I remember the last time such a thing happened in our clan, it was the time when Elder Setsuna was beaten up by Lord Yuuji. Bastard, who is fighting who? The entire clan of Uchiha immediately moved out and rushed to the South Shrine. Along with the huge smoke and dust that soared into the sky, as well as the rocks that were constantly shooting out. Under the night sky, two half-bodied giants emitting different colors stood tall with a loud bang. Susanoo. White and blue, whose Susanoo is this? Lord Kazue's Susanoo is pink. Shisui's is green, could it be Lord Patriarch's Susanoo? Oh. Lord Patriarch has finally activated Hitomi. I have always heard that Lord Patriarch has Mangekyo Sharingan, but this is the first time I have seen him use it. Humph, the white one is definitely Lord Clan Leader. It's normal that you juniors don't know each other. After all, the last time Lord Clan Leader used this technique was during the third battle. Soon, the surroundings of the shrine were filled with a large number of Uchiha clansmen. Sensing the commotion, Enbu and Root's forces were also rushing over. They stood in the distance and looked out from the group of Uchiha's clan. Those Uchiha clansmen directly ignored the people of Enbu and Root's group and looked at the two giants who were confronting each other with blazing eyes. This was the power that was immersed in Uchiha's bloodline, the proof of his noble bloodline. Some people were intoxicated and forgot the fact that their patriarch was fighting with someone. Who is that blue Susanoo? I remember that Elder Setsuna's Susanoo is also blue, it can't be. More people stared at it. After the dust settled, Nagato's figure was revealed. Everyone was startled. I don't know him, I haven't seen him. Who was this strange guy? At this time, Fugaku was the first to make a move. His momentum had been suppressed by Nagato in an instant. If he did not make a move, Fugaku felt that his situation would be even more unfavorable. Pa! The huge white hand turned into a fist and ruthlessly smashed into the opponent. In this short interval, the white Susanoo had completed its transformation. Under the crazy improvement of Fugaku, it also entered the third stage. But it was very clear that this kind of attack, it was impossible for him to break through Nagato's defense. Only this level, who gave you the courage to attack me? Even if it is the same Mangekyo, there is a difference between the good and the bad. Nagato's voice was ice cold. He slowly raised his head, and the huge Susanoo he was riding instantly threw out a large number of Megatama, densely packed, continuously attacking Fugaku. Bang! 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 Fugaku's Susanoo quickly waved its arms, accurately hitting these Megatama, changing the original direction of the Megatama, perfectly dodging. Oh! Not bad, even the Otsutsuki Izhiki of the past could not do this level. Nagato's expression changed slightly, and there was a hint of admiration in his eyes as he looked at Fugaku. But the disregard in his bones not only did not disappear, it intensified. His attitude of appreciation towards Fugaku was like seeing a strong ant showing a power different from other ants, which surprised him. This naked disregard was clearly noticed by Fugaku. He growled, driving Susanoo to quickly approach, directly closing the distance, and launching a melee between Susanoo. Rumble! The two half-bodied giants fought. Even if it was just an ordinary fist, every movement of their hands displayed a strong destructive power. The houses around them collapsed one after another. In his field of vision, only the white and blue translucent giant was fighting with all its might. Powerful chakra fluctuation spread out, making many ninjas shocked. This is the fighting style of Susanoo. Very violent, even if it is just physical fighting, it is far from being something we can participate in. This level, I am afraid we can face Bijuu head-on. The entire Konohagakure also gradually sensed that something was wrong, and more people rushed to Uchiha's territory. Whoosh! An ear-piercing sound was heard. A deep gully was drawn out by Nagato's Susanoo. This time, Fugaku made a nearly perfect dodge, reducing the damage to the minimum. The two only exchanged a few rounds, and Nagato had already analyzed some information. A perfect dodge is a coincidence, but every time it is like this. Is this your Hitomi technique? Nagato forced Fugaku back, looking at him indifferently. Fugaku was already drenched in sweat, panting heavily. Clearly, he had consumed a lot of energy. He had used Mangekyo Sharingan's one-eyed Hitomi technique many times, causing his eyes to be greatly burdened. To predict the future, this was Fugaku's exclusive Hitomi technique. By using this technique in battle, one would be able to see the enemy's future for a certain period of time, and then find a way to crack it. This guy. Fugaku gritted his teeth. The pressure was huge. Shua. A large number of Uchiha ninjas gathered. Lord Clan Leader, which senior is the enemy? Why do you want to fight? A ninja shouted. Step back, this is not a battle you can intervene in. Do not participate. Fugaku shouted. Many of Uchiha clansmen hesitated, and slightly retreated. They watched as these two giants once again engaged in an intense battle. But everyone could see that Fugaku was at a disadvantage, and was similarly a Susanoo, but there was clearly a difference in strength and speed, and Fugaku was suppressed in every aspect. If not for the fact that he had perfectly resisted Nagato's attacks several times, his Susanoo would have already suffered severe damage. Humph, your Hitomi technique greatly increases one's inside ability, so you can see through my attack? But it doesn't seem like, no matter what, you will die here. Nagato coldly snorted, you can still resist at your current level. What about this? Can you block it like this? In the next moment, an even more astonishing blue light erupted from Nagato's body. In an instant, his half-body giant changed once again. The black heavy armor slowly faded away, and in its place was an even larger giant. The blue Susanoo grew legs, and had the ability to walk upright. This was the fourth stage. Fugaku's complexion changed. Ordinary Mangekyo Sharingan, controlling third stage Susanoo was extremely difficult. Now, facing Nagato's fourth stage Susanoo, Fugaku's heart sank. His eyes really are not right, to be able to control fourth stage Susanoo so easily. What is going on? Could Nagato be a member of Uchiha clan? Otherwise, why is his Susanoo stronger than me? Fugaku gritted his teeth. Blue Susanoo raised its foot and ruthlessly stepped on Fugaku's Susanoo. It continuously increased its strength. Sure enough, this Susanoo is still more useful. The previous form is too cumbersome. Nagato coldly looked at Fugaku, who was resisting with all his might. The gap was too big. Nagato only used a little bit of Hitomi's strength, and Fugaku was unable to raise his head. At this time, a huge Susanoo blade was thrown over, and ruthlessly pierced through the blue Susanoo. Oh! There are still people who aren't afraid of death. Nagato shifted his gaze. Kazue walked out from the crowd with an indifferent expression. They inexplicably came to our territory to wreak havoc, and the key is to use Susanoo. A pink arm was stretching out from her body. That Susanoo sword was thrown out by her. You are Uchiha Kazue? It's useless, even 2 Susanoo cannot defeat me. Nagato said. Humph, what a joke, 2 can't defeat them, but what about 3? This old man really can't watch anymore. After a burst of disturbance, a Susanoo arm violently slapped away all the people in front of him. Setsuna slowly walked over, his young face full of deep meaning. He stared at Nagato's 4th stage. The more he looked, the more unsightly his complexion became. This stage of Susanoo, he had once tried to activate it, that was when he and Yuuji had a conflict in the village. He wanted to use the 4th stage of Susanoo to defeat Yuuji in one fell swoop. But the bad thing was, his 4th stage Susanoo seemed to have a soft bone disease, it could not even stand up, and its growing legs were also so slender that it made one's hair stand on end, becoming a laughing stock. Setsuna was very clear, his own Hitomi strength, it had no way to support the 4th stage of Susanoo with enough fighting strength. But this strange guy with white hair could actually do it. Bastard, there is actually a Uchiha who is even more powerful than me in this world. Are you Akatsuki's Uchiha Madara? Setsuna shouted with a gloomy expression. A mere Uchiha Madara can't compare to my gaze. Nagato said coldly. Kazue sized up Nagato, and then looked at Setsuna thoughtfully. The Susanoo of these 2 people, why are they both blue? Perhaps it was a coincidence. Don't talk nonsense, regardless of whether he is or not, just kill him first. Even if he is of the same race, he will have to pay the price for destroying the shrine, let alone attack the patriarch. At the same time as Kazue coldly spoke, the power of Hitomi erupted in her eyes, and the Susanoo rapidly changed, directly entering the 3rd stage. Setsuna also attacked with a calm face, similarly blue Susanoo instantly entering the 3rd stage. 3rd stage half-body Susanoo surrounded blue 4th stage Susanoo. This unheard of scene shocked everyone. For Susanoo, this kind of scene. As far as I know, this kind of thing has never happened before. Even if I went through the records of the clan, our ancestors did not have the situation of 4 Susanoo fighting each other at the same time. That's amazing. Clan leader Fugaku, Elder Setsuna, and Lord Kazue attacked a mysterious clansman at the same time. This is too exciting. Countless clamor resounded in succession. Most of the Uchiha clansmen were extremely excited. There was no other way, my Uchiha clan was extremely strong. The 4 Susanoo was proof. Nagato's Susanoo reached out and pulled out the katana that had been stabbed into his body, throwing it back. Kazue once again used the Totsuka sword to resist it, and then calmly held it in her hand. Looks like I can enjoy myself to my heart's content this time. Kazue took off the robe on her body, and her hands touched her waist, slowly pulling out his Kusanagi sword. The ordinary katana in her Susanoo's hand simultaneously transformed into Kusanagi sword. Totsuka on the left, Kusanagi on the right. I'm sorry, but I still need your help. This guy's strength is beyond my expectations. Fugaku said in a low voice as he stood in the same place, somewhat tired. Don't say that, Your Excellency Patriarch. However, compared to this, I care more about your explosive power. Since the 3rd battle, you have not used Mangekyo Sharingan for more than 8 years. Kazue laughed softly and looked extremely gentle. What made you change your mind? Is it just because the other party is a fellow countryman? There is such a reason, but this guy should not be our fellow countryman. The facts are probably more complicated. Fugaku frowned. Setsuna shouted, no matter what it is, just kill him. This old man is very interested in his eyes. In this world, there is actually Mangekyo Sharingan who is stronger than this old man Indra's pupil. Nagato looked indifferently, what is Indra's pupil? I've never heard of it, don't compare this kind of rubbish eyes with me. Since the 3 of you have chosen to make a move, you are ready to die. Chapter 331, Tsukuyomi. Countless people looked at the scene in front of them in shock. No one had ever seen such a battle before. A white-robed elite Anbu ordered to attack Nagato. We can try to distract the enemy. It's better than standing here and not doing anything. Uchiha's garrison and Anbu's ninjas spread out in all directions, trying to attack Nagato. Fire release, great fireball technique. Lightning release, lightning bind. However, after a series of ninjutsu attacks, Nagato was completely unharmed. I already said that if you all step back, carelessly interfering is courting death. Fugaku shouted. 3 Susanoo launched a siege on Nagato. The other ninjas looked at each other, helplessly retreated, and began to establish an isolation zone. I want to find an opportunity, you two support me. Kazue rushed over, aimed his 2 Kusanagi sword at Nagato's Susanoo, and ruthlessly chopped down. Without saying a word, Fugaku quickly attacked, his pair of eyes constantly trying to find Nagato's flaws. This level of Susanoo is indeed powerful, but because it does not have the black heavy armor, its defense seems to have declined. Fugaku silently thought. Setsuna also followed with a gloomy face. In just an instant, Kazue rushed to the front of Nagato, waving Kusanagi sword in one hand, and ruthlessly chopped down. The Totsuka in the other hand was looking for an opportunity. As long as he broke through Nagato's Susanoo and used the Totsuka sword to hit Nagato's body, this battle would be over. Bang! Nagato's Susanoo brandished its arms, instantly creating a samurai sword, blocking Kazue's attack. Now, Fugaku and Setsuna simultaneously attacked Nagato from both left and right. 2 half-bodied giants aimed at Nagato's upright giants and ruthlessly collided. Nagato's complexion was indifferent, looking at these 3 Susanoo in front of him, his heart was completely calm, and Hitomi's strength burst forth in his eyes. In the midst of Setsuna, his Susanoo once again grew 2 arms. 4 hands Susanoo. Fugaku revealed a shocked expression. Rumble. The newly grown 2 hands, one on the left and one on the right, in a flash, grabbed the neck of Fugaku and Setsuna. The first siege of 3 Susanoo was easily blocked by Nagato, and was instantly countered. 4 hands, this should be the ability of Azura Path's Pain. This guy can actually use Susanoo. Fugaku's face changed. This was ridiculous. This guy could use Rinnegan and Mangekyo Sharingan's abilities at the same time? Fortunately, Nagato had not developed his eyes to the level of perfect harmony, so he would not use the ability of the Hungry Ghost in this situation. Otherwise, based on the ability of the Preta Path to absorb, Fugaku and Setsuna's 2 Susanoo would most likely be sucked dry. Which one of you should I kill? Nagato murmured in a low voice, the remaining hand. In the back of his hand, a large number of Megatama was created out of thin air, aimed at the 3 Susanoo. In the next moment, Nagato made his move. Elder Setsuna, be careful. Fugaku's left eye was bloodshot. He once again saw a short future, and he warned. Setsuna looked at the several Megatama that came at him from a close distance, and his heart beat wildly. After roaring wildly, he widened his eyes and cast Hitomi art. Amaterasu. Kagutsuki. The combination of the 2 types of Hitomi techniques created a thick layer of black flame shield, igniting all the incoming Magatas. But at most, it could only burn the Megatama even smaller, not completely burning it away. Rumble. Several Megatama struck Setsuna's Susanoo, instantly sending him flying. Oh! This kind of flame is very interesting. Nagato casually swept a glance. With a cold face, Kazue continuously slashed out Kusanagi's sword, repeatedly cutting off the katana of Nagato, and with a loud bang, he hacked into the body of Nagato Susanoo. With one slash, this Susanoo was almost split in half. Just a little bit more and it was already on the body of Nagato. Facing Kusanagi's sword that was close at hand, Nagato only slowly raised his hand, Shinra Tensei. Boom! Everything around them was sent flying. Fugaku and Kazue were no exception. How is it, Patriarch? Your eyes seem to be able to see something different. What did you see this time? Kazue landed steadily on the ground and asked indifferently. There is no way. In the short future, no matter what methods we use to attack, we will not be able to truly harm him. Fugaku panted heavily. He felt that the vision of his left eye was constantly decreasing. What about the long-term future? Kazue frowned. I can't see it. This guy has Rinnegan. This is not something I can see through. Fugaku smiled bitterly. Nagato, this fellow, strength is one aspect, that perfect Hitomi technique system that makes people despair is the other. Susanoo, Shinra Tensei, Preta Path, Azura Path, the body supported by black Zetsu white Zetsu, in addition to the powerful Hitomi strength. Fugaku saw many fragmented scenes. Although these scenes may not become reality, at least what he saw and happened made Fugaku helpless. I've never believed in fate, let alone the so-called fate you saw, patriarch. With a cold face, Kazue focused his sight on Nagato. Left eye, Izanagi. In his field of vision, everything was distorted by the naked eye, as if an invisible hand was trying to erase this reality. The Susanoo of Nagato showed signs of distortion. One of the focal points of the erect Susanoo that had just been repaired by Nagato began to appear empty. Setsuna! Kazue shouted in a low voice. Setsuna coldly snorted, but still carried out his task. He also focused his sight and activated Amaterasu, directly igniting that distorted point, further destroying Nagato's defense. Under the attack of two types of Hitomi technique, Nagato's Susanoo was indeed unable to support itself, and a gap was torn open. Using this method to break my Susanoo, then what? What is the use of this? Nagato said. The use is to make you suffer a fate worse than death. Kazue's Susanoo directly placed its hand on the gourd hanging at its waist. From the mouth of the gourd, a sword stretched out at an astonishing speed, following the gap of Nagato's Susanoo, it was about to pierce through Nagato's chest. She was less than a second away from killing Nagato. Quickly report to the Hokage-sama, Akatsuki's guys are invading again. According to Akatsuki's style of doing things, I'm afraid the other party is not alone. Immediately organize a team to search. Another Enbu nodded and quickly jumped on the roof to report the specific information to the Hokage. But in the next moment, under the watchful eyes of everyone, this Enbu was nailed to death by a large number of paper cranes. Who is it? Sure enough, there are more than one enemy. Alert the surroundings. The ninjas started to move. Uchiha Garrison and the others also found a place to vent their emotions and began to search for the enemy. Is this paper? The enemy is a secret technique ninja. Yashiro looked at the corpse with a serious expression. Crash! Large amounts of paper began to float in the air, gathering the figure of Konan. You mortals, don't disturb the gods. Konan coldly looked down at these people. Humph, what a joke. Do you know where this is? This is Konoha, Ninja World's first ninja village, where experts gather. Attack, we can beat this bullshit Birdman down. An Uchiha shouted. Everyone was about to attack Konan. With so many people casting spells at the same time, if all of them hit, Konan would not be fine. But the problem was that Konan did not need to use his body to resist the ninjutsu. Konan took out her trump card ninjutsu. In an instant, a pile of paper with strange lines was separated from the large amount of white paper. This is a burst talisman? How come there are so many of them? Everyone was dumbfounded as they looked at the large number of burst talismans that fell from the sky. If they really fell down, more than half of them would die. Ninjutsu, Kojaizu. A loud shout rang out, and a large amount of white hair began to spread crazily, and countless needles shot out, densely smashing towards the exploding talismans all over the sky, causing a dense explosion. Secret technique, insect tornado. The number of insects that were so large that they were so numerous that they exploded, turning into a terrifying hurricane that swallowed up the remaining exploding talismans. Lord Jiraiya. Shibi-sama. Oi, you all retreat. I will deal with him. Jiraiya raised his head and looked at Konan seriously. He did not expect that they would actually fight under such circumstances. It was truly lamentable. Lord Jiraiya, there are more than two enemies. Shibi was still dressed like he was in the underworld. At this time, he stretched out a finger, and a parasite was lying on the fingernail. Find him and kill him, Jiraiya said in a deep voice. There are already people who have gone. Our village lacks everything, but we do not lack experts. However, you might be more familiar with the person who invaded. Who? Hiriko. So it is that kid. It has been a long time since I heard of him. Jiraiya looked at the sky, paused, and suddenly laughed. What happened today? Is it a gathering of acquaintances? Konan looked at Jiraiya coldly. Jiraiya-sensei, you have become our hindrance. That is really an honor. I must stand up and stop you. Jiraiya said in a deep voice. Konan looked past Jiraiya and Shibi and glanced at the chaotic village. What did that guy, Hiriko, do? On the other side. As soon as the disaster happened, Itachi immediately protected Sasuke. Ni-san, where is father? Sasuke felt the earth shake and the noise and roar that came from outside. He was extremely nervous. Don't worry, Lord Father is an expert of the village. Itachi sensed something and raised his head to look. This continuous movement. Soon, the two brothers were horrified to see 4 Susanoo appear one after another. So many Susanoo? Something big has happened. Sasuke, go hide in the secret room. Itachi said with an iron face. No, I am very strong, I can also fight, father encountered a strong enemy, how can I retreat? Sasuke's little face was tense. Itachi still wanted to say something, but suddenly, he blocked Sasuke behind him and looked at the shadow with a serious expression. 3 Tomo Sharingan opened, who is it? Humph, what a sharp sight. Sharingan's power is really fascinating. Hirako slowly walked out from the darkness and looked at the two people greedily. Originally, I was no longer interested in Sharingan's blood inheritance, because I had grasped a stronger power, but now it seems that I am still somewhat superficial. Who would have thought that Rinnegan is actually related to Sharingan? Hirako's eyes were blazing. The more Nagato fought, the more excited Hirako became. He couldn't believe his eyes. Nagato's Rinnegan actually successfully activated Susanoo, which can only be possessed by Kaleidoscope Sharingan. What did this mean? It meant that Mangekyo Sharingan had a close relationship with Rinnegan. Hirako was very talented in scientific research. He immediately thought of a possibility. Mangekyo Sharingan still had the possibility of evolving, and the final stage of evolution couldn't be Rinnegan. Thinking of this possibility, Hirako almost suffocated. The lost interest in Sharingan immediately rose again, and it was hotter than ever. Humph, you must be Fugaku-san, Itachi. I heard that you are the strongest young genius of Uchiha's clan. In terms of blood inheritance, which one of Uchiha's bloodlines was more outstanding than Itachi's? I originally planned to look for Shisui, but I couldn't find him even after searching for him. I was even discovered by a bunch of insects, so I only need to make a move on you first. Hirako approached Itachi and Sasuke step by step. Itachi frowned deeply. Is Rinnegan related to Sharingan? What are you talking about? When you fall into my hands, I will tell you. Hirako laughed and attacked. He quickly activated the blood escape technique and appeared behind Itachi at an astonishing speed. He directly ignored Sasuke and launched an attack on Itachi. Bang! Itachi pulled out Kunao and instinctively slashed behind him. He cut a wound on Hirako's arm and retreated with Sasuke. Be careful, Sasuke. Go find Lord Yuuji for help. Itachi tensed up. Yuuji. When Hirako heard this name, he subconsciously felt irritated. He looked at Sasuke with disgust, but he did not dare to attack Sasuke. Sasuke was the disciple of Yuuji, and if he really attacked, he would be dead. Even Nagato could not protect him. Big brother is still here. How can I escape? Sasuke had a stubborn expression. Not only did he not escape, he even wanted to fight with his big brother. He quickly formed a seal. Thunder escape, earth escape. The crackling thunder and lightning spread along the ground. When Sasuke raised his head again, Hirako's figure disappeared from where he was and appeared in front of him. Don't play such childish tricks. Go back and practice for a few more years. Hirako stretched out his hand. Chimera Technique's purple substance gushed out from his hand and spread out, instantly surrounding Sasuke. Brother! Sasuke said with a pained expression before being completely devoured by the purple substance. Sasuke! Itachi's eyes almost split open. No, it can't be, this can't be true, Sasuke was actually. What are you shouting for? It's your turn now. I can calmly give you, N. Hirako looked at Itachi, and his voice stopped abruptly. In Itachi's eyes, there were rolling tears of blood. The 3 megatama in his eyes rotated at an abnormal speed. Finally, they gathered together and turned into 3 curved blades. Tsukuyomi. Chapter 332, Full Body Susanoo. Your eyes. Hirako looked at the scene in front of him with wild joy. This guy actually opened Mangekyo Sharingan in one go? So that's how it is. It turns out that Mangekyo Sharingan needs a strong emotional stimulation to open his eyes. In an instant, Hirako understood. Was it because he was too worried about his younger brother? Hirako couldn't help but turn back to look at Suzuki. Of course, Suzuki was not dead. In fact, Hirako did not dare to kill Suzuki. He had surrounded Suzuki with chimera technique, but he was essentially worried that Suzuki would be too troublesome. If he accidentally died in battle, then he would be finished. But I never thought that it would actually provoke Itachi's eyes. You damned bastard, return Suzuki to me. Uchiha Itachi glared at the bewitching Mangekyo Sharingan. He should have been a very calm person, but the premise was that his younger brother would not have any problems. Humph, I want Suzuki, but he's already mine. Hirako had a greedy expression on his face as he walked on the path of death and never returned. Come, let me see Mangekyo Sharingan's strength. Itachi stared with his eyes wide open, and his eyes that emitted extreme hostility stared fixedly at Hirako. Tsukuyomi. An unimaginably terrifying illusion descended, and in an instant, it completed its attack on Hirako. By the time Hirako reacted, he found himself in a strange space. This was a black and white world that seemed to be constructed from countless lines, and there was always a dense bloody light surging. What is this place? Hirako's expression changed. He suddenly discovered that he was actually bound by countless shackles, unable to move. Illusion? However, this was the first time he had seen an illusion of this level. Don't struggle. You have no way to escape. Itachi slowly appeared in front of Hirako and looked at him coldly. In my world, all time and space are under my control. In the next 72 hours, I will let you die here. Itachi's eyes emitted endless killing intent as he walked towards Hirako step by step. Humph, what kind of joke is this? In the end, it is just an illusion. If it was just an illusion, I would be able to break it. An ominous premonition arose in Hirako's heart, but he still maintained his calm. What 72 hours? This kind of stupid trick is just a part of your illusion. Do you want to use this method to give me a psychological hint? This kind of ridiculous trick can't hide from me. He immediately wanted to activate the blaze escape to burn everything in the surroundings. But in the next moment, Hirako's heart skipped a beat. Because he couldn't feel his chakra, and the blood limit boundary in his body was also gone. At this moment, Hirako began to panic. Feeling that something is wrong? That's right, I will let you personally feel what fear is. Uchiha Itachi slowly raised his head, and a katana appeared in his hand. Then, more and more Uchiha Itachi came from the edge of this world, densely packed and endless. This is my world. I will cut you into pieces one by one here. Many Uchiha Itachi began to crazily chop Hirako. Hirako could not move and could only scream. When he was chopped to pieces, he found that everything was back to normal. He was tied to the same place, surrounded by countless Uchiha Itachi. Damn it, it turned into what it was just now. A terrified expression appeared on Hirako's face. He already understood what was going on with this technique. It's good that you know. Enjoy it. In the next 72 hours, Hirako fell into a terrifying situation he had never experienced before. He was crazily slashed and restored by Uchiha Itachi. His mind and will were also in this endless loop, almost collapsing. Uchiha Itachi wanted him dead. The 72 hours of studying in the world was only an instant in the outside world. You bastard, you actually. In reality, Hirako couldn't even stand steadily. He staggered and only felt that his spirit had suffered serious injuries, becoming riddled with holes. On the other side, Uchiha Itachi was also not feeling good. He panted heavily and covered his eyes in pain. He had just activated Mangekyo Sharingan and had already used such a complicated and dangerous Hitomi technique. This was also an incomparably huge burden for him. Moreover, he had used the Tsukuyomi technique to attack an expert like Hirako. You actually didn't die. A strong unwillingness appeared on Uchiha Itachi's face. He had almost killed Hirako in the Tsukuyomi world. Hirako's spiritual will was very strong, which was beyond his expectations. Humph, humph, what does a little brat like you know? In terms of spiritual will, even the sun might not be able to compare with me. Hirako had a ferocious look on his face, and his exhausted face was emitting a terrifying tyrannical intent. For the first time in his life, this was the first time in his life that he had suffered such humiliation. He had been trapped in a sealed world by an inexplicable Hitomi technique and crazily slaughtered for 72 hours. Did he know how he had endured these 72 hours? Fortunately, his willpower was strong enough. Otherwise, his spirit would really be destroyed by Tsukuyomi, and he would be tortured into a vegetable. You geniuses, all of you deserve to die. Hirako completely went berserk. He quickly made a series of hand seals and entered Sage mode. The sudden eruption of Senjutsu's chakra made Uchiha Itachi feel as if he was facing a great enemy. One of your Hitomi skills is Tsukuyomi. What is the other? If you don't use it now, you won't have a chance. Hirako looked over with a cold gaze and revealed a sinister smile. In the next moment, he activated Blaze Escape. Under Hirako's control, the terrifying high temperature spread wildly and surged straight towards Uchiha Itachi. Scorching release. Uchiha's complexion sank again, and his eyes became bloodshot. He erupted with the same power, and red-colored power immediately emerged from his body. Susanoo. Red Susanoo directly withstood this terrifying high temperature. Humph, 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 you actually can use this technique immediately, really cannot be underestimated. Hirako forced himself to focus, only maintaining the high temperature attack of scorching release, then cruelly watched Susanoo melt bit by bit. Susanoo was also not invincible in defense, it could also be broken through. Uchiha Itachi watched helplessly as the half-skeleton he created began to melt bit by bit under the terrifying high temperature. He tried to use more Hitomi techniques to repair it, but the bad thing was that Hirako had Senjutsu and could last longer than him. Scorching release, I can also use this type of high-temperature release technique. What? Amaterasu. Blood began to flow out of Itachi's eyes. Relying on the powerful perception that Sage Mode had obtained, Hirako immediately gave him a warning. As far as the eye could see, the black flames burned wildly from nothing. Bastard, bastard! How could this be? How could a little brat who had just opened up Mangekyo Sharingan have the Hitomi art that is more difficult to deal with? Hirako's state of mind exploded, and he tried his best to quickly flee. He recognized Amaterasu. This was a technique that the Eye Devil had mastered. Why did this little brat, who had just opened his eyes, possess such a terrifying Hitomi technique? The confrontation between both of them was a crazy dodge. Hirako's movement speed and Itachi's perception began to resist. In an instant, the raging flames spread wildly. Itachi avoids his younger brother on purpose, his pupil power is consumed at an exaggerated speed, he wants to burn Hirako to death regardless. Hirako wanted to find an opportunity to approach Itachi. He wanted to swallow this little bastard. As long as he successfully activated Chimera technique, no matter what happened to this little bastard, Mangekyo Sharingan and all the Hitomi techniques he had would be his. But unfortunately, Uchiha Itachi never ignored the protection he had for himself, and the Susanoo never showed any flaws. Hirako just couldn't find an opportunity. A few seconds later, black flames began to cover more areas, which made the space of Hirako constantly shrink. As long as the Amaterasu fire was touched, it would be over. Hirako did not dare to take the risk. Finally, another few seconds passed. Itachi could not hold on and covered his eyes in pain. Ha 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 ha, little brat, you finally can't hold on anymore. Hirako stood in the distance and looked at Uchiha Itachi with a brutal face. After being forced into such a state by a 13-year-old brat, the killing intent in Hirako's heart soared crazily. The last person who brought him shame at this age was still that terrifying man called Shiranui Yuuji. Hirako no longer hesitated and immediately launched a quick escape, fiercely rushing towards Uchiha Itachi. Chimera technique also began to prepare. Right at this moment, a thick stick fiercely swung over. With a loud bang, it smashed into the ground. Truly amazing. Leave the rest to me. A somewhat short figure jumped in front of Uchiha Itachi and spoke with gratification. You are Lord Sandame. Itachi raised his head and asked in surprise. Are you surprised? Although I have retired and am no longer a Hokage, I am still a ninja from the village. Sandame put on a military uniform and held the Ruyi staff with both hands. He saw the process of Itachi opening his eyes and understood the way Uchiha's clan opened Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Itachi, the super genius of the new generation, opened his eyes in order to protect. What a good child! Hirako, your appearance has changed. You have become like a snake. Sandame looked at Hirako in confusion. It's you? You are not dead yet. Hirako's expression was ugly. If I were to die, I wouldn't be able to see your current appearance. Hirako, after so many years, I didn't expect you to walk on a completely different path from Jiraiya and the others. You even have this kind of strength, Sandame said. Shut up. You old bastard, you still have the face to scold me. If you had accepted me as a disciple and not Jiraiya as a disciple, would I have become like this? Didn't you only take a fancy to talent? I don't have talent, so I was ignored by you. Hirako was so angry that his entire body was trembling. The person he hated the most was not Yuuji, nor the three ninjas, but Sandaime Hokage, Sarutobi, and Hiruzen in front of him. Back then, the four of them relied on each other, but ever since three of them were accepted as disciples by Sandaime, everything changed. The relationship between him and the three ninjas was becoming more and more distant, and the gap in strength was also becoming bigger. How much trust and dependence there was back then, and how much hatred later. Hirako attributed all of this to his lack of talent, followed by Sandaime Hokage. Hirako, you took the wrong path. Sandaime said in a deep voice. Shut up. If I had talent that was no less than Jiraiya's, would you still accept him as a disciple? Of course, if I were to do it again, it would still not change. Sandaime Hokage lied through his teeth. Back then, Hirako was not bad in terms of the will of fire. If his talent was good, the result would be hard to say. However, things had already happened. There was no way Sandaime would admit his mistake. Hirako, you are now the village's traitor. This old man cannot hold back. Ruyi Jingbang, grow longer. The Ruyi Jingbang extended out again. The moment Hirako dodged, the staff began to fold wildly, turning into a barrier. This was to imprison Hirako alive. Itachi took this opportunity to rush to Sasuke's side. Looking at Sasuke, who was wrapped in a large amount of purple matter, his heart was incomparably pained. He used Susanoo to directly tear apart the purple matter to check Sasuke's situation. Fortunately, Sasuke was safe and sound. Hirako wanted to continue to attack Itachi, but Itachi used Susanoo to protect him and Sasuke, making Hirako have no chance. Damn it, such a great opportunity was actually destroyed. Hirako was furious in his heart. In a small way, he had lost Mangekyo Sharingan. In a big way, he had lost Rinnegan. Bastard! Hirako turned to attack Sandaime. With astonishing speed and powerful fire escape, combined with Sage Mode's powerful perception and physical skills, he desperately attacked Sandaime Hokage. Sarutobi, this guy's burning escape is too strong. After a long time, I will not be able to hold on. You have to make plans early. The ape demon who had turned into the Ruyi Jingbang said in a low voice. Ah, hold on a little longer. This old man is looking for the enemy's weakness. Sandaime observed his surroundings vigilantly to deal with Hirako's powerful attack. Even he felt a little strained. If he was hit by Hirako's scorching flight, he would instantly turn into a dried corpse. However, Hirako still had senjutsu and swift escape, and his speed and perception were directly maxed out, making him very difficult to deal with. He had to be cautious. After being in a deadlock for a while, Sandaime suddenly made a hand seal and opened his mouth to spit out an earth dragon bomb. Humph, it's useless, old bastard. Hirako said coldly. It is indeed useless, but how long can your sage mode last? Sandaime shook his head. Humph, even if you die, I won't be affected at all. Hirako said angrily. All of a sudden, everything was calm and peaceful. Itachi and Sandaime looked around vigilantly. Lord Sandaime, the enemy seems to have retreated, Itachi said in a deep voice. Yes, he can't do anything to us. There seems to be something wrong with his mental state. More and more companions are coming from all directions. He won't have a chance. Sandaime heaved a sigh of relief and looked at Itachi with a gratified expression. The more he looked, the more satisfied he became. Itachi, your eyes. Before he could finish speaking, an earth-shattering explosion erupted, and the entire earth seemed to be about to collapse. Sandaime and Itachi raised their heads in shock, and their expressions changed greatly. They saw a blue, 100 to 200 meters tall Super Susanoo standing there with a loud bang. Chapter 333, Hago Romo Uchiha. The incomparably terrifying giant suddenly stood tall, looking down at the entire Konohagakure, like a god. Just the 2 feet of this blue giant had already trampled the land of Uchiha's clan to pieces. It was unknown how many people had died like ants. Damn it, what is this? Could this also be Susanoo? Susanoo can still advance. This kind of terrifying body, how can we fight? Patriarch Fugaku, Elder Setsuna, and Lord Kazue, have they been fighting this kind of monster all this time? Everyone was scared, staring blankly at this huge monster that filled their entire field of vision, their minds completely blank. They had never seen this kind of thing before. That terrifying pressure that rushed towards them, almost crushed their spirit. Incomparable. Gulp. Many people subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and their faces revealed deep bewilderment. Even if they all rushed forward, facing this kind of big guy, it would only be scraping the sand. Compared to this blue Super Susanoo, the third stage Susanoo of Kazue and others was just like a child. Finally appeared, is this complete Susanoo? Kazue's expression did not change at all, even when she saw this giant, her eyes revealed a trace of realization. Perfect? Kazue, where did you get this information? This old man did not know that the complete form of Susanoo was like this. Setsuna couldn't help but shout, and the unwillingness in his eyes grew stronger and stronger. He clearly had the strongest Mangekyo Sharingan, but why was it so difficult for him to even use a fourth stage Susanoo? Kazue glanced at Setsuna and lightly said, "Is this very surprising? I have already surpassed you." As he spoke, Kazue slowly withdrew his Totsuka sword. Unfortunately, it was just a little bit too late. If the enemy had reacted a little slower, your Totsuka sword would have hit him. Fugaku had an unwilling expression. Kazue shook his head. No, not just a little bit, from the beginning, it was a lot worse. The strength of us and the enemy is not on the same level as is in the first place. Izanagi added Amaterasu, and just now he used these two Hitomi techniques to tear apart Nagato's Susanoo with great difficulty. Kazue took the opportunity to use Totsuka sword, wanting to seal Nagato's soul. The result was good. Nagato directly opened up and pulled out the whole body of Susanoo. Totsuka sword had never been able to break through the defense of full-body Susanoo, so this joint attack had failed. All the attempts of mortals are meaningless in the eyes of the gods. Nagato stood on the forehead of full-body Susanoo, looking down at it from above. At this moment, Nagato felt that he was the real god. It turned out that in the past, he had never truly grasped the true power of these eyes. Even if he switched to Mangekyo Sharingan, he still far surpassed the other Mangekyo Sharingan. Nagato lowered his head and looked at these three little fellows. His expression was indifferent. He only needed to wave his hand and slap down. These people would all die. This was the power of a god. This is Nagato's current strength. Not far away, Jiraiya crawled up from the ruins in a sorry state and looked over with a shocked expression. He could hardly believe his eyes. Jiraiya-sensei, do you understand now? Compared to God, you are simply not worth mentioning. The times have changed and are no longer your times. Konan flew in the air and continuously launched long-range attacks, refusing to come down even if she was beaten to death. This made Jiraiya and Shibi temporarily have no way to deal with her. Lord Jiraiya, this kind of enemy is no longer something we can deal with. Shibi pushed his sunglasses and whispered. Ah, I understand what you mean. In the entire Konohagakure, I'm afraid only that guy can deal with Nagato. Jiraiya sighed, but soon, a trace of doubt appeared on his face. Strange, why don't I see Shisui, Kakashi, and Minato? But Jiraiya had no intention of paying attention to this matter. Because he saw that Nagato had moved. The huge Susanoo carried a world-destroying pressure as it slowly moved its arm. It looked like this big guy was about to swing the katana and slash horizontally. Even if it was just an ordinary attack, the power it released was enough to heavily injure Konohagakure. Who knew how many people would be killed? We must stop him. Jiraiya gritted his teeth. More and more ninjas gathered their courage and rushed towards Nagato, using all kinds of ninjutsu to try to stop him. Earth release, earth flow wall. Rui Jinggu bang, grow longer. Susanoo. A large number of ninjas gathered, using all kinds of methods. Even Sandame and Itachi rushed over, trying to stop Nagato. But it was very clear that their attacks were useless. Even if four Susanoo attacked together, tightly holding one of Nagato's hands. This only slightly hindered for a moment. It's useless, a mortal struggle. Nagato exerted a bit of strength and sent these four Susanoo flying. It was completely crushing. Then he stepped down, and with a rumbling sound, this foot of his was blocked by these four Susanoo. Itachi, I didn't expect that you also have this kind of eyes. When Fugaku saw his most proud son, his eyes lit up. Setsuna coldly snorted, I didn't expect that this old man made a mistake in his prediction. With your qualifications, you can actually open Mangekyo. Itachi didn't speak. He stared with bloodshot eyes and continuously strengthened his Susanoo. The few people present were all risking their lives, the load on their eyes far exceeding any other time. Even Sandame and the others rushed over, using all sorts of methods. However, everyone knew that this was just a drop in the bucket. If we want to deal with the enemy, it's not like there's no way. Sandame suddenly opened his mouth, and a trace of determination flashed across his face. As long as he used that technique, no matter how powerful the enemy was, he would die. But the problem was, Sandame had to find an opportunity to get close to Nagato first. Death, should there be a way to directly touch the soul of Nagato through Susanoo? Sandame made a series of hand seals and was about to make his move. At this time, a blue tail suddenly slapped over, and with a single strike, Susanoo's foot was pulled away, and it continuously extended, wrapping around Nagato's Susanoo. There is no need to use that technique. Sandame, if you want to die together with the enemy, it is not at that level yet. Moreover, even if you use it, it will probably be useless. In the smoke and dust that filled the sky, Yuuji landed in front of these people, and looked at this complete Susanoo with admiration. No matter how you looked at it, you would feel that this thing had a different kind of beauty. Yuuji. Senior, you're finally here. Everyone was pleasantly surprised. In the whole of Konoha, only Yuuji could deal with Nagato. Well, I just dealt with some other things and spent a few more seconds. But you can force this guy out of the perfect body in such a short time. It's really amazing. Yuuji walked over and praised him lightly. Then he looked at Uchiha Itachi. Itachi, your growth speed is also very good. He opened Mangekyo Sharingan at the age of 13 and stepped into cage level. He was definitely a super genius. Well, although he was much worse than him. Yuuji, can you deal with this guy? If not, I am ready. Sandame was pleasantly surprised and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Sandame, I do not doubt your determination to die for the village, but I have said it before, it is useless. Even if you successfully capture the soul of the enemy with Corpse Ghost Seal, there is a high chance that it is useless, because the enemy also has the technique to control the soul. Yuuji stretched out a finger and pointed at Nagato on the forehead of Susanoo. Corpse Ghost Seal? Lord Sandame, it has not reached that stage yet, we still have the strength to fight, so we will not let you die with the enemy. Fugaku immediately said. Sandame looked at Fugaku's sincere expression and revealed a gratified smile. It had been a long, long time since he had been so happy. It was true that he had selfish motives, and there were also some problems with his methods. However, when the time came for him to die for the village, he would absolutely not hesitate. It was truly great to be able to see so many people who were willing to risk their lives for the village appear in the clan that was the most estranged from the village. Soul attacks are meaningless against enemies who possess the Naraka path. All of you, step down and hand this guy over to me. Yuuji instructed. Sandame had a solemn expression and seemed to be deep in thought. When the corpse ghost was sealed, it relied on the death god to pull out the soul of the enemy. As for Nagato's path of hell, it could also pull the soul, and it was not necessarily worse than the death god. Not to mention, even if the death god's combat strength was off the charts and could overturn the path of hell, it would definitely not be able to defeat the stronger illusion dragon 9 seals. The illusion dragon 9 seals could also devour soul by relying on the Gedo statue. Back when Yahiko died, Nagato had summoned the Gedo statue and used this technique to wipe out Hanzo's elite troops. In terms of soul-type abilities, Rinnegan was the one at the top of the pyramid. At this time, Nagato had already broken Yuuji's huge tail, shaking off a large number of broken tail fragments, looking down indifferently. It's you. That's right, it's me. Speaking of which, we haven't seen each other since the last time we fought in the Earth Country. Yuuji raised his head and looked at Nagato. That time, Yuuji had just taken over Root's forces not long ago. Yakushi Shino's identity was exposed and he was being pursued by IWA Ninja Village's ninjas. Yuuji took action and summoned a few psychic creatures to block the pursuers. He even fought with Heavenly Path Pain. In the blink of an eye, many years had passed. The last time I tried to recruit you, you refused. This time, I will not let you go. Nagato waved his katana and directly chopped down. This slash seemed to split Konoha in half. Yuuji, don't let him move around in the village. Sandame shouted. I know, but Yandame is also very busy. He can't fly Raijin. It seems that I can only rely on myself. Yuuji raised his head. In the next moment, his body also began to swell crazily. In the naked eye, the same huge monster appeared. It also grabbed Nagato's arm. Last time we fought, you had 6 pain, and I had 5 psychic beasts. This time, your body size advantage is also gone. Blue lightning flashed in Yuuji's eyes, exuding a thick and brutal aura. Godzilla was an extremely dangerous beast to begin with, let alone planet Godzilla. His entire body was surging with a terrifying blue light, illuminating the night sky. 2 big fellows that were 200 meters tall and emitting blue light were confronting each other inside Konoha. The violent aura that was spreading wildly almost froze the soul. The entire Konoha was in a mess, and countless villagers were frantically fleeing. Just by looking at these 2 monsters from afar, they trembled and couldn't move. That is Lord Yuuji. Great, Lord Yuuji will definitely defeat the enemy. But who is the enemy? Could it be Uchiha Madara? Otherwise, who would have such a terrifying Susanoo? No, the enemy is not Uchiha Madara, but Akatsuki's leader. Uchiha clan had a complicated expression. They maintained order while watching the battle. When Yuuji gave the order, some of Uchiha was not far away from Yuuji. Therefore, he clearly heard the words of Lord Yuuji. The other party possesses the Path of Hell. The Path of Hell is one of Rikuta Sennin's pain, the puppet of Chief Akatsuki. Doesn't that mean that the person who controls the Susanoo is actually that Nagato? Something is wrong, isn't Nagato's eyes Rinnegan? How could he become the Mangekyo Sharingan of Uchiha's clan? Many people were unable to hide the fear in their hearts and quickly communicated with each other. Soon, bursts of exclamations sounded. It changed, the enemy's eyes changed, that was Rinnegan. Some of the ninjas who had perception ninjutsu noticed that something was wrong, and the others who were holding binoculars were also frightened. Mangekyo Sharingan had turned into Rinnegan. This crazy scene simply shattered everyone's 3 views, and the impact it brought even surpassed the full-body Susanoo to a certain extent. Mangekyo Sharingan can become Rinnegan? 2 kinds of eyes can switch. Doesn't that mean, the eyes of Uchiha clan, the final stage is actually not Mangekyo, but the legendary Rinnegan? No, how could it be like this? Then the blood limit of Uchiha clan, could it be that it came from Rikuta Sennin? Uchiha is actually a descendant of Rikuta Sennin. Many people's minds were in a mess, unable to accept this explosive truth. Rinnegan turned from Mangekyo Sharingan? Then what was Rikuta Sennin? So that's how it is. Many people of Uchiha clan had complicated expressions. There were fanaticism and hatred. After all, Nagato had destroyed Uchiha clan's territory, and many of Uchiha clan members were unable to escape in time and were killed. This hatred could not be faked, and it stimulated many of Uchiha clan members. But the problem was that the impact on the surface level of knowledge that Nagato brought was the most terrifying. Was Uchiha's clan in control of the path that pointed straight to the highest eye? After this night, as long as Konoha did not perish, as long as Yuuji defeated the enemy, this news would spread like the wind throughout Ninja World. The entire world would know this shocking news. Uchiha's clan is actually Rikuta Sennin's descendant. Nonsense, there is something wrong with your statement. A Uchiha clansman immediately scolded, our Uchiha clan is not a descendant of Rikuta Sennin. On the contrary, this means that Rikuta Sennin belongs to our Uchiha clan. The legendary god Rikuta Sennin is actually surnamed Uchiha. Chapter 334, Battle of Giants. The 2 huge existences were confronting each other. I have to drive you out of the village. Yuuji looked down. This was the first time he used the 200-meter-long Godzilla mode. Looking down from above, everything was like ants. If he kicked down, he could definitely cause a huge earthquake in the entire Konoha and kill many people. Body size did not represent everything, but at least it was a way of showing strength. Even at this time, you are still concerned about the life and death of these ants? I have to admit that you barely have the qualifications to compete with me, but it is only barely. Nagato stood in the middle of Susanoo's forehead and said indifferently, the village you desperately guarded is essentially the source of terror and hatred. The people in this village use martial arts to spread fear. I am now stronger than Konoha's people, so it is natural to destroy this place. As he spoke, Nagato thought of his parents who had been killed. He had almost forgotten the face of his parents. As he grew up, the memories of his family had long been blurred. The more blurry it was, the stronger the killing intent in Nagato's heart became. Konoha, Ninja World's first village to endure, destroying this place should be a step closer to peace. Nagato planned to start a war with Konoha and defeat Yuuji. When I kill you, I will naturally destroy Konoha. Nagato sneered. The fight between two leviathans was absolutely devastating for this village and countless residents. I don't have time to listen to your nonsense. Hurry up and start. I can't wait to feel the power of full-body Susanoo. Yuuji looked at the big guy in front of him with some excitement. Madara's full-body Susanoo, moreover it was released through Rinnegan, this level of other eye, its strength was really something to look forward to. However, how much Nagato could display was still a question mark. Yuuji estimated that even with the support of Rinnegan level eyes, this Susanoo of Nagato might not be stronger than the Susanoo of Uchiha Madara in the Battle of the Valley of the End. Swish! Nagato's Susanoo brandished the katana and chopped towards him. Yuuji frowned, suddenly lowering his head, his burly body ferociously smashed over. Before the katana chopped down, Godzilla had already collided with Susanoo. A world-shaking and terrifying sound erupted, transforming into a terrifying shock wave, wreaking havoc with visible ripples. The earth under their feet was unable to bear the burden, and instantly collapsed, creating large cracks that spread in all directions. This caused the entire Konoha to fall into a huge upheaval, and large amounts of houses collapsed with a loud bang. Countless people watched from afar, and their faces were filled with terror as they watched the blue giant beast bury its head into the chest of the blue giant, and the terrifying strength pushed the blue giant. Rumble! Susanoo was knocked down, and after staggering several steps back, it fell down with its head raised. I can't fall here, although many areas have already been destroyed. Yuuji stretched out his long tail, and instantly wrapped around the leg of Susanoo, then ruthlessly swung it, sending Susanoo flying. It fell into the forest of Konoha. Humph, an attack that doesn't hurt or itch. Nagato quickly controlled Susanoo to stand up, and coldly said, "You are desperately trying to protect those ants, but you are only delaying their time of death. After I deal with you, I will bring them to death." The two huge monsters began to fight in the forest of Konoha. With a wave of their hands, they triggered countless terrifying roars, carrying a destructive force. The two existences collided with each other, and wherever they passed, mountains would collapse and the earth would crack. That vast and boundless primeval forest welcomed a disaster. Bang! Yuuji stretched out his claws and ruthlessly grabbed the body of Susanoo, tearing open a large amount of wounds. Even the final version of the black heavenly dog heavy armor was damaged. Immediately, Yuuji swung his tail and ruthlessly whipped the opponent. At the same time, Susanoo's two samurai swords also chopped down. It ruthlessly hacked at the tail of Yuuji. With a bang, both of them retreated at the same time. Just this. Yuuji shook his tail and said lightly. As he spoke, the wound on his tail had already recovered. Not to mention cutting out a wound, even if it was cut off, it would not hurt or itch. Humph, if the tail be repaired, what about the head? Susanoo waved its wings, and rushed into the sky at the first possible moment, moving at an astonishing speed. Every time it flapped its wings, it could trigger a terrifying hurricane. After Nagato found the opportunity, he immediately moved, appearing behind Yuuji, ruthlessly slashing horizontally. From the bottom to the top, the blade was pointed directly at the back of Yuuji's neck. Nuclear release. External radiation technique. The entire dorsal fin instantly erupted with a terrifying luster that was enough to blind the eyes of ordinary people at close range. Then, rays of blue light surged, and finally exploded out with a loud bang. One after another, densely packed together, in a very close distance, a large area hit the Susanoo behind him. Bang! 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 Every blue beam of light bombarded the body of Susanoo, producing an astonishing explosion and burning, completely not inferior to the destructive power of Bijuudama. Damn it! Being directly hit by this level of attack, Susanoo was severely injured, and was forced back on the spot. Even Nagato couldn't help but curse, and looked down. A large amount of damage appeared on the surface of the entire Susanoo, and it retreated like water. Those holes were all forcibly broken by Yuuji. Even this level of Susanoo was injured. The complexion of Nagato was somewhat moved, and he looked at his opponent. That attack just now was so dense that even Nagato himself felt danger. Susanoo is not an invincible defense, even if it is complete Susanoo, we can still use absolute strength to forcibly break it. Yuuji turned around, wagging his tail, walking step by step, his feet stepping on the ground, making a rumbling sound. Decades ago, Senju Hashirama used the top of the Buddha technique to defeat Madara's strongest ninjutsu beast disaster. Even Madara himself is unable to guarantee that his complete Susanoo is not injured, let alone you. My technique is not inferior to that of a top Buddha. Yuuji said. Beast's disaster. Nagato frowned. Oh, this technique also has another name, it is called Senjutsu Susanoo. Back then, Madara controlled the Kyuubi and used his complete body Susanoo to trap the Kyuubi, but it was forcibly broken through by Senju Hashirama. Yuuji said. Humph, that can only mean that Uchiha Madara is incompetent. Moreover, Madara is also my subordinate now. His peak strength is not worth mentioning compared to the current me. Nagato was very confident. Because the strength that Madara could possess, that is, Mangekyo Sharingan, he also had. Madara did not have Rinnegan, he also had. He wanted to far surpass the limits of Madara, this was Nagato's position on himself. There is really nothing to say with a guy like you. To a certain extent, you are a paranoid. Yuuji shook his head and began to speed up. Nagato snorted coldly, looked at Yuuji solemnly, while trying to expend more pupil power to quickly repair Susanoo's injury. On the other hand, he also rushed forward not to be outdone. At the moment when the two behemoths collided, the Susanoo of Nagato was still not repaired. Do you want to take the opportunity to attack me? Stupid. Nagato raised his hand. His eyes maintained the state of Rinnegan. Shinra Tensei. The repulsive force erupted and was aimed at Yuuji. Repulsion, it's really a fix-all ability. Yuuji felt the violent impact coming to his face. However, the power of repulsion was limited when compared to cage level, and it could only be used to assist him. There was a reason why Madara and Sasuke didn't use the Shinra Tensei or the Bansho Tenin. Boom! The strongest Shinra Tensei in history attacked him directly, and the distance was extremely close. Nagato almost saw the scene of Yuuji being sent flying by him in one move, because Shinra Tensei had never disappointed him in the past. Unfortunately, this time was an exception. Huge dust rose, accompanied by a large number of trees and rocks rising up. Yuuji's figure merely swayed slightly, and without any obstruction, he ruthlessly smashed into Nagato's body. Susanoo was continuously knocked back, and that wound that had yet to be completely healed was once again torn apart by Yuuji's powerful attack. How could this be? Nagato's complexion changed, my Shinra Tensei actually. To put it bluntly, it is just repulsion, and only you would treat this thing as a major attack. Yuuji coldly snorted, stretched out his claw, and ruthlessly stabbed into Susanoo's chest. After roaring towards the sky, he forcefully tore it apart. Hiss! The Susanoo was even more broken. Yuuji even opened his mouth, aimed at the wound of Susanoo, and spat out an atomic breath. Nuclear release, spiral atomic breath. The terrifying light beam shot out a spiral trajectory, smashing towards Susanoo. The battle between Yuuji and Nagato was extremely destructive and terrifying. Even though there was a long distance between them, they could still hear the shockwave that came crashing down and feel the earth tremble. What a monster! Fortunately, Lord Yuuji is here. Otherwise, I really don't know how we can face such a terrifying enemy. Many people were rejoicing. There were even more people, but they could never forget Nagato's eyes. Mangekyo Sharingan. Rinnegan. Many people subconsciously looked at Uchiha beside them, their eyes revealing deep envy and jealousy. Before this, who would have thought that Rinnegan had advanced into Mangekyo Sharingan? Although the mechanism of this advancement was unknown and it was absolutely difficult, it was at least a kind of hope. Moreover, it was a path that could be seen with the naked eye, an incomparably terrifying path to increase one's strength. When the Uchiha clansmen walked in the village, they all used their nostrils to look at people, incomparably arrogant. His mentality was inflated to the extreme. Humph, Rinnegan is from our Uchiha clan, and Rikuta Sennin is also from our Uchiha clan. Doesn't this mean that our clan is the most awesome and has the most expensive bloodline? I wonder who will win between Lord Nagato and Lord Yuuji. Shut up! Don't forget that Nagato is an enemy. That guy just killed many people in the village and killed our clansmen. That's another matter. No matter how heinous he is, he still has the surname Uchiha. But then again, why do our descendants of Uchiha have red hair, making them look like the Uzumaki clan? Don't say any more. Fugaku took the lead and said in a deep voice, making all the Uchiha clansmen close their mouths. Beside Fugaku were Kazue, Setsuna, and Itachi. 4 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan. Rays of light shot over, filled with reverence. There were simply too many experts in this clan. Adding on Akatsuki and the Uchiha from the I organization, it was truly something that made people speechless. Lord Clan Chief, what do you mean by Rinnegan? One of the clansmen looked at Fugaku with a burning expression. Even more people looked over. Whether they were people from Uchiha's clan or not, they were all very concerned about this problem. Fugaku's face darkened, and he slowly shook his head. How could it be so simple? In the past 1,000 years, including the mysterious Rikudo Sennin, there were only 3 pairs of Rinnegan. Moreover, it is hard to say whether Mangekyo Sharingan can advance to Rinnegan or not. But Nagato has already confirmed this point. Fugaku frowned and remained silent. The waves in his heart were definitely no less than these people. However, he also had no clue. How should Mangekyo advance to Rinnegan? Even Uchiha Madara can't do it, let alone him? But how did Nagato and Hitomi of the I organization do it? Unless... maybe he was innate. Itachi suddenly said. He knew that if he did not find a way to suppress the ambitions of these fellows, Uchiha's clan would really become the disaster of the village. The internal battle would be imminent. Even if they could not defeat them, these fellows who had been blinded by their fanatical emotions would risk their lives to contact the I organization and Akatsuki's so-called clansmen to invite them to attack Konoha. Do not doubt that the fanatical Uchiha would definitely do such a thing. Originally, on the timeline, this group of fellows would launch a serious matter like rebellion. It was known to everyone that they were a ninja with some status and some brains, and they were keenly aware of the strange movements of Uchiha's clan. This clan had done a secret job. Innate? Itachi. Your Excellency, why do you say that? Yashiro hesitated for a moment and asked. The reason is very simple. Even our Uchiha clan, which has been passed down for generations, does not know how to advance to Rinnegan. How did Nagato know? How did Hitomi know? Especially Nagato. He used Rinnegan in the past and was almost killed by Hitomi. If he had already mastered Mangekyo and Rinnegan, there was no reason not to use Susanoo. Itachi said, therefore, the greater possibility is that Nagato didn't know that he could switch his eyes to Mangekyo Sharingan in the past. Many people pondered for a moment and fell into silence. In the distant rooftop, Sandame was silently watching all of this. Finally, he sighed. Uchiha's clan. If not for Yuuji, he really didn't know what to use to suppress this unruly and talented clan. He hoped that Yuuji could defeat his opponent. Otherwise, Konoha would really be in danger. Even if he wasn't defeated by external enemies, he would still collapse in the civil war. But, what is Lord Yandame doing? Below, someone suddenly said, even Lord Sandame has gone to battle. Why haven't I seen any traces of Lord Yandame? Not just Yandame, it seems that Lord Kakashi hasn't. Hey, look, what is that? In a certain direction in the village, it was destroyed in a large scale. A huge cat with 2 tails suddenly appeared in the village. Chapter 335, Shin vs Minato. Humph, what's going on with Nagato? He actually made such a big commotion. Orochimaru secretly broke the barrier, entered Konoha and looked in the direction of Uchiha's clan. Over there, the commotion was a bit too big. Especially when he saw a 200-meter-tall Susanoo standing there, Orochimaru was also stunned. That is Susanoo? And it is the type that has never been seen before, it is too huge. Shisui also changed his complexion, and looked at it in horror. Well, this is probably the complete Susanoo, but what I am more concerned about is, why did Nagato use this Susanoo, whose eyes did he dig out? Orochimaru said in a deep voice, and subconsciously stuck out his tongue to lick his lips. Rinnegan is obviously so strong, why did he still poach Mangekyo Sharingan? Unless... Orochimaru's eyes flickered. Shin looked at this Susanoo with incomparable jealousy, that is Nagato? Humph, sooner or later I will have stronger eyes. Then you have to work hard. Let's make our move quickly. It wasn't easy for us to make a trip to Konoha, so we're not here to watch the show. Yuuji won't let Nagato go. There will be a big battle in a while. Orochimaru smiled darkly. He suppressed some ridiculous speculation in his heart and carefully brought Shisui and Shin inside Konohagakure. The first goal is to get the Uchiha fan. Do you understand? You help me get the fan, and then I will help you. Shin warned. Humph, don't worry, I will remember it in my heart. No matter where Yandame put your fan, I will find it. If nothing goes wrong, it is nothing more than those few places. Orochimaru brought the two of them to Anbu's base. Many of Konohagakure's confidential information and forbidden techniques were placed in the Hokage building or Anbu's base. Generally speaking, there were countless barriers and seals here. It was impossible for ordinary people to sneak into route, and it would take some time to forcibly break in. However, to Orochimaru, these obstacles were not a problem at all. Soon, Orochimaru cracked a large number of sealing barriers, sneaked in, and quickly took out scrolls to browse. It's really good luck. It just happened to be Nagato who invaded the village. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been so successful. But then again, monster, you wouldn't have sent some information to the village while we weren't paying attention, right? Orochimaru turned his back to Shisui and said without looking back. Shisui said, I haven't found a chance to do such a thing. Orochimaru was slightly stunned, and then he laughed excitedly, yes, I am more and more curious about your real identity. Who could it be? Shin was already impatient. He did not care whether Shisui had transmitted the information or not, nor did he care about Orochimaru's real purpose. He only wanted the fan. The divine artifact that Uchiha had inherited from generation to generation had the unique property of the unparalleled rebound ninjutsu. If he got this, Shin would be like Shin, and his own strength would experience a leap. More importantly, this fan was the symbol of Uchiha. Especially when the outside world was stimulated by Susanoo, he couldn't help it even more. Found it. Orochimaru looked at the bookshelf for a while, and finally found a ninja scroll, opened it, and made a series of hand seals. With a bang, Uchiha's fan was unsealed. Is this it? Orochimaru looked at the time mark on the scroll and immediately retreated. That's right, this is it. Shin was already impatient, but he stopped himself and did not immediately reach out to take it. Instead, he used his left eye to mark the fan. Sure enough, in the next moment, a figure suddenly appeared above the round fan, holding special kunao tightly in his hand, and threw it at Orochimaru who was retreating. Orochimaru, it's you. Minato raised his eyebrows, a little surprised. He thought that the one who came to take this fan would be Obito. Tisk, it really is a trap. Orochimaru cursed in his heart and quickly retreated. Flying Raijin, rank 2. Minato disappeared again. At this moment, Kunao, who was next to Orochimaru, grabbed Kunao and slashed at him. Clang! Orochimaru's neck was cut open, but he did not panic at all. He just sneered and opened his mouth to spit out his new self. How could Akatsuki's people get together with the people from the I organization? Or, Orochimaru, did you betray Akatsuki again? Minato looked at Shin and Shisui and said slowly. As expected of the person who defeated me and became Yondame's Hokage. That old bastard really did pick you. Orochimaru sneered and admitted it. So, is it that your excellency demon wants to get the divine artifact of Uchiha? It is not a friendly move to casually sneak in here and steal. I originally thought that Konoha and the I organization had reached a tacit understanding. Minato's expression was very serious. One Shin was not a big problem. If this was the intention of the I organization, then it would be troublesome. Minato really did not expect that the people who came to steal the fan would be the people of the I organization. After all, there were already Setsuna and Shisui in the I organization. The two sides should have a tacit understanding. If the I organization wants to do something to Konoha, it is impossible for you to stop me, Shin. Even if Shiranui Yuuji can temporarily stop our leader, how many of our other members can you defeat? Senior Shin, it seems that Konohagakure has more cage level than our organization, Shisui could not help but say. Shin paused and thought for a moment. Hiss, it seemed that it was really true. Not to mention, Setsuna and Shisui were essentially born from Konoha. If they really fought, it was unknown what these two fellows would do. Ah, long-winded, I can't think of this. Leader is invincible, enough to defeat any enemy. Shiranui Yuuji can't be a match for leader. Shin shouted. Shisui lowered his head and did not speak. Yondame, the village is already in chaos. Is it really okay for you to talk nonsense with us here? Do you want to repeat the scene of the nine-tailed rebellion again? Orochimaru said darkly. Minato said, there are many strong people in the village, and there is Yuuji. Me and the others will block the enemy. It is my duty to deal with you, a traitor. As for Shin. Minato hesitated. Should he kill him? It wasn't that he couldn't kill him, but there was no way out if he killed him. It was better not to do so unless it was absolutely necessary. It's so noisy. Move aside and bring the fan over. Shin directly reached out his hand and was about to forcefully take the fan away. Suddenly, a sharp sound of thunder appeared. Reikari. Kakashi broke through several layers of barriers and rushed straight towards Shin. It seemed like he was about to pierce through Shin. Kakashi, spare his life, Minato said. Shin grinned hideously and escaped 2 ninja blades in minutes, blocking Kakashi's attack head-on. Not only that, the explosive blades exploded at the first moment, forcing Kakashi to retreat. You bastards, do you really think I am easy to deal with? Shin sneered again and again, and a large number of ninja tools flew out of his sleeves. Minato said in a deep voice, I will emphasize again, I have no intention of becoming enemies with the organization, but this is not the reason why you forced me. Shin. Shin was shocked. Orochimaru also paused. He first looked at Shisui, thought for a moment, and immediately became excited. You even found this. I wasn't sure at first, but I only locked onto a few suspicious people, but now I see you and Orochimaru together, so I'm sure. Minato looked at Shin and said, you must be Shin. He mysteriously disappeared. Maybe Orochimaru took him away to do human experiments? Is this how your Mangekyo came? Shisui widened his eyes. Sir Demon was not a member of Uchiha's clan. His eyes were also created by Orochimaru? How could Mangekyo Sharingan be born in this way? Shisui did not understand, but he was greatly shocked. To be honest, Minato was also very shocked at this moment. He did not expect it to be true. Are you humiliating me? Shin had been touched on the reverse scale. The fact that he did not have Uchiha's blood in his body had been exposed, and his originally mediocre identity had been exposed in blood. For a spiritual Uchiha, especially this spiritual Uchiha, who had always regarded himself as the most respected and most powerful pure-blooded Uchiha, this matter was not over. Shin's face was cold, and he immediately forcibly seized the Uchiha fan. He had just marked it, and now, he used the right eye Hitomi technique to forcibly control it, and it looked like he was going to grab the fan in his hand. At this time, Kakashi only coldly said, Guy. Jingman, Kai. Might Guy fiercely kicked over, sending the fan flying. You insist on going against me, you are simply bastards. I am only here to take Uchiha's clan fan. This is Uchiha's weapon to begin with, but you actually dare to humiliate me like this. Shin was so angry that his entire body was trembling. He had never been humiliated like this in his life. Wait. Minato was about to speak. However, Shin had already made his move. If he didn't vent his anger, he would explode. In this underground base, in the secret room, a large amount of ninja equipment crazily shot out from Shin's body, covering everything in all directions. He suddenly began to attack without missing anything else. Dong! After the intensive attack, the entire basement was riddled with holes and began to collapse. It's really dangerous, but since we've made our move, there's nothing we can do about it. Orochimaru laughed, gloating. The more chaotic it was, the better. This made it easier for him to find that thing. Although he was not sure if it existed or not. However, according to his many years of research, the second-generation Hokage sealed the body of that guy somewhere. If he wanted to get the cells of that guy, he could only start from the body of that guy. Soon, the commotion here also attracted a lot of Anbu ninjas. The few people attacked. Orochimaru took action, directly summoning a large number of vipers, trying to mess up the situation as much as possible. Shin, whose self-esteem had been humiliated, was also going crazy. He desperately consumed the power of his right eye, controlling countless ninjas to attack everywhere, densely packed. Just this level of concentration and continuous attack strength was enough to kill most of the ninjas. But none of the people present were waterstock. Minato used Flying Raijin to run, Guy used 8 inner hidden gates armor and terrain to meet the ninja, Kakashi put on the 2-tailed Bijuu coat, and Shisui used Susanoo. Well, Shisui was not willing to use Susanoo, because the green Susanoo, if not for blind, people would know who it was. Green? Shisui, you actually joined the eye organization behind the village. Guy realized later and could not help but scream. Shisui looked distressed. This matter is very complicated. I will never allow you to confess to the Hokage. Guy had already made his move. Peacock. Countless balls of fire were thrown out by him. Shisui had no choice but to use Susanoo to scatter all these balls of fire. Stop, guy, he is not an enemy. Kakashi said indifferently. Oh. Guy paused and was stunned. Explode for me. Shin threw out his explosive saber, and countless exploding talismans appeared on the explosive saber, about to trigger a huge explosion. At this time, Minato came back and threw out a kunao. The moment kunao touched the explosive knife, he transferred the explosive knife away. This time, Shin's mentality was even more explosive. He felt that his explosive knife had run dozens of kilometers away. With the strength of Hitomi in his right eye, Root could not cover such a distance. Pa! Shin grabbed the fan with one hand and ruthlessly slashed at Minato. With a whoosh, Minato casually threw out a large handful of kunao, and he was gone again. Shin cut into loneliness. Only 0.1 seconds passed. Minato flew back, and Rei's Nan was already in position with the other hand. He aimed at Shin's shoulder and ruthlessly smashed down. In the blink of an eye, the fan in Shin's hand slipped out of his hand and flew close to his back, blocking Minato's Rei's Nan. If I remember correctly, this should be called Uchiha's Rebound. Pa! Uchiha's fan, which could reflect attacks that surpassed cage levels, immediately rebounded all of Rasengan's attacks. The power told the compressed Rei's Nan. At this moment, it exploded with a loud bang and rushed towards Minato. Minato disappeared once again. In front of Shin now, a hand of kunao was already aimed at Shin's neck. At the same time, Shin controlled a large number of ninjas to attack, forcing Minato to fly away again. It's useless, I have already locked onto your kunao's position. Shin was also ruthless, directly marking all of Minato's kunao. When Minato appeared again, he helplessly found that he flew off. All the coordinates of kunao were thrown far away by Shin. On the side, Orochimaru, who was already facing Kakashi, shook his head. This Shin fellow had already fallen into a disadvantageous position. Because just now, Minato had already sent Flying Raijin's coordinates to the group fan. Sure enough, just as Shin thought that victory was within his grasp, Minato had already appeared in front of Shin and aimed straight at him. I won. No, you didn't. Shin glared, and kunao, who was in Minato's hand, was also marked and flew out of his hand. Shin had already taken the opportunity to retreat, and a large number of ninja tools wrapped around his body, flying at high speed. Without Susanoo, it would be very difficult to truly hurt Shin. In a fight, no one had truly taken advantage of him. At this time, Kakashi had already fixed his eyes on Orochimaru, and a trace of determination flashed through his cold face. Ha, do you want to kill me? The younger generation nowadays are too amazing. Orochimaru said hoarsely. Rumble. Kakashi had completely transformed into Bijuu. The huge two-tailed cat crashed into the ground and glared fiercely at Orochimaru. Chapter 336, Confusion. In the darkness of the night, the two Leviathans were finally sent away, and now the Nibi Matatabi appeared. Countless Konoha ninjas felt exhausted. What's going on? This is the Nibi. Is it Bijuu who went berserk? I remember a few years ago, we caught the Nibi Jinchuriki from Kumagakure's hands, and then there was no afterward. So, who became the two-tailed Jinchuriki? Is he fighting against the enemy, or is Bijuu raging? Many ninjas quickly rushed to the edge of the village and surrounded the two-tailed from far away. All back off! The two-tailed opened his mouth and shouted. This voice is Kakashi. That's right, it's Kakashi. That's why Kakashi became the two-tailed Jinchuriki. He didn't lose control. Is he fighting with the enemy? That's why Lord Yondaime is not willing to show up. Many people felt their scalps go numb. How strong was the enemy who could hold back Yondaime and Kakashi? Many people were worried. Rumble. At this time, several huge snakes appeared and rushed up to entangle the second tail. Everyone immediately understood, so it was Orochimaru. Bastard, that traitor actually came back. Ryuoka cave snakes are about to be killed, and this guy is still fighting with the psychic spell. Many ninjas were furious, and they surrounded the area and immediately launched ninjutsu on these big snakes. Orochimaru stood on the head of a snake, looking coldly at the Nibi in front of him. Transplant the Nibi to your own disciple? Minato, what a smart decision. Soon, the snakes he summoned fell into an absolute disadvantage and were easily torn into pieces by the Nibi. Orochimaru, you have to die here. Even if the main forces of the village are dealing with Nagato and the others, I have enough strength to kill you. Kakashi said in a low voice, reaching out his claws to grab it. A giant snake was torn apart on the spot. Tisk, it's a pity that Manda is dead. I'm not familiar with that fellow Garuga. Otherwise, I wouldn't have suffered such a loss. Orochimaru frowned. Looking at the fast approaching Kakashi, who was huge but agile, Orochimaru felt that he could not waste any more time. He was here to find that guy's cells, not to fight. Shin, get ready to retreat. Don't tangle with these guys. Orochimaru shouted. Shin coldly snorted, and all the ninja tools in the sky shot out, turning into a terrifying hurricane that shattered everything around him. He held Uchiha's fan in one hand and a blunt knife in the other, controlling the ninja storm with shocking power. Even Yondaime Hokage could not easily approach him. On the side, Shisui paddled the entire way, silently observing the changes in the situation. Humph, Yondaime is just so-so. Back then, I chose to run away. If I were to stay in this village, I would have no future. Shin cruelly looked at Minato, his eyes surging with cold light. I've been underestimated. If you can dodge this move, I will let you go. If you can't dodge it, then die here. Sage Mode. Flying Raijin number 0. Countless kunai was thrown out by Minato. Countless golden lightning flashed, and Minato seemed to turn into countless specks of light. He flashed continuously in the space and rushed toward Shin from all directions. It's useless. You can't break through my ninja tools. Shin shouted. But in the next moment, his eyes widened, and he recognized Yondaime again. He saw the shadow of Minato appear in every direction. He attacked the ninja tool at a speed invisible to the naked eye, and in every moment, a large number of ninja tools were destroyed by Minato. Layer after layer, in the end, these ninja tools became fewer and fewer. Bastard! It doesn't matter even if my ninja tool is broken into pieces by you. Using the fragments is even more, what? Shin opened his eyes wide and watched as Minato placed Raijin's mark on a large number of ninja tools. He did not hesitate to use his chakra to transfer all of them away. Shin could clearly feel it. The countless ninja tools instantly appeared dozens of kilometers away and could no longer be controlled. Everyone else was dumbfounded. It could still be like this? Destroy most of these tens of thousands of tools, and then use Flying Thunder God to send away the rest? In a flash, Minato had already used his shadow clone. The two Minato attacked Big Jade Raise Nan from the front and back, heavily injuring Shin on the spot. What Big Jade Raise Nan killed included a large amount of flesh and blood on Shin's body. After a loud boom, Minato stood calmly not far away. Minato looked over. Is he dead? Shin staggered to his feet. The melted part of his body was quickly stopping the bleeding. There were also scattered white skin that began to quietly spread. Could this be the first generation cells? Minato frowned. Hoo, that's amazing. I was almost killed by you. I never thought that you could use this method to crack my Hitomi technique. Shin revealed himself, his entire body covered in holes, strange Sharingan filling them, and slowly dissipating. So that's how it is. Using the sealing technique and the Edo Tensei to obtain an extra Sharingan. Minato also revealed a look of amazement. It really was the creation of a genius, yet it could be like this? This is using the first generation cells to achieve a balance with so many Edo eyes, just like the Danzo of the past? No, the first generation cells seem to only be concentrated on his hands. Perhaps these two hands are made of the first generation cells. Minato was deep in thought. How could this little first generation cell support the whole body of Sharingan? Danzo's right hand was cut off from my body at the beginning. I want to carry so many eyes. I does not need any first generation cells. Shin sneered after spitting out a mouthful of blood. He did not want Shin to die here. He did not kill anyone after coming to Konoha. From beginning to end, he just wanted to use Orochimaru to get the fan. Although Devil and Monster were Konoha's people, once they had to choose, they would not help Konoha to kill him. Swish! Shisui appeared next to Shin. After looking at Minato, he nodded slightly. Senior, let's retreat. If we don't leave now, we really won't be able to leave, Shisui said in a deep voice. Humph, I don't need you to remind me. Yondaime, the next time we meet, I will be 10 times, 100 times stronger than I am now. Shin gritted his teeth, dragged his heavily injured body, and left immediately. Might Guy wanted to rush forward, but was stopped by Minato. Let them go. Before we deal with Akatsuki's threat, we can't fall out with the organization, just endure it. Looking at this scene, Orochimaru chuckled and looked at Kakashi again. Unless you use Bijuudama, you can't kill me. But thanks to you, I almost got what I wanted. Orochimaru opened his hand. A large number of small snakes emerged from the ruins, holding a large number of broken things in their mouths. Orochimaru's hand grew more than 10 meters long, accurately grabbing one of them, and turned to flee. The group of Konoha experts intended to surround and kill Orochimaru here. However, Orochimaru's body suddenly began to split apart, turning into a large number of small snakes that quickly crawled in many directions. The many ninjas also attacked one after another, quickly killing. How cunning, but what exactly does he want? Minato was puzzled. Shisui took Shin and fled. Orochimaru didn't catch up. Shisui said. Don't worry about his life or death. Let's find a place to recuperate and then go directly to his base. The two of them stopped. Shin reached out and picked up the missing explosive blade and sealed it up. This time, although it was a little miserable, Shin got what he wanted, the fan. When I have the real Sharingan. Shin gritted his teeth. If I can have a real Sharingan. Humph, what is Yandere? He can be killed easily if he moves. There hasn't been a victor yet. What a shocking battle. Shisui couldn't help but look at the battle between the two giants. Even though they were far away, he could still feel the terrifying pressure. Was this an existence that surpassed cage level? Fortunately, there was still Senior Yuuji in the village. Otherwise, he really didn't know what would happen today. At the same time, Orochimaru was also far away from Konohagakure, constantly moving in the territory of the Fire Country. He knocked out a civilian and took him away. He found a secluded place and used the materials he got from Konohagakure to immediately start casting spells. Edo Tensei. The unlucky civilian let out a miserable scream. Along with the flying and gathering of a large number of fragments, he became a completely new person, full of cracks. It's an honor, second Hokage. Orochimaru let out a strange laugh. Senju, with a head full of white hair, appeared very cold. He first looked down at his hands. This kind of body without any pain is extremely weak and full of cracks. Is it my Edo Tensei? I didn't expect someone to learn this technique. The second generation Hokage looked at Orochimaru with a cold expression, and a terrifying killing intent rushed at him. This kind of dangerous technique should be carefully guarded by monkey. How can it be obtained by outsiders? Haha, I am not an outsider, but a proud disciple taught by Sandaime Hokage himself. Orochimaru laughed maliciously. But his body took a very honest step back. His hands maintained the posture of forming a seal, firmly binding the body of the second generation Hokage. Even if Orochimaru used civilians as a medium to carry the souls of the second Hokage, this meant that the strength of the second Hokage would be incomparably weak. But the problem was, this was the second Hokage. The legendary super genius who had developed countless forbidden techniques, Orochimaru was very worried. If the second gen really wanted to find an opportunity to use the forbidden technique, he would be very passive. Moreover, Orochimaru was not sure if there were any loopholes in the art of Edo Tensei. Tell me, what do you want from me? The second Hokage said coldly. Orochimaru licked his lips. I want to know where you put Uchiha Madara's body. Oh? What a greedy guy. Not only has he set his eyes on me, but he also wants to resurrect Uchiha Madara? A piece of trash like you can't control him. Even I don't have absolute confidence. The second generation Hokage kept looking at Orochimaru. He was looking for Orochimaru's flaws, looking for an opportunity to kill him in one move. Orochimaru took another step back. You may not understand, but the current ninja world has changed beyond recognition. Two super experts with Rinnegan have appeared, Otsutsuki clan from the outer space, and a lot of Mangekyo Sharingan are active. The second generation Hokage's expression changed. What the hell? Looking at Orochimaru's age, it should have been several decades since he died, and ninja world had become so lively. Two pairs of Rinnegan? Visitors from outer space? And a bunch of Mangekyo Sharingan? Was this era changing so quickly? Where is Uchiha? How is their relationship with the village? The second generation of the Hokage immediately shouted. Ha ha ha, thanks to you, the relationship between the entire Uchiha clan and the village has never been very good. Even after all the strength of the entire clan in Ninja World's great battle, it still hasn't been able to ease the relationship with the village. But you don't have to worry too much. Konoha has given birth to a super expert. He can single-handedly suppress the entire Uchiha clan. He can easily suppress any amount of Mangekyo Sharingan that comes. Orochimaru pointed in a direction. There, a terrifying blue light soared into the sky, emitting a pressure that shook the soul. So that's how it is. This old man has indeed sensed a terrifying amount of chakra. It is completely not inferior to the older brother of that year. The second generation was expressionless. However, he still felt gratified in his heart. Which clan is it? The descendant of Senju clan? Hyuga? Sarutobi? Inoshikacho? Hitaki? Kurama? No, his surname is Shiranui. The second generation Hokage was stunned, and then he nodded. Shiranui, a small surname that was not worth mentioning in the first place. It was even difficult to call the people with this surname ninja. However, it would be good if they were only Konoha's people. Orochimaru continued, it's not these guys who are more interesting now. In the entire ninja world, there is one Senju Hashirama and two Uchiha Madara. The second generation felt a little confused. He could not understand this world. So, you suspect that all three of them are fake? Do you want to verify them? The second Hokage said coldly. Orochimaru nodded and split into a clone. He let the clone hold the charm and stuffed it into the brain of the second Hokage, further strengthening his control. In fact, Orochimaru could think of a way to resurrect Senju Hashirama. He had always controlled Hashirama's cells. Whether that Akatsuki was Senju Hashirama or not, it would be clear with a try of Edo Tensei. However, Orochimaru never did this. He was worried that he would not be able to control the legendary ninja god, and he might even be killed in one move. The reason why he chose Uchiha Madara was to verify some kind of speculation, and even more so. Rinnegan. After tonight, everyone would understand that Rinnegan was Mangekyo Sharingan who advanced. This directly raised the bloodline level of Uchiha's clan. But to say who understood Mangekyo Sharingan the most, it was definitely Uchiha Madara. After all, this was an existence that could barely stand on equal terms with Senju Hashirama. Just relying on ordinary Mangekyo Sharingan can match the ninja god? Then Kazue and the others should have surpassed the cage realm long ago. There must be some secret in this. The more Orochimaru thought about it, the more greedy he became. Your expression is really disgusting. How did Sarutobi teach a guy like you? Second generation Hokage said. Chapter 337, Nagato loses again. Orochimaru carefully shuttled back and forth with the second Hokage. Orochimaru was under a lot of pressure, and from beginning to end, he did not let go of the seal on his hand. You are very cautious, but you have to understand that if not for the fact that the sacrifices you prepared for me were too weak, you wouldn't have been able to control me even if you formed seals. He looked at Orochimaru indifferently. What he said was one thing, but what he did was another. He still could not find any flaws in Orochimaru. Back then, everything you said was right. It was because of this that I did not dare to revive your power. Orochimaru laughed, suppressing the nervousness in his heart. He knew that there was absolutely no perfect forbidden technique in this world. A powerful forbidden technique like the Edo Tensei should have a weakness in theory. Senju Tobirama was the creator of this forbidden technique. He might know how to break this forbidden technique with the reincarnation of Edo Tensei. Even if the possibility was very low, he had to guard against it. In silence, the two arrived at Konoha Forest. At this time, this endless and vast primeval forest had become unrecognizable, and the ground was in a mess. As far as the eye could see, large areas of flat ground appeared, and large amounts of mountain ranges were raised to the ground. In the entire field of vision, there were only two huge monsters that surged with terrifying blue light, fighting desperately, extremely cruel. It's these two guys. At first glance, Tobirama's heart moved, but he did not express anything, calmly asking. Orochimaru nodded, his face full of greed. That's right, the one who controls the Susanoo is one of the owners of Sage's Eyes, the leader of Akatsuki, and theoretically, he is also the grand disciple of Old Man Sandame. And the other one is the strongest expert of Konohagakure, the strongest super genius in history, Shiranui Yuuji. Konoha is now relying on him to support himself. Otherwise, he would have been finished. Orochimaru laughed. Although he desired to obtain Yuuji's body, he was jealous of Yuuji's talent and the luck to find Godzilla's sacred land. But there was one thing that he admitted, and that was that Yuuji was really important to Konoha, Too important. If there is no Yuuji, nothing else, the Uchiha clan is enough for Konoha village to drink a pot, and if there is a civil war, Konoha village will be destroyed. Uchiha's clan, Mangekyo Sharingan head Fugaku, Kazue, Shisui, Itachi, Setsuna, including Akatsuki's Madara and the I Organization's Immortals and Shin. Yes, Orochimaru had basically confirmed that the new member of the I Organization, the man whose code name was Monster, was actually Uchiha Shisui. The green Susanoo activated by the monster, if not for blind, they would be able to see it. Hehe, if we include the pressure brought by Akatsuki and the I Organization. Without Yuuji, Konohagakure really wouldn't be able to withstand it. Orochimaru smiled maliciously. He stared at Tobirama with his peripheral vision, not seeing any clues. But what he didn't know was that his heart had already set off waves. Just because. He knew this blue Susanoo in front of him. This was the fucking Susanoo of Uchiha Madara, absolutely right and wrong, even if he died and lived, he absolutely would not admit his mistake. But why did the Susanoo of Madara appear on the body of the current owner of Sage's Eyes? Was it this Sage's Eyes that seized Madara's Hitomi technique? Or, this so-called Sage's Eyes, was simply the eyes of Madara? His sensitivity to conspiracies was extremely high, and he immediately thought of many things. Madara's corpse was sealed by him, and he had also specially studied Madara's eternal Mangekyo. This point could not be wrong. Logically speaking, no one could take away Madara's eyes, but what was going on with this Susanoo in front of him? Madara is not dead? Izanagi? Orochimaru said that there were two Uchiha Madara in Ninja World, and one of them was the real Madara? But why did he transplant his eyes? The one with red hair is Nagato? This kind of fresh red hair that symbolizes vitality is clearly a descendant of Uzumaki clan. However, his vitality has been consumed too much. It has already turned a part of his hair white. That's right. Maybe he is the only descendant of Uzumaki in the world. Orochimaru laughed in a low voice. He was deep in thought. So, ever since Monkey went on stage, Uzumaki clan was also exterminated? Senju and Uzumaki, a family that had been passed down for 1,000 years, passed down to Monkey and disappeared. He really suspected that in a few years, Uchiha and Hyuga would also be exterminated. Should he praise Monkey for his brilliant methods, or criticize him for his recklessness? Sarutobi's grand disciple. Uzumaki. For Rinnegan to be able to produce a descendant of Uzumaki, he must have seen a ghost. This was most likely Madara's doing. He had transplanted his eyes to Nagato and then hid in the dark to wait for an opportunity to move. That lizard-like guy is Shiranui Yuuji? I never knew that there was such a monster among Ninja World that did not lose to Bijuu. He immediately looked at Godzilla. The more he looked, the more satisfied and pleased he was. After knowing that Yuuji supported Konohagakure and used absolute force to forcefully stabilize Konoha, he naturally had to pay more attention to Yuuji. The matters of the living still had to be solved by the living. People like him were actually dead, people from the old era. He is the only successor of a holy land. It is really enviable luck. Orochimaru said. A holy land? And a lizard holy land? Tobirama was very surprised. This ninja world had changed too much. Rumble. The destructive power of the battle between the two giants was no less than that of a large natural disaster, and everything it passed through was razed to the ground. Every attack and confrontation could create an endless earthquake. The atomic breath flew everywhere, and Susanoo bombarded the earth everywhere. After another intense collision, Yuuji forcibly broke through the several megatama thrown by Nagato and got close to him again. How long can you last? How can you defeat me with just one Susanoo? Yuuji stretched out his tail and ruthlessly entangled Nagato. He stretched out his claws to hold Nagato's hands, then opened his mouth to bite. Soon, Yuuji forcibly crushed the broken Susanoo. Then an atomic breath was released, and the terrifying attack pierced through the body of Susanoo, burning a deep gully on the ground. Damn it, damn it! Nagato was furious. He did not dare to face the reality. At the same time, he felt a deep sense of unwillingness in his heart. Why was he still unable to defeat this man in front of him even after using all his methods? Why was it like this? He has clearly become stronger, far more powerful than his original self. He has white Zetsu's body, black Zetsu's support, Mangekyo Sharingan. But he lost. After losing to Hitomi of the I Organization a few years ago, he now lost to Yuuji. What the hell is going on? A strong unwillingness appeared on Nagato's face. But Yuuji clearly didn't answer his interest, rather he killed him, continuously destroying Susanoo. The 200-meter-tall blue giant was dismembered by the blue giant beast at this time. The scene was incomparably tragic. In the end, when Yuuji stretched out his claws, grabbing towards Nagato who was on the forehead of Susanoo, he was completely stunned. Black Zetsu was completely unable to sit still. He attached himself to Nagato, never speaking, only silently providing Nagato with his own strength, increasing Nagato's chakra and perception ability. But now, he finally couldn't endure any more. Run, leader, run towards Konan. She has the god's paper, technique, she can definitely block the enemy. No, that will kill Konan. At this time, you are still entangled in this? You are a god, a person who will bring peace to the world, how can you still linger on the life and death of mortals? Black Zetsu said quickly. Nagato just shook his head. Black Zetsu began to move. Black Zetsu, what are you doing? Nagato was the first to notice that something was wrong. Because without his order, Black Zetsu began to squirm. Of course I'm leaving you. You've been defeated again and again. You've really disappointed me. If you don't run now, don't tell me I'm going to die with you. Black Zetsu said. Without my permission, you can't go anywhere. Otherwise, you're betraying the organization, Nagato said coldly. Betrayal? You have to understand one thing. Nagato, the reason why I followed you was because you could capture Bijuu. But what are you doing now? If you lose to Hitomi, you will lose to Yuuji soon. What are you doing? You don't even have absolute power. What right do you have to catch Bijuu? Nagato's devastated heart was stabbed several times by Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu had already begun to struggle free from Nagato. However, what he wanted was not just freedom. Puchi. Black Zetsu suddenly exerted strength, suddenly making a move, wanting to take off one of Nagato's eyes. At this time, Yuuji also made a move, crushing Susanoo with one blow, sending Nagato flying. Black Zetsu seized the opportunity, moving his head, suddenly pulling, accompanied by a blood light. One of Nagato's eyes was already empty, and his eyes were now on Black Zetsu's shadow-like head. He, I succeeded, I finally found an opportunity. Black Zetsu let out a creepy laugh. Nagato was furious. After stopping his body, he opened his hand and grabbed Black Zetsu's body that had not completely separated. You are Madara's creation. Is it your will to betray me or Madara's will? Nagato flew in the air and said angrily. Humph, I have nothing to do with him anymore. Black Zetsu was very excited. Finally, he got Rin-Egan. If Nagato was beaten to death, he could at least save Rin-Egan and save the hope of reviving his mother. It was better than this pair of eyes falling into Yuuji's hands. Black Zetsu felt that if Nagato was killed by Yuuji and his eyes were taken away by Yuuji, Yuuji would be crazy to return his eyes. Of course, if Yuuji also chose to collect all of Bijuu to revive the 10 tails, then that would be fine. However, Black Zetsu faintly felt uneasy. Yuuji already had a giant beast in his body. Where was the 10 tails? Could it be that he was kind enough to turn Obito into the 10 tails Jinchuriki? Although that Godzilla was definitely not stronger than the 10 tails, this was also an extremely huge risk. If Yuuji were to lead, there was an 80% chance that he would eat Bijuu as food, and the 10 tails would not be resurrected. As for how to revive, it became unknown. If the 10 tails were too weak after reviving, it would also be a burden for Mother. Black Zetsu recalled what Yuuji had done in the past. When he saw a Bijuu, he rushed up to cut the tail of the other party and then absorbed all the chakra. But after absorbing, he did not reveal Bijuu's chakra. It was as if this Bijuu chakra was completely digested and turned into Yuuji's own chakra. Black Zetsu would never allow such a thing to happen. Without the 10 tail, there would be no 10 tail Jinchuriki, and his mother would not be able to possess and revive. If he possessed Godzilla, no one would know what unnecessary risks would occur in the path gathering. Nagato, you no longer have the qualifications to call yourself a god. You are not the strongest one. Why don't you give me your eyes? I will create a god stronger than you. Black Zetsu kept struggling. Just as he was in a deadlock with Nagato, Yuuji's 200-meter-tall body was rapidly shrinking. Apart from Godzilla's mode, he rushed over immediately. You two are having an internal conflict? How stupid! You were thinking about internal strife when you were about to die. Black Zetsu felt the killing intent coming at him. His heart jumped and he began to struggle wildly. In the end, he simply screamed and cut off half of his body. He dragged his upper body and ran for his life. You can't kill me. I have joined the Eye organization. This eye is what Hitomi wants. Yuuji was stunned. Nagato was even more annoyed. He opened his hand and was about to use the Bansho Tenin to suck Black Zetsu in his eyes. However, the moment Black Zetsu was controlled by the suction force, he gritted his teeth and used Rinnegan's power. Boom! A repulsive force exploded out, striking in every direction without any difference, barely managing to offset Nagato's Bansho Tenin. Shinra Tensei? Bastard, how could you master my Hitomi technique so quickly? Nagato's entire body was about to split open. Black Zetsu took the opportunity to burrow underground and disappear. Nagato frantically used the Bansho Tenin attraction to tear apart the ground, but he only tore out a layer of land and did not find any trace of Black Zetsu. It's useless. This guy has already run over 100 kilometers away. In a while, he will be able to escape the fire country. Black Zetsu's speed was indeed exaggerated. He could sense and move along the stem of the plant. Black Zetsu had all the abilities that White Zetsu possessed, and so did Black Zetsu, who White Zetsu did not. Not to mention, he had also obtained a Rinnegan. Nagato gritted his teeth and barely squeezed out a black ball, throwing it at Yuuji. However, Yuuji only glanced at the Chibaku Tensei and casually blew it up. Hand it over. This time, you won't be able to escape. Yuuji reached out his hand and grabbed Nagato by the neck. Then, he calmly extended his hand and dug out another eye of Nagato. In this way, Rinnegan will belong to me. Yuuji looked at the eyes in his hands and then looked at Nagato. I will not lose. No, you have already lost. Yuuji studied Nagato for a while and slowly exerted force. With a click, Nagato's neck was broken. Of course, Nagato was not dead yet, because his neck was pieced together with White Zetsu. Ah, Nagato is going to die? Should I consider running for my life? White Zetsu muttered. Yuuji just shook his head and cut off Nagato's head. Chapter 338, Yuuji 1. Nagato's head had been taken off, which meant that White Zetsu was free. White Zetsu reached out and hugged the head that had fallen on his shoulder. Then, he snapped it to where it should be. Nagato died just like that? I still don't believe it. This is the person that Madara has been looking for a long time. White Zetsu looked at Nagato's head and said. Yuuji held Rinnegan in one hand and the red hair in the other, holding Nagato's head. He looked down at the head and said lightly, he is not dead for the time being, but he is soon. Ordinary people would not die immediately after their heads were cut off. They could probably live for a few seconds. Not to mention the ninjas, especially the descendants of Uzumaki like Nagato. However, if it took a long time, Nagato's brain would not have oxygen and energy supply for a long time, and it would also lead to brain death. At that time, he would be completely dead. Even if this guy dies, it doesn't matter. It's not like I don't have the means to extract the soul. Yuuji appeared very calm. After personally killing the second Rikuta Sennin, Yuuji's heart did not waver at all. Tisk tisk, so you and Black Zetsu each have a Rinnegan. Are you going to personally carry out the plan to capture Bijuu? White Zetsu said. Capture Bijuu? Depends on my mood. I have no interest in Madara and Obito's path to begin with. Yuuji was lacking in interest. This caused White Zetsu's heart to sink, and he felt that it was extremely difficult to deal with. White Zetsu had already guessed why Black Zetsu had picked up Rinnegan, and he was afraid that Yuuji would become hostile. Nagato's death was not the most fatal one. The key was only Rinnegan. Nagato was essentially just a vessel that Madara had chosen to carry and nurture Rinnegan. If Nagato did not die, one day in the future, Nagato's greatest value would be to use the reincarnation heavenly art to revive Uchiha Madara. However, in the face of Yuuji, Black Zetsu did not dare to gamble. The clever Black Zetsu had long realized that things had gone out of control. The rhythm of this world had already exceeded the scope of Black Zetsu's control. That was why Black Zetsu had decisively betrayed Nagato when he was in a disadvantageous situation. He had taken one of Rinnegan and saved a glimmer of hope in reviving his mother. If not for the fact that the timing wasn't good and his strength wasn't enough, Black Zetsu would be very willing to take off Nagato's other eye. White Zetsu said, then, what can you choose if you want to give up Madara's path of peace? Do you want to use your Godzilla as a deterrent? No, if I do that, there is no difference between me and Nagato. Yuuji shook his head. Deterrence? What kind of joke was this? He did not need to be deterrent. All he needed to do was plant trees. On this planet under his feet, Atsutsuki's clan could plant trees, so why couldn't he? However, what this fellow, Nagato, said. Suddenly, Yuuji's expression changed slightly, and he kicked White Zetsu away. White Zetsu also realized something, and after a scream, he immediately drilled into the ground and disappeared. Not long after, two figures appeared. Looking at your attire and face, are you the second generation Hokage? Orochimaru, you have done something crazy. The entire Konoha will try to kill you. Yuuji glanced at him and raised his eyebrows. Orochimaru was standing in the distance. How about we make a deal? I won't control the undead of the second generation. Give me the spoils of war you have. Orochimaru looked at him with fear. Nagato, the super expert who looked down on everything, the owner of Rinnegan, died just like that? Not to mention, after Nagato obtained the body of Black Zetsu and White Zetsu, his strength once again welcomed a terrifying explosive increase, and he even controlled Mangekyo Sharingan. When Orochimaru was still at Akatsuki, even if he was only glanced at by Nagato, he would have a creepy feeling. His snake instinct made him have a premonition that he would die at any time. But such a powerful Nagato was killed by Yuuji directly. The position Yuuji was in was far from something Orochimaru could touch. You want to die? You want to threaten a living person like me? Orochimaru. After you revived a few times, did your brain become abnormal? Yuuji slowly said. Humph, you are right. If you agree, I will look down on you. It seems that you are not a pedantic fool. He nodded repeatedly, very satisfied with Yuuji's reaction. If it was Senju Hashirama, he would definitely agree. Yuuji looked past Tobirama and directly stared at Orochimaru. Haha, Yuuji wants to kill me? Aren't you afraid that I will summon Senju Hashirama? Orochimaru took a step back and said cautiously. If you can summon an exceptional talent, I can still look at you a bit more. With your current strength and the perfection of the Edo Tensei, as long as you dare to summon an exceptional talent, you will be killed in minutes. Moreover, you may not be able to summon an exceptional talent. Yuuji said coldly. The Edo Tensei version that Orochimaru had mastered was still extremely backward. There was no problem in controlling cage level. If he revived a super cage, there was a high chance that he would not be able to control it. The truly reliable version of Edo was the technique that Orochimaru used when he wanted to destroy Konohagakure. He used 2 genin as sacrifices to summon the first generation and second generation. Although the first generation and second generation were not very strong, they could not even take down the 70-year-old Sandame, and their souls were sealed by Sandame. Orochimaru said, Hehe, it seems that Xianyikun has great confidence in that Su, and believes that he is the first Hokage himself. Suddenly, Tobirama said, in the battle just now, this old man has roughly sensed it. Although there are some things that I do not understand, such as the 2 strange things that ran away, this old man thinks about it for a long time, and it has nothing to do with Madara. That guy is likely still alive. You have to be careful. He did not tell Yuuji directly that Nagato's eyes were actually the truth of Madara. He did not want Orochimaru to know. In any case, one of Nagato's eyes had already fallen into Yuuji's hands. This was already a good result. At this time, Yuuji suddenly attacked, sending white-hot light flying over. With a bang, Orochimaru escaped. It's really dangerous. You're still like this, suddenly attacking. Orochimaru said. At this time, many figures rushed over one after another. Surprisingly, they were the ninjas led by Sandame and Yandame. They sensed that all the Susanoo had disappeared, determined that the battle had ended, and immediately rushed over. But when they saw the scene for the first time, they were stunned. Sensei! Lord Second Generation! When they saw Orochimaru, they understood what had happened, and they were unusually angry. Orochimaru! You actually blasphemed the deceased Hokage! You are simply unpardonable! Sandame's eyes were about to split open, and he stretched out his Ryujing Gubang to stab Orochimaru. Minato was even more direct, throwing out a large number of kunao, directly launching Flying Thunder God. As the villages Sandame and Yandame, they were clearer than anyone else about the terrifying deterrence of the second generation. Senju Tobirama had developed a lot of dangerous forbidden arts in his life. Although his combat strength had not reached the level of a super shadow, he was definitely at the top among cage level. Although Sandame and Yandame knew very well that the second generation was extremely weak at this time, because if they were too strong, it would be very difficult for Orochimaru to control them. But the problem was that even the extremely weak second generation was extremely threatening. Just water release, water severing wave, this kind of cutting type of water release technique, sprayed out a small stream of water, and whoever hit it would be finished. Apart from artifacts, clones or undying bodies, it was very difficult to block severing waves. However, just as Minato was about to kill Orochimaru, Tobirama used Flying Thunder God to block Minato's attack. Your attainments in Flying Raijin are no less than mine. Are you the current Hokage? Looking at the words on your clothes, Yandame's eyes. It seems that the village has developed quite well, so I am relieved. Tobirama blocked Minato uncontrollably. In the next moment, he had already appeared next to Orochimaru, using Flying Raijin to escape with him. As for the others, they had no time to make a move. Damn it, this guy resurrected the second generation. I'm afraid he has taken a fancy to Flying Thunder God. Sandame was extremely angry, and he was extremely regretful in his heart. Don't worry about this. Sandame, even if we kill Orochimaru here, it will be useless. That guy can continuously revive. Yuuji walked over, his voice calm. He didn't even attack Orochimaru again. Yuuji, I'm relieved to see you safe and sound. Sandame nodded. This is Nagato's head? As expected of Yuuji. You have solved a huge disaster for the village. Minato also breathed a sigh of relief. In theory, Nagato was still his senior brother. However, Minato was still pleased to see Nagato die. Akatsuki was the one who posed the greatest threat to Konoha. With the death of Akatsuki's leader, the rest of the people did not need to worry too much. Yes, this is just a small matter. If Nagato had not been stabbed in the back and was ambushed by Black Zetsu and White Zetsu, losing his eyes, I would not have killed him. Yuuji only smiled and did not say anything else. He only nodded and left, quickly returning to the village. Sandame opened his mouth, but in the end, he did not say anything. After Yuuji left, he looked at Minato. Sandame, I know what you want to say. It is nothing more than Nagato's corpse and Rinnegan, but the corpse is his spoils of war, and he is qualified to deal with it. As for Rinnegan, it must have been dug up by Black Zetsu and White Zetsu, Minato said. Yuuji's preference for the corpse was not a secret. It had to be known that back then, Yuuji had said that he would give a portion of Otsutsuki Tonari's corpse to the village, but it had been more than 5 years, and he had not given a single hair to the village. All of it had been stored inside Root's base and digested. Minato still did not know what Yuuji had developed, nor did he know what was the difference between a fellow like Otsutsuki on the moon and Ninja World's origin. However, this was not important. As long as he confirmed that Yuuji was still on the side of the village, it was enough. This was the most crucial point. Not to mention, Minato clearly knew that other than the corpse ghost sealing technique, he had no other abilities that could hinder Yuuji. The level of strength between the two sides had long since ceased to be in the same dimension. Konohagakuer. Following the disappearance of the two giants, the terrifying blue light that radiated the horizon dissipated. Everyone realized that this apocalyptic battle had ended. Who won? There's no need to ask. It must be Lord Yuuji. Lord Yuuji has never failed before. That's right. Lord Yuuji doesn't retreat no matter what enemy he faces, and he won't lose. That might not be the case. Although Lord Yuuji is incomparably powerful and has already surpassed the level of Shadow, he has only killed White Snake Sage at most. He has never truly met an expert of the same level. You have to know that the enemy is the leader of Akatsuki. An existence that possesses Sage's eyes is a member of our Uchiha clan. In this way, in the face of an enemy who can use the ability of Rinnegan and Mangekyo Sharingan at will, Lord Yuuji will be very dangerous. Although Godzilla is powerful, fighting against that terrifying Susanoo is very difficult no matter how you look at it. Bastard, where are you guys standing? Not on the side of your own people, but on the side of the enemy. This kind of thing, there is no point in talking about which side to stand. There was a dispute among the ninjas in the village. To put it bluntly, if the main clan was a dispute between the Uchiha clan and the others. The clan's spirit had reached an unprecedented peak. Who would have thought that Rinnegan was actually related to Mangekyo Sharingan? With such a noble bloodline of Uchiha, the mentality of many Uchiha clan members had already subtly changed. Some people were already shaken, and they might not all stand on Yuuji's side. If Nagato won, wouldn't that mean that Uchiha's bloodline was the most respected? Wouldn't that mean that Mangekyo Sharingan, Rinnegan, was the supreme power that stood above the entire ninja world? If Yuuji won, could it be that there really was someone in this world who could surpass Rinnegan and Mangekyo? This would make Uchiha feel very uncomfortable. All of you, shut up. What a bunch of idiots. Just as Uchiha's clan was arguing with the other ninjas and were about to start a fight, a cold voice came and suppressed all the voices. Kazue slowly walked over with Kusanagi sword on her back. Her manner was calm and she suppressed everyone with a powerful aura. Lord Kazue! Lord Kazue, it is very difficult for Nagato to lose to Lord Yuuji, right? You have used Susanoo to fight against Nagato's Susanoo. Many Uchiha immediately surrounded him, looking at Kazue with a complicated expression. Perhaps, even they themselves could not tell what they were looking forward to. That man won't lose, Kazue said coldly. Her understanding of Yuuji was far greater than the others. She knew very well that Yuuji never did things that he was not confident in, even if the enemy was Nagato. Moreover, Kazue vaguely guessed that Yuuji had already known about the relationship between Mangekyo Sharingan and Rinnegan. I remember that he told me to protect my eyes well, and I must not overuse them. For this reason, I rarely use the third stage of Susanoo. Is it related to Hitomi? The way to promote Rinnegan. No matter how cold Kazue's temperament was, it was inevitable that her heart would be burning at this time. Anyone who faced a path that led to the highest path in front of them would inevitably be shocked. This was a normal reaction of a person. At this time, someone suddenly exclaimed, Lord Yuuji has returned. Lord Yuuji has won. Chapter 339, Retreat. Is that so? Nagato lost. The people of Uchiha's clan hurriedly looked over, their expressions incomparably complicated. The entire village began to boil with excitement, even to the extent that tears welled up in their eyes. The pressure that Nagato brought them was incomparably great. Fortunately, Lord Yuuji was in the village. Yuuji held Nagato's head and ignored these people. Instead, he immediately returned to Root's base. He had no emotions about what had happened in the village. Not to mention the thoughts of Uchiha's clan. That's great. As expected of Lord Yuuji. Itachi also stood in the crowd and heaved a huge sigh of relief in his heart. If Yuuji could not return, it would simply be a disaster. Lord clan leader, Nagato was clearly so powerful, but he was still killed? Lord Yuuji doesn't seem to have any injuries. Bastard, what are you trying to say? Are you only happy to see your companion return with serious injuries? Fugaku suddenly turned his head, and his expressionless face was now filled with a gloomy expression. I'm really sorry. Fugaku stared at the other party for a long time before he snorted coldly. It was normal to have complicated thoughts. If it was a normal person, they would feel some waves in their hearts when facing the battle between Nagato and Yuuji. After all, one of them represented the upper limit of their bloodline and strength, while the other represented the village and their companions. However, the complicated thoughts in their hearts and the results displayed were also extremely complicated. This was a problem. Some people still treat Nagato as a member of our clan at this time. Setsuna said in a strange tone. Elder Setsuna. Shut your mouths and get to the bottom of the situation. That guy, Nagato, invaded our clan many years ago and killed many of our clansmen. This is already the second time, and he even started from our clan. Do you still treat such trash as your own people? Setsuna sneered. If the intruder was Hitomi, Setsuna would definitely hesitate for a moment and then stand on Hitomi's side. But the intruder was Nagato? Then it was fine. It was not a bad thing for Nagato to be killed. Don't forget that Nagato was only defeated by Hitomi. Hitomi's strength is the only limit I have ever seen in my life. Setsuna snorted coldly. This time, the eyes of many Uchiha clansmen lit up, and they immediately let go of the knot in their hearts. That's right, the Nagato who lost was essentially a loser, a guy that the leader of the I organization had crippled. The I organization's Hitomi also had Rinnegan. Fugaku said, don't say any more, immediately organize people to pursue the whereabouts of the enemy's companions. Konan and Hirako are nowhere to be found, and Orochimaru and the others are also to be investigated. Fugaku did not personally lead the team. In this case, he, the chief, had to stay in the village and negotiate with Yandame. The Hokage building. The few of them gathered together and discussed for a long time but could not come up with a conclusion. So, even Uchiha's clan does not know the purpose of Nagato's invasion of the village. Minato felt a headache. Fugaku, Kazue, Setsuna, and Itachi stood in front of Minato and nodded. Fugaku said, "The first time I found Nagato, it was in the south of the shrine. That guy sneaked into Uchiha and seemed to be searching for something." Itachi tried to get rid of suspicion and said, "Perhaps it is also to inquire about Mangekyo Sharingan's secret. After all, Nagato has never revealed Mangekyo Sharingan in the past. This is probably the ability he recently obtained." "I see. That's why he wanted to get information about Mangekyo Sharingan from Uchiha's family. This is very reasonable." Sandame and Yandame looked at each other. Logically speaking, it made sense. If Nagato had always had Mangekyo Sharingan, he would not have been nearly killed by Hitomi from the Eye organization. It had to be known that in that battle, Jiraiya and the others were watching the battle from the side, personally witnessing Nagato's miserable state. Mangekyo Sharingan was definitely an eye that Nagato had only recently grasped. "I can also prove this point. During the 3 years I taught Nagato, I was certain that Nagato had Rinnegan, and it had nothing to do with Sharingan." Jiraiya leaned against the wall with a solemn expression. Moreover, when facing Nagato twice, the people who suffered the most casualties were the people of Uchiha's clan. Many of Uchiha's clansmen were the first to stand out and fight against Nagato and were killed. Nagato has never treated himself as a member of Uchiha's clan. Of course the village trusts the Uchiha clan, they are our companions after all. Sandame smiled. Minato continued, "Once Nagato dies, the village will no longer have a major threat. This is a good thing, but I am more worried about Orochimaru. He resurrected the second-generation Hokage. What is he trying to do?" Everyone in the room was silent. The second-generation Hokage had developed countless forbidden arts, and to a certain extent, it was even more troublesome than the first generation. Orochimaru had controlled the second-generation Hokage. This combination of danger was really worrying. "Is there still no news of Yuuji?" "Well, ever since he killed Nagato, he plunged into root space and never came out. Maybe he has made a very important discovery." Many people had reason to suspect that it was Yuuji who had taken Nagato away. But no one had any evidence. If Yuuji said no, they had to pretend that they didn't. There was no. At root space. Yuuji casually threw Nagato's head onto the experiment table and let Rinnegan soak in the container to maintain his activity. "Ni-san, this is the guy known as Rikuta Sennin's reincarnation. But he still died in Ni-san's hands." Kabuto looked at Nagato's head with a happy expression, as if he had seen a rare treasure. "This guy is not dead, and he is not the reincarnation of Rikuta Sennin. He is just a descendant of Uzumaki, whose vitality is extremely exaggerated," Yuuji said casually. Kabuto was very surprised, and his smart head quickly thought of the key. The reason why he has become extraordinary is not only because of his vitality, but also because of Rinnegan. If Nagato is a descendant of Uzumaki, then where did his Rinnegan come from? The entire village was privately discussing the relationship between Mangekyo Sharingan and Rinnegan. Nagato showed the process of switching between Rinnegan and Mangekyo Sharingan to everyone. "This is a long story, a story that is often interesting," Yuuji said with a smile. Kabuto did not continue to ask. Instead, he surrounded Nagato's head and began to study it. "This guy's vitality is really tenacious. It is no wonder that Ni-san has to personally take action." Kabuto was deep in thought. Yuuji sat on the chair, not in a hurry to attack Nagato's head. Instead, he waited patiently. Sure enough, a whirlpool appeared and Obito rushed over. Iroha instantly appeared and stood beside Yuuji, looking at Obito vigilantly. "I have been waiting for you. You are slower than I thought." Yuuji laughed. "Humph, what's the use of me coming here earlier? Are you going to show mercy to Nagato? Even if you can let Nagato go, will you let him go?" Obito snorted coldly. In fact, when Obito received the news, he almost exploded in anger. Because Nagato, Konan, and Hirako went to Konoha's operation, did not inform him, but acted on his own. White Zetsu's original body was watched by Nagato very badly, and he did not have the opportunity to send messages to other White Zetsu clones. When Obito realized later, he found that it was too late. The intensity and destructive power of the battle between Nagato and Yuuji even surpassed the battle where Yuuji killed the White Snake Sage. It was no less than the battle where he, Su, and Nagato defeated Otsutsuki Ishiki. In the face of such a terrible situation, what could Obito do? Could he run over and interfere with this battle? It was too late. His only choice was to look for Yuuji and see if he could get Rinnegan back. What happened to Nagato was actually not important. The key was still Rinnegan. Obito had always had a lot of thoughts about Rinnegan. It just so happened that he was blind and was suitable to stuff a Rinnegan in. You have already gotten Nagato's eyes. Why don't you give me the eyes to use? You know very well that this is the only way to maximize Rinnegan's power. Obito said slowly. That is true, but I don't really want to give it to you. It is useless even if I give it to you. Yuuji raised his hand, holding the container that carried Rinnegan. The purple eyeball kept floating in the liquid. Why do you only have one eye? Or do you only want to give me one? Obito frowned. The other one was taken away by Black Zetsu. If that guy didn't backstab Nagato, I would still need to spend more time to kill Nagato. Black Zetsu. Obito's face was full of question marks. Why was it Black Zetsu? That guy was Madara's wool, so with Madara's logic, should he abandon Nagato to protect Rinnegan? Obito was stunned for a moment before he snorted coldly, Humph, Nagato is also looking for death. If he did not forcibly control Black Zetsu, his eyes would not have been removed. If he did not forcibly occupy White Zetsu's body, he would not have no chance to send me a message to ask for help. Black Zetsu and White Zetsu were controlled by Nagato at the same time. This was the biggest problem. It increased Nagato's strength and also blocked his own path of retreat. Then, one eye is enough. Give it to me. Obito stretched out his hand. Yuuji shook his head. At a time like this, why are you still so selfish? I originally thought that at the very least, we had the same goal in achieving peace. Obito took 2 steps back and said in a deep voice. You are mistaken. I will emphasize it again. It is not that I don't want to give it to you. It is useless even if I give it to you. Yuuji got up, but he did not attack Obito. Instead, he turned around and walked to Nagato's head. Then, he reached out his hand and placed it on Nagato's head. To be honest, Obito, your acting is a little bad and you act too urgently. Do you want to confirm something? Or do you want to take advantage of the time when Nagato is unconscious to study Rinnegan? In Yuuji's hand, flesh and blood immediately squirmed and rushed to Nagato's head. Then, the flesh and blood moved faster and quickly created a new body for Nagato to support his head. Nagato's consciousness was recovering. Damn it, so you found it. Obito's face sank, and he immediately used Kamui to run away. If Nagato found out that he was colluding with Yuuji, then it would be troublesome. Nagato would realize that there was a big problem with the identity of Madara and Su. The moment Obito disappeared, Nagato's eyelids trembled, and he forcefully opened them, revealing a hollow eye hole. He subconsciously shook hands, feeling this strange body, and immediately looked at Yuuji with a powerful perception. Was there another person just now? Nagato asked doubtfully. No, it wasn't. It was just your imagination. You probably calculated the body I created for you. Yuuji said lightly. Nagato snorted coldly. He came down from the experimental platform and stood up straight. Wow, Uzumaki clan's vitality is a bit too exaggerated. He didn't die even after this. Kabuto immediately hid behind Iroha and exclaimed. Uzumaki clan is a top figure. Even if he was stripped away, Bijuu would not die immediately. He can still use magic to fight. What's more, Nagato still has Rinnegan. Black Zetsu and White Zetsu's vitality still remains on his body. Yuuji said lightly. When Uzumaki Kushina was pulled out of the Nine Tails, she could use the Vajra seal to firmly bind the Nine Tails, and even had the ability to drag the Nine Tails down with her. In comparison, Naruto was a bit worse. After Madara took away the Nine Tails, he immediately fell unconscious. However, considering that Naruto had experienced an intense battle, his body and spirit had already been hollowed out. After losing the Nine Tails, he was only unconscious. After obtaining the Nine Tails, he immediately revived with full blood. It was also because of Uzumaki clan's powerful physique that he was able to support himself. Not to mention Nagato, this guy's Rinnegan had the basic ability to play with the soul. He maintained his vitality and temporarily bound his soul in his body. It was very easy. Moreover, considering that Nagato could carry 2 Rinnegan, and it was very difficult for Obito to transplant one in the original timeline. In addition, Nagato could resurrect more than half of Konoha's dead in one go with the reincarnation heavenly art. These series of exaggerated performances proved that Nagato's vitality was extremely terrifying. He could almost be said to be the second person below Rikuta Sennin level. Only Senju Hashirama could surpass Nagato. Nagato sensed the three people in front of him and planned to make a move, but unfortunately, this body did not listen to him. Sure enough, without Rinnegan, there is no way to suppress your cells. I do not understand the legendary Hashirama cells, but your cells are obviously not worse than his, or even more dangerous. Nagato said coldly. The psychic beast used by Animal Path and the body of Heavenly Pain were made from Yuuji's cells. Nagato also had some understanding of these chaotic cells. In the past, he had relied on Rinnegan's power to forcefully suppress them. But now, he could not suppress them. What do you want to do by controlling me? Akatsuki's secret? Or do you want me to work for you? Nagato said. From beginning to end, he was extremely calm. Stop it. If I didn't guess wrong, you would have already made preparations in advance, to be resurrected. Yuuji stood in front of Nagato and said, having mastered more Hitomi techniques, your path of retreat has already been prepared. Let me guess, is it Izanagi, the path of Naraka, or the natural skill of reincarnation? Chapter 340, Who said he died? Why do you know about samsara? Nagato was silent for a moment and then looked at Yuuji with his empty eye sockets. Samsara was a skill that Rinnegan had brought with him. Nagato had never told outsiders that only Konan knew that he knew this skill. Why did Yuuji know? Why would a guy who didn't even have Hitomi's blood inheritance know? Are you surprised? There are still many things that I know. There are even more things that you don't know. Yuuji smiled. Nagato's face turned cold. Yuuji continued, from the looks of it, the life-saving technique that you prepared should be Izanagi. To use Rinnegan to activate Izanagi, tisk tisk, I really don't dare to imagine. This should be the strongest Izanagi in history. Even that fellow, Madara, had crippled an eternal Mangekyo to rewrite his fate of death. Now, Nagato was going to offer a sacrifice to Rinnegan to perform the technique. He was really looking forward to it. I originally thought that Black Zetsu took off one of your eyes. Was he pretending to betray you? In fact, he wanted to use this Rinnegan to use the reincarnation technique to revive you. Now, it seems that it is not the case. Yuuji said. I will kill that guy with my own hands. Nagato said coldly. This stab of Black Zetsu was simply fatal. In that battle just now, although the complete Susanoo of Nagato had already been torn apart by Yuuji, Nagato still hadn't lost the strength to fight back. At worst, he could also find an opportunity to escape. But Black Zetsu suddenly made a move, and the power he instantly erupted was actually far beyond Nagato's expectations, taking away Rinnegan in one breath. There's definitely something wrong with that guy, Black Zetsu. I want to investigate this matter thoroughly. Nagato's expression was gloomy. The two of them chatted like this, as if they were friends who had known each other for a long time. Speaking of which, Might Do is indeed a spy that you planted into Akatsuki. That guy's body is very strange. It's obvious that he has been modified by you. Nagato snorted coldly. This heavy? As long as Do is strong enough and can provide you with help, he is valuable. Yuuji said. Nagato glanced coldly at Yuuji. How long is the resurrection deadline set by you? How many days? Or a few weeks? Yuuji asked. Madara's eternal Mangekyo could last at least a few days, deceiving Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama. Nagato used Rinnegan to cast spells, and the time would only be longer. This has nothing to do with you. But after you revive, you will become blind with only one eye. Black Zetsu really gave you a fatal blow. Yuuji said sarcastically. Nagato's expression became increasingly ugly. He hated Black Zetsu to the bone. Originally, he lost one eye, but he could still use the other eye. Now, that guy Black Zetsu made a sudden move and dug away one. He had no choice but to use the remaining eye to cast spells. During this period of time, this eye temporarily belongs to me. Yuuji gestured to Kabuto. Kabuto could no longer hold back and immediately rushed forward to grab Rinnegan. Normally speaking, this Rinnegan would disappear after a period of time and return to Nagato's eyes. No matter how much he tossed about, it was fine. When I come back next time, I will definitely kill you. Nagato tilted his head and looked at Yuuji coldly. In the next moment, his head began to slowly disappear, along with Rinnegan. This is Izanagi, what an amazing Hitomi technique. Kabuto felt a bit regretful. This Nagato has already mastered too many Hitomi techniques. Yuuji was not surprised at all. He just took back the body he made for Nagato and walked out of Root's base. He went directly to the Hokage building. How is the situation? Minato immediately asked. Unfortunately, Nagato was already prepared to be defeated. He was alive again. He used Izanagi to rewrite the fate of being killed, Yuuji said. Everyone was silent. Their faces revealed an unconcealable look of disappointment and helplessness. Izanagi, this technique is too shameless. Izanagi needs to sacrifice an eye as a price. Doesn't this mean that Nagato only has one eye left? His strength will drop a lot, and it will be beneficial to us. Minato said, comforting everyone. Then, Akatsuki's threat will come to an end. Orochimaru is even more worthy of our attention. That guy is working with the second-generation Hokage. I wonder what he has done. Soon after, the meeting ended. Yuuji brought Kazue out of the Hokage building, and the two of them walked on the quiet street. Yuuji-san, you have always known about the relationship between Mangekyo Sharingan and Rinnegan, right? The key lies in Hitomi. Kazue pulled up her hair and asked softly. Yuuji nodded calmly. That's right. I've always known that to a certain extent, you didn't guess wrong. One of the key points from Mangekyo to Rinnegan is Hitomi. One of the key points. Kazue keenly grasped the key point. When you have the qualification, I will tell you the specific method of advancement. But at that time, it is generally time for you to make a decision. Yuuji looked at Kazue meaningfully. This kind of look made Kazue feel deeply uneasy. She knew Yuuji very well. Even if it was related to Rinnegan, the man in front of him should not care too much, because he had already proved to everyone that he had the strength to suppress Rinnegan. But if he was not willing to tell her this, what exactly did this mean? Kazue, you have to be more careful on weekdays. Your eyes are very crucial, Kazue said lightly. Akatsuki's two people were blinded by one eye, while you have the Hitomi technique that can restore your eyes. If they used all kinds of methods to not repair their own eyes, they would find you sooner or later. I understand. Yuuji-san is still so considerate. However, even if they sneak attacked me, it would be useless. Kazue was very confident. She was not afraid of any kind of battle and attack. Even if she really flipped over the car and had her eyes dug out by the enemy, it did not matter. She would set up Izanagi in advance and change the fate of reality. It's good that you are prepared. I really look forward to what your eyes will become after further evolution. Yuuji retracted his gaze. Infinite Izanagi, changing the reality of the entire planet indefinitely, was definitely possible. Although this future was of no use to Yuuji. Somewhere in the country of fire, Orochimaru entered an extremely deep underground secret chamber. Is this place? The place where you sealed Madara's corpse back then? Orochimaru could not wait any longer. He said, this old man also wants to confirm whether Madara is dead or not. After breaking a large number of seals in the secret chamber, he came in front of the coffin and opened it. There was indeed a corpse lying inside. This is Madara's corpse. Yes, after this old man sealed up Madara's corpse, I would occasionally come to investigate. However, the problem is, after several decades, how could Madara's corpse only wither and not turn into bones? Because this is not Madara's corpse. White Zetsu, why are you here? Orochimaru revealed a terrifying smile, and immediately threw out several snakes to entangle the corpse in front of him. Soon, the corpse twisted and turned into a white Zetsu. Damn, who are you? I was just ordered to disguise myself as a corpse here. White Zetsu's face was full of pain. Humph, so it's a clone who doesn't know anything. It's probably a pitiful creature abandoned by Madara. Orochimaru looked at White Zetsu up and down, his face full of greed. It's a very strange creature. It's obviously weak, but its vitality is very abnormal. Tobirama sensed for a moment and said. This guy is very strange. We have always guessed that White Zetsu was fake, which was created by Senju Hashirama. Orochimaru laughed in a low voice. Tobirama directly cut a piece of meat off White Zetsu. It really is Big Brother's cell, but it is a bit ambiguous. If you say that Big Brother betrayed the village, I won't believe it. He said coldly. Hehe, but the truth is in front of us. You can't do anything about it even if you don't want to. He is terrifyingly strong. Orochimaru quietly put White Zetsu away. It seems that Madara really didn't die. If we want to get Madara's DNA, we can only think of other ways. Orochimaru said. Tobirama said, it's impossible for him to deceive me and Big Brother at the same time. Unless Madara really died at that time, and then resurrected in some way. Izanagi? Using the Eternal Eye to cast Izanagi, did he modify the result of his death in many heavenly empresses? Eternal Eyes? This immediately aroused Orochimaru's interest. Tobirama sneered, what? It seems that you don't know anything. How dare you covet Uchiha Madara's evil power? Orochimaru was excited. What was Eternal Eye? It surpassed Mangekyo Sharingan's eyes? So that's how it is. Between Mangekyo Sharingan and Rinnegan, there is still a mysterious Eternal Eye stage. No wonder no one from Uchiha clan advanced to Rinnegan. From the name, Eternal Eye? Then Mangekyo Sharingan is not eternal? Which side is eternal? Orochimaru's eyes shone with excitement. He found new knowledge that he had never noticed in the past, and was one step closer to the truth. Deep doubt flashed through his eyes. If Madara had used Izanagi to fake his death to escape, he would have lost an eye. But that little brat Nagato has perfect eyes. Eternal Mangekyo advanced to Rinnegan, can he repair his blind eyes? Speaking of which, since Madara did not die, why did he not attack Konoha after his big brother died, but chose to lay dormant? These questions were buried in the bottom of his heart, and he planned to find an opportunity to verify them. In that case, Nagato is not dead. Even if he is killed, he can revive with Izanagi. Suddenly, Tobirama said. Orochimaru was stunned. He looked at Tobirama and his eyes flashed. Haha, old man, you don't have to hide your thoughts from me. We are now standing together. There's no point in telling you. As long as there's Yuuji and the little brat in the village, you won't have any chance. Although I only interacted with him for a short period of time, my physical ability can determine his temperament. It's likely that he's a young man like Danzo. You guessed correctly. Yuuji is Danzo's disciple. Oh! What a fantastic turns of thing! He was strong, came from a small family, and was also Danzo's disciple. There was really nothing to be picky about such a person. He made up his mind to secretly investigate Madara's plot, figure out the situation in this world, and then find a way to send some information to Yuuji. This place is no longer useful. Orochimaru grabbed White Zetsu. Tobirama looked at White Zetsu, what's the use of this guy? Haha, you'll know in a while. Orochimaru first put the coffin back into the coffin and sealed it, then looked at White Zetsu with a strange expression. Since I can't get the ideal body, I'll use you as a substitute. Orochimaru immediately opened his mouth, and the white snake crawled out and rushed into White Zetsu's mouth. Soon, he covered White Zetsu's genes with his own DNA, completely turning this body into his own. Vigorous life force, powerful potential, all of these became Orochimaru's. Very good, this body is really great. It's just like seizing Senju Hashirama. Orochimaru was extremely excited, and the vitality in his body made him obsessed. Then, he pulled out Tobirama again. A technique to change the body? Is this spirit form secret art of the Kato clan? He looked at the old body that Orochimaru had abandoned, and then looked at Orochimaru. No, it has nothing to do with the spirit form secret art. It's a technique that I developed myself. It's a secret technique used for eternal life. It's not a bad idea, but it's only to make the body eternal life. Damn it, the soul still has to die. Tobirama easily saw through the crux of the undead reincarnation technique. In terms of development of the forbidden technique, Orochimaru was a younger brother. Orochimaru destroyed his old body and laughed wantonly. Tobirama put his hand on Orochimaru's body, and activated Flying Thunder God. The two of them quickly disappeared. It looked as if everything had calmed down, but all of this was temporary silence for the storm in the future. Soon, the news of Nagato attacking Konoha and being killed spread quickly. The entire ninja world once again witnessed how terrifying Yuuji was. It seemed that other than Hitomi from the Eye organization, no one could pose a threat to Yuuji. Even Sage's eyes were killed by that guy. It's really hard to imagine that the kid from the past has become a major threat. With that guy here, there will be no way to start a war against Konoha for many years in the future. Don't forget, Akatsuki is not only Nagato. There are also those two. When the news was sent back to Akatsuki, many members of the organization spontaneously began to gather and fell into a strange silence. Hirako, you also followed the leader to Konoha and brought back this result? The leader is dead, and you are back. Humph, didn't Konan also escape? This is my fault? Isn't it because that guy is too strong? Speaking of which, Konan, how do you explain this result? With the leader gone, it will be difficult for us to carry out Bijuu's arrest plan with our strength, right? At this time, Konan said, who told you that your leader is dead? Chapter 341, Future Ambitions. Konan's face was slightly pale, and her mental state did not look too good. This was an extremely rare thing, because Konan had always paid great attention to her appearance and attire. At least she had to maintain her dignity as much as possible when facing these unruly fellows in the organization. Now, she stared coldly at these people in front of her. It was unknown how many of them sincerely hoped that Nagato would be safe and sound, but there were a few who wished that Nagato would die. Hirako lowered his head and hid the surprise in his heart. Nagato actually didn't die? What kind of joke was this? The one who defeated Nagato was that terrifying man. With that guy personally taking action, Nagato actually came back alive? Kakuzu sneered, then, since the leader is safe, please let the leader come out and tell us what happened. After a while, a figure walked out from the darkness. It was indeed Nagato. However, everyone present was strong. Other than Do, they all had sharp senses. They immediately realized that there was something wrong with this Nagato. The aura was much weaker, and the amount of chakra was even less than the original Nagato. Well, there are black sticks stuck into his body, isn't this the pain puppet made by the leader? Kisame laughed immediately when he found something interesting. To make a puppet into his own appearance and take his place? Doesn't this mean that? Oh! Leader, could it be that you were forced to use a puppet to move because you were almost killed by Yuuji and were seriously injured? Might Do shouted loudly. Nagato resisted the urge to kill these juniors. He took a deep breath and slowly opened his eyes. The eyes of the puppet Nagato were dim, but it was undoubtedly Rin-Egan. To put it bluntly, this was a fake eye. Even if the body of pain he created was killed and destroyed, the projection of Rin-Egan in his eyes would not dissipate. In the case of losing his eyes, Nagato could only use this method to intimidate these bastards. However, if they really wanted to fight, it would be over. Nagato could only use 5 ordinary escape techniques and could no longer use Rinnegan's Hitomi technique. Speaking of which, the one who really shocked us should be Mangekyo Sharingan. Who would have thought that the leader's eyes could actually turn to Mangekyo Sharingan? Kakuzu praised. They had recently heard about what happened to Konoha. Nagato was able to use 200 meters tall Susanoo, which was almost the absolute power of a god. Even if he used this Susanoo to launch ordinary physical attack, it still had the power to destroy heaven and earth. But who asked Nagato to encounter that guy Yuuji? That guy actually also developed a stronger Godzilla mode, pulling out the 200 meters tall Godzilla and Nagato to fight each other. Thinking about it, the battle between Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara back then was just this. Mr. Madara, don't you want to comment on something? Nagato has the same eyes as you, or did you already know that Mangekyo Sharingan could advance to Rin-Egan? Do you also have Rin-Egan? Obito met many fearful and jealous gazes and said coldly, I don't know about this matter. Otherwise, I would have made my eyes advance to Rin-Egan long ago. He, you're right. Everyone exchanged glances, and their thoughts were different. As for whether to believe it or not, it depends on the individual. Anyway, Do believed it. Our organization encountered a small setback, but it doesn't matter. Nagato said, next, our organization will temporarily lay low for a period of time, focusing on accumulating funds and searching for Orochimaru's whereabouts. When the time is right, Bijuu will seize the opportunity. It's just a small setback, why do I feel that it's very serious? White Zetsu whispered. The others looked at White Zetsu. Speaking of which, what about your other half? Why are you the only one left? I'm not sure. Who knows what he did? Chief seemed to be very angry when he mentioned him. White Zetsu pretended to be innocent. If he dared to tell the truth, Nagato tore him apart in minutes. The matter of Black Zetsu taking away Rin-Egan was absolutely not allowed to be made public. Nagato wanted to search for the whereabouts of Black Zetsu and lock his eyes back. Sigh, this is boring. I don't know when we will be as active as before, Kisame said. There were no fools present. On the contrary, each one was more cunning than the other. They had already realized that Nagato's body had suffered a serious injury. He would probably need a long time to recover his strength. Hirako's eyes flashed. He had the intention to devour Nagato, but he hesitated for a long time before giving up. He was not sure how weak Nagato was. If he attacked, the risk was too great and it was easy to lose his life. Moreover, with Konan constantly guarding Nagato, he had no chance. After everyone had dispersed, Pain's puppet and Konan arrived in front of Nagato. Still can't. Konan looked at Nagato worriedly. Yes, I can indeed sense the existence of Rin-Egan, but this eye has completely fallen silent, as if it has been crippled. In the dark, Nagato moved. He used the body of White Zetsu's clone to maintain the survival of his brain. He opened his eyes, revealing the only remaining eye that had already turned into a grayish-white. Izanagi, the person who used this technique is simply a genius. He actually found a way to play with established reality. I'm already so strong. If I want to change the reality of my death, I'm afraid I can only sacrifice Rin-Egan. Nagato's expression was very gloomy. After he activated Izanagi's resurrection from root space, his expression had not been good. Without Rin-Egan, I would not have been able to use the powerful Hitomi technique, let alone control the Gedo statue. Either I have to find a way to repair this eye, or I have to find Black Zetsu no matter what. At the mention of Black Zetsu, Nagato gritted his teeth and felt extreme hatred in his heart. Originally, according to his plan, even if he was killed in battle, after sacrificing one Rin-Egan to exchange for a life, there was still another Rin-Egan that could be used. The impact on his strength was not too excessive. Bang! At this time, the door of the secret room was opened and two figures walked in. What are you guys trying to do? Konan immediately stood in front of Nagato with a face full of anger and nervousness. Get out of the way, Konan. If these two guys want to fight, you won't be able to stop them. Nagato closed his eyes again. Konan's face was full of unwillingness. I also have the God's paper spell. I can definitely drag the two of them to their deaths. Stop dreaming, Konan. Have you forgotten that I taught Nagato's Izanagi to him? He can even use Izanagi to change his fate. I can do the same. Within Obito's mask, the three-tomo Sharingan was constantly rotating. Nagato's expression remained unchanged. What can I do for you two to look for me at this time? Su shook his head and stood a few meters away from Nagato and Konan, even though this distance was not worth mentioning to experts like them. I heard what happened from White Zetsu. I didn't expect it to be like this. Black Zetsu betrayed us. Humph, are you sure that Black Zetsu is betraying us and not obeying your orders? Konan said hatefully. Calm down. If I were to attack Nagato, I would have already done so. Would I still tolerate a foolish little girl like you acting so impudently in front of us? Obito snorted coldly. To be honest, Obito was also stunned. He had never given an order to remove his eyes from Black Zetsu. However, it was indeed Obito who taught Izanagi to save his life. In Obito's heart, on one hand, he did not want Yuuji to beat Nagato. He did not want to see Yuuji's arrogant and disgusting attitude. On the other hand, he hoped that Yuuji would kill Nagato so that Nagato would die once. The current Nagato was too strong. Obito seriously suspected that even if Uchiha Madara revived, it would be very difficult to take down such a Nagato, and he might even overturn. Therefore, Obito had been looking for a way to weaken Nagato. Sending Izanagi out would not only save Nagato's life and Rinnegan's, but also severely weaken Nagato's combat strength. It was very cost-effective. However, Obito was caught off guard by Black Zetsu's coquettish actions. The blind Nagato's strength had fallen to an extremely low level, and his value was already not much. Obito used Sharingan to observe Nagato's grey eyes and fell silent. He obviously felt that it was very troublesome. Su said, that guy, Black Zetsu, betrayed all of us. This is obvious. Although we don't know what he has gone crazy for, finding him and killing him is what we have to do. Although the strength of the two of you is barely acceptable, it is still very dangerous to deal with the current Black Zetsu. He has my Rin-Egan. Nagato snorted coldly. Do your best. After the conversation ended, under Konan's vigilant eyes, Obito and Su did nothing and left directly. When there was no one around, Obito immediately cursed. That bastard Black Zetsu, how dare he do such a thing? He was clearly Madara's will, but now he actually... In other words, with Madara's logic, would he also take away Nagato's eyes? Obito was furious. His rhythm was completely disrupted, and it even caused the Super Cage level's combat strength to be crippled. The entire Akatsuki was forced to keep a low profile. Obito was really worried. If the Eye organization took advantage of this period of time to become active and even attacked Akatsuki, what would they do? Black Zetsu's actions are indeed surprising, but the problem is, what is the use of him doing this? Is he just coveting Rinnegan's power? How much power can he unleash? Su said in a deep voice. Obito thought for a moment, and a trace of deep coldness flashed through his eyes. Maybe, Madara can't stand it anymore. Black Zetsu is the embodiment of Madara's will. He naturally knows how to use Rinnegan. Maybe. You mean, the reincarnation heavenly art? Black Zetsu wants to resurrect Uchiha Madara. Su said in surprise. That's right, other than this, is there any other possibility? Madara's will wants to revive Madara, this is very reasonable. Obito gritted his teeth. Su fell silent. Logically speaking, there was indeed no problem. However, Su was clear that Black Zetsu, that bastard, wanted to take the opportunity to sneak into the Eye organization. It was likely that he had his eyes on the eye of the organization. After all, it was still risky to rely on a pair of Rinnegan to resurrect Kaguya. It was better to take the opportunity to find out the inside story of the organization and prepare for the resurrection of Kaguya. Originally, in the timeline, Obito guided and cultivated Sasuke, allowing Sasuke to have eternal Mangekyou. One of the purposes was to use Sasuke's eternal eyes as a tool, just in case. If there was an accident, Obito could cultivate Sasuke's eternal eyes into Rinnegan and make a comeback. Unfortunately, the plan could not keep up with the change. Obito did not covet Itachi's eyes, but transplanted them to Sasuke, and then rushed to the battlefield. After Sasuke merged with 2 pairs of eyes, his mentality swelled, and he even wanted to use Susanoo to pull up his pants, betraying Obito in minutes, and also killing White Zetsu in passing. Soon after, the matter of Orochimaru's resurrection and the 4 Hokage rushing to the battlefield directly changed the whole situation of the battle. This move of Obito really screwed him to death. No matter what, we can only secretly search for Black Zetsu's whereabouts. Our organization can't be high profile right now. Nagato first lost to Hitomi, then lost to me. He's probably going crazy. Su shook his head. Obito glared at him fiercely. You bastard, if in a battle. Stop it, in that level of battle, a little distraction will lead to disastrous consequences, and you would do stupid things like show mercy. Su interrupted. Obito opened his mouth, but in the end, he was silent. It was a fool to hold back. It was very normal for him to hold back and be killed instead. Su continued, the main body killing Nagato is a matter of course. It was him who rushed to Konoha for death. What can he do? It doesn't matter when he comes to me. I don't have any plans to attack Nagato. Anyway, I am just a clone. Moreover, the current Nagato probably didn't even have cage level strength. Nagato can't fall like this. I have to find a way to recover his remaining eye. Why don't you let Kazue try using Hitomi? Obito looked at Yuuji and said in a low voice. He said sarcastically, compared to Nagato, you want Kazue to recover your eyes more. Humph, the result is the same. Everything is for peace, Obito said. Of course, you can also choose to attack Kazue yourself. Don't blame me if you are beaten to death. That woman is stronger than you, Su said. Nonsense. I have Hashirama's cells, how can I lose to her? Tisk, you only have 1 Mangekyou left and you still dare to talk back. It's up to you. He drilled into the ground and disappeared. Obito stood there for a while, then turned into a ball of whirlpool and disappeared. For a long time in the future, Akatsuki was going to be quiet. There was nothing he could do about it. Shin went to Orochimaru again. Wearing black clothes, wearing a special mask, and carrying a Uchiha fan on his back. Not bad, Shin. You look more like Uchiha Madara now. Orochimaru smiled. Shut up. Even if Uchiha Madara is revived, he might not be my match. After Shin got the fan, his heart grew again. He already had 2 divine weapons. Orochimaru, although I don't know what you got from Konoha, your gains will definitely not be small. Our deal is complete, right? It's time for you to fulfill your promise. Shin said. Orochimaru laughed deeply, of course, let's begin. It's a long process to perfect the cloning technology. Chapter 342, Pseudo-Indra's Pupil vs 1-Eye Rin-Egan. Ever since Nagato's eyes were taken away, Black Zetsu has been on the run. Holding a Rin-Egan eye in his hand, Black Zetsu's heart was extremely excited and frightened. He has engaged in conspiracies and tricks for thousands of years, but he has hardly achieved any goals by his own strength. Even if he is Kagaya's child, he has never touched a powerful force. The Rin-Egan is the first time Black Zetsu has come into contact with a powerful power in this life. This is the power of the eyes of reincarnation. Even if it's just one, it brings me such a powerful power. Black Zetsu felt the powerful pupil power coming from his eye sockets, and his heart was hot. If the mother saw this scene, she must also feel relieved, right? Black Zetsu touched a tree with his hand. Soon, a white Zetsu came out. Black Zetsu, they are going crazy with anger. They are desperately looking for your whereabouts, even ignoring the plan to capture the tailed beast. White Zetsu clone said. Black Zetsu said coldly, it's impossible for them to find me. If I was discovered so easily, I wouldn't be able to survive till now. In the age of the sages of the six paths, even Hago Romo couldn't find him, let alone these idiots organized by Akatsuki? Then what are you going to do? Is it possible that you want to catch the tailed beast yourself? Just use one Rin-Egan. White Zetsu asked. It's not impossible. If you want to resurrect the 10-tailed beasts, you don't necessarily need to capture all the 9-tailed beasts. You only need the chakra of the 9-tailed beasts and the Gedo statue. But I don't want my mother's strength to be compromised. Kagaya, who was resurrected by 9-tailed beasts and Gedo statue plus 10 tails Jinchuriki, is the complete Kagaya, powerful. Whenever there is a choice, Black Zetsu certainly hopes that Kagaya can be resurrected in the form of her prime. Next, you need to focus on helping me check the intelligence of the Eye organization, including the true identities of their organization members. I need more information. Black Zetsu ordered. White Zetsu's avatar agreed, and disappeared into the trees again. The Eye organization. I have to find a way to get in. As long as I can get in touch with Hitomi, I will be able to confirm which generation of Indra he is. As long as it is Indra or Indra's reincarnation, Black Zetsu is confident that he will recognize it. God knows how many times he tried and failed in order to cultivate the eyes of reincarnation. Almost every time Indra was reincarnated, Black Zetsu was actively running, but failed again and again. Only in Uchiha Madara's generation did Black Zetsu succeed. Black Zetsu also doubted whether the leader of the Eye organization would be a certain Otsutsuki, but after thinking about it, he still felt that it was impossible. The key lies in the Rin-Egan. The Rin-Egan is the eye of the 10-tailed sacred tree. The first prerequisite for the Otsutsuki family to have the Rin-Egan is to eat the fruit of the sacred tree and possess the gene of the sacred tree. He must be Indra of a certain generation. I can't judge wrongly. With my Rin-Egan, it shouldn't be difficult to join the Eye organization. In the next period of time, Black Zetsu began to wander around the ninja world, looking for the base of the organization. As a result, the Eye organization's base was not found, but a bunch of various messy bases were found. During this period of time, the entire ninja world began to quiet down, and even the irritable Kumagakure became extremely peaceful. The battle between Nagato and Yuuji caused a devastating blow to the land of fire. The Konoha forest disappeared in large areas, and it would take many years to restore it. Mountains were razed to the ground. In the face of this horrific battle result, people had to remain silent and use their bodies to express their biological instincts to deal with incomprehensible and unattainable forces with obedience and meekness. No one dared to jump around anymore. There are no small troops that infiltrate each other on the borders of various countries. In this case, peace has come. Although only temporary peace. Black Zetsu searched and searched, but he had no choice but to go to the Uchiha clan, looking for Setsuna. Who made Setsuna the only member of the Eye organization who clearly admitted his identity on the surface. The land of the Uchiha tribe. I've met Elder Setsuna. Elder Setsuna, how do you think our family should have our own immortal eyes? Can our family also become a group of immortals? Someone put forward the idea of being born with Rin-Egan, what do you think? With the blood of the Uchiha clan, you can have reincarnation eyes from birth. The entire Uchiha clan has always been in an extremely excited atmosphere. The eyes of reincarnation are also the eyes of the Uchiha clan, and their bloodline contains the potential to point to the ultimate path. No one will become if it is replaced by anyone, let alone the arrogant Uchihas. Setsuna leaned on a cane and walked down the street expressionlessly. There would always be people from the clan who would come up to him with anticipation, hoping to get Elder Setsuna's guidance. There is no way, who told Elder Setsuna that his actual age is over 70, and he is a living fossil of Uchiha. It is said that Elder Setsuna met Uchiha Madara when he was young, and inherited Uchiha Madara's will. However, there are still some news that are quietly circulating. Elder Setsuna stabbed Uchiha Madara in the back immediately after possessing the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. The questions you ask are actually meaningless. He stopped for a moment, faced the expectant faces, and said arrogantly, everything. After the old man advances to the eyes of reincarnation, there will naturally be a conclusion, and I will not hide it from you at that time. What? Elder Setsuna is ready to have the eyes of reincarnation. I see, as expected of an elder, while we were still arguing about such meaningless things, Elder Setsuna has already launched an attack on the eyes of reincarnation. Everyone praised and admired. Setsuna snorted softly, still looking calm, and deliberately showed a helpless and impatient attitude towards these juniors, which immediately won more awe. After returning home, Setsuna didn't enter the room immediately, but stood in the yard. In front of him, a black figure emerged from the ground, and the purple eye of Rin-Egan was extremely eye-catching. So it's you, Black Zetsu of the Akatsuki organization, and you're still alive. Shaemo nodded and said very calmly. Uchiha Setsuna, I'm not here to fight you, I just want to join the Eye organization through you. Black Zetsu said. Oh? I am really surprised that you want to join the Eye organization. Wearing a kimono, Setsuna looks extremely frail. His body is full of the old man's sense of time and the vitality of the young, giving people a strange feeling. Black Zetsu stood opposite Setsuna, also observing Setsuna. Looking at him with the eyes of reincarnation. There seems to be something terrible sealed in this old thing's body. Is it a monster in the bliss box? It's actually used in this way. Black Zetsu quickly saw some clues. Humph, it seems that you have seen something with that eye, but I can tell you that the seal on this old man was personally imposed by the leader, and ordinary people don't have this kind of treatment. Setsuna raised his head and snorted coldly. The overwhelming sense of superiority made Black Zetsu speechless for a moment. What should he do? Express his envy? This kind of thing? It's amazing, you actually let that person do it himself, it seems that he attaches great importance to you. Black Zetsu said after holding back for a while. As expected, Setsuna nodded with a dignified expression, that's natural, the old man has never let the leader down. Black Zetsu was too lazy to talk nonsense with this seemingly young old thing. Tell me how to join the Eye organization, and I will definitely help you. Setsuna didn't respond immediately, but opened the Mangekyo Sharingan, and looked at Heijo with a sneer. After a long time, Setsuna said slowly, the Rin-Egan, if the old man guessed correctly, it is Nagato's eye. You were attached to Nagato, but when Nagato was killed, you betrayed Nagato and took away a piece of him. An eye, right? That's roughly the case, that's right. I have another extremely important piece of information to give you, Nagato is not dead, he is still alive. What? How is this possible? The old man saw Nagato's head with his own eyes. Could it be? Setsuna's face changed, and he recalled the fear of being dominated by the perfect body Susanoo. Their Uchiha family had 4 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan, and they drove 4 Susanos together. Looking at the past 1,000 years, there has been almost no such spectacular scene. But what happened? The 4 of them were rubbed against the ground by Nagato, losing all face. At least Setsuna is deeply ashamed, he has always felt that his own eyes are the strongest Mangekyo Sharingan. But suddenly Nagato appeared, switched the Rin-Egan to a Mangekyo, and knocked out all of them. Could it be that Nagato was resurrected after death? Could he have fooled Shiranui Yuuji's resurrection technique? Setsuna said in a deep voice. Black Zetsu said, that's right, it's Izanagi, and Izanagi was activated with a Rin-Egan. It was inevitable to be shocked for an instant. Using the Rin-Egan to activate Izanagi, this is a way he never imagined, it is too extravagant. This is indeed a very valuable piece of information. Even that guy Yuuji was tricked by Nagato. I guess he still looks confused after seeing Nagato's head disappear, he. Setsuna said maliciously. Black Zetsu urged, take me to meet your leader quickly. I have powerful eyes and can provide you with information, which is helpful to you and meets the criteria for joining your organization. Information? What information? I already know that Nagato is not dead, what information did you provide me? Setsuna looked at him inexplicably. Black Zetsu was startled, and then sneered, you old guy, you are quite shameless, but you don't think I only have this little secret, do you? It doesn't matter whether it's intelligence or not. The important thing is your eyes. In theory, the old man's eyes should be the strongest Indra's pupil, but now there is Rinnegan, and the old man needs to study it. A fierce light gradually appeared in Setsuna's eyes. Introduce Black Zetsu to the leader? Don't be kidding, even he can't meet the leader casually, let alone bring an outsider to meet him. But it would be embarrassing to directly say that you can't see the leader, so, just kill Black Zetsu and covet the Rinnegan. If you can use it yourself, you can use it yourself, and if you are not good enough, you can dedicate the Rinnegan to the leader. Setsuna made a plan, and no longer concealed his malice and joy, the idiot who came to your door, let the old man use the pupil of Indra to end you. Pupils of Indra? Your eyes are nothing but pupils of Indra. Black Zetsu said hoarsely, a little irritable. He looked at Setsuna, and really didn't know what to say. Back then, Black Zetsu fooled Indra and guided Indra to blacken step by step, but he watched Indra with his own eyes from opening his eyes to raising the butcher knife to the sages of the six paths. Compared with Indra's Sharingan, Setsuna is at best an inferior and defective product. It's just the monster's eye copied from the box of bliss, the strongest weapon made by the sage of the six paths. Setsuna showed a cruel smile, it's ridiculous, what do you know, you ugly black thing, you speak as if you have really met the ancestor of Indra. Then tell me, Indra's strongest kaleidoscope Sharingan, can it be advanced to the eyes of reincarnation? Amaterasu. The six-pointed star appeared in Setsuna's pupils, and soon blood flowed out of his left eye. The immortal black flame immediately burned on Black Zetsu's body. Amaterasu is really a nostalgic pupil technique. Black Zetsu looked at the black flames on his body. The last time I saw this pupil technique was when Indra attacked the sage of the six paths in Azura. A mediocre person like Setsuna can also master this kind of pupil technique. It can only be said that the box of bliss is indeed a good thing. Really copied a pair of Indra's eyes for Setsuna. But it is far from the real pupil of Indra. Indra can instantly release a full-body Susanoo, but Setsuna, if you try your best, you may not even be able to get out the fourth stage Susanoo. Surrender, obediently present your eyes to this old man, and I will spare your life. Setsuna said. But Black Zetsu just shook his body slightly. The Rinnegan on his face immediately burst out with powerful pupil power. Shinra Tensei. Whoosh! All the flames of Amaterasu were blown away, splashed onto the surrounding grasslands, houses and fences, and burned quickly. Black Zetsu charged towards Setsuna immediately after defeating Amaterasu's flame. It's actually the pupil technique of the Rinnegan. A look of surprise appeared on Setsuna's face. Facing Black Zetsu who was close at hand, Setsuna stepped forward and also rushed out. Susanoo. After a loud noise, the purple ribs kept Black Zetsu out. You should have the ability to possess. It is absolutely impossible to possess and control this old man. The fire of Amaterasu ignited again, covering the surface of Susanoo. With 2 layers of defense, he wrapped himself tightly in an instant. This made Black Zetsu's already bad mood even worse. We must fight quickly, if we attract that dangerous guy Yuuji. Black Zetsu was anxious, trying to absorb Amaterasu's fire and Susanoo. He didn't have much time and didn't want to fight at all. But helplessly bumped into Setsuna's hand. Setsuna just needs to make some meritorious deeds, so as to be appreciated by the leader. Killing you will surely make the leader happy. Once the leader is happy, he might tell the old man how to advance to the eyes of reincarnation. Setsuna thought beautifully. Chapter 343, We Can Be Mother Helper. Black Zetsu was extremely anxious. The exchange between the two of them caused quite a commotion. Especially the Amaterasu fire, it burned down Setsuna's house, immediately attracting the attention of many people. That is Elder Setsuna's residence. Who is Elder Setsuna fighting with? Even Nagato died in our village, who else is crazy enough to come and die? Many members of Uchiha quickly rushed to the scene. In the next moment, purple Susanoo filled their vision, followed by a deafening roar. The Shinra Tensei created a large area of chaos. The already broken land of Uchiha was ravaged again. Damn, he escaped. Setsuna drove the 3rd stage of Susanoo, and in front of everyone, he had an angry and unwilling expression. Elder Setsuna, what happened? Who is the enemy? A Uchiha clansman shouted. Who else could it be? It's Akatsuki's Black Zetsu. He took away Nagato's Rinnegan. Just now, he wanted to sneak attack this old man, but he was forced back by this old man. Setsuna snorted, extremely dissatisfied. So powerful. Elder Setsuna actually defeated Rinnegan. Yes, the other party is not weak. He has also grasped Rinnegan's Hitomi technique, but he is still not my match, Setsuna said. Soon, Fugaku also rushed over. This clan leader was under a lot of pressure. If not for Yuuji, he seriously suspected that he wouldn't be able to suppress this unruly clan. After understanding the situation, Fugaku's expression was grave. So, what Yuuji said was right. Nagato's eyes were actually taken away by Black Zetsu. This is an obvious matter. Do you think that Yuuji that guy took Nagato's eyes? He doesn't have the ability. Even if Nagato lost to him, he wouldn't leave his eyes to him. Setsuna said. Fugaku immediately told the news to several of Konoha's higher UPS. Yuuji did not say anything, but the mentality of others had a subtle change. It was true. Yuuji did not lie. He did not get Nagato's Rinnegan, and he did not lie to the village. Where is Setsuna? Black Zetsu, who has Rinnegan, has come to find Setsuna. I am afraid that it is for the matter of the Eye organization. Minato said. Indeed, if Black Zetsu joined the Eye organization, it would be troublesome. Akatsuki must be hunting Black Zetsu. The only thing that Black Zetsu can rely on is the Eye organization. In fact, Setsuna had already started to move. In the dead of night, Setsuna quietly left the village and disappeared into the messy Konoha forest. Anbu tried to track him, but he lost him and could only return helplessly. Setsuna shook off the stalker and came to the Valley of the End. Open! He formed a hand seal and cast a spell, opening the door to the underground base. Lord Setsuna! Natsum and Hadarubi immediately greeted him and bowed respectfully. Where is the leader? Has he come back? I have very important information to tell him. Setsuna shouted. The leader has been waiting for you. He also asked us to remind you that the tail behind you has not been broken. What? Could it be that Black Zetsu has been following me all the time? Damn it! Setsuna's face was ugly, but he still entered the base immediately and greeted the leader. This was the third time that Setsuna saw this mysterious leader. The first time was in Hojiki City in Country of Grass. He, who just got Mangekyo Sharingan, saw the clone of the leader return to the Chest of Bliss. The second time was at the meeting held by the Valley of the End. Now was the third time. Setsuna raised his head and saw a figure sitting on the stone seat in front of him, looking at him coldly. It was as if this man was born to be one with the darkness. But only that clear and terrifying gaze fell on Setsuna, making his hair stand on end, as if he had met his natural enemy. Chief, about Black Zetsu. Setsuna said respectfully. No need to say. I already understand what happened. Hitomi's voice was very flat, without any emotional fluctuations. Nagato was still too careless, let that woman's air take away his eyes, and fell into a passive state. Setsuna looked confused, completely unable to understand. Black Zetsu wants to find me to seek protection, and also to test me. This is the reason why he found you. Hitomi said lightly. A fierce look flashed in Setsuna's eyes. I'll go kill him now. After saying that, he rushed out of the base to kill Black Zetsu who was following him. No need. You stay here. He will come in to see me. Hitomi said. In the outside world. He actually put the base in this place. The leader of the Eye organization is indeed the reincarnation of Indra. The two huge statues formed a seal and stood opposite each other. In the middle of the statues, a huge waterfall poured down, raising a large splash. It was a spectacular sight. As far as the eye could see, it was lush, verdant, beautiful, and otherworldly. Black Zetsu looked around at the surroundings. In Rinnegan's vision, many things could not be hidden. Only because of a reincarnation of Indra's generation would the base be arranged to such a place. His gaze paused on the statue of Hashirama and Madara. Because of Indra and Asura. Humph! Black Zetsu approached the entrance of the base and observed carefully. Natsum and Hadarubi also failed to hide from Black Zetsu. These two guys are covered with all kinds of sealing techniques. Are they hiding their physical condition? Black Zetsu pondered. The next second, Black Zetsu saw the two people make a gesture of invitation to him. Black Zetsu hesitated for a moment and directly stepped into the base of the eye organization. He was extremely nervous. But he had no choice. Even though danger was danger, he still had to see it. Black Zetsu wanted to confirm Hitomi's identity and join hands with him. Very quickly, Black Zetsu dived into the ground and arrived in front of Hitomi. It is indeed Nagato's eyes. Black Zetsu, you are very brave. In order to achieve your goal, you actually abandoned Nagato. If Madara knew, he would definitely kill you. Hitomi looked down at Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu's heart beat wildly. He felt that his body had been seen through by the other party. He subconsciously raised his head and looked at the other party with Rinnegan. You must be joking. I just think that following you will be more beneficial to realize the goal. And Madara, he himself is Akatsuki's man. Of course, he wants to kill me. A sense of panic suddenly rose in Black Zetsu's heart. He found that he had neglected a very fatal possibility, the Hitomi in front of him, who knew which generation of Indra, might have realized the matter of Otsutsuki's clan. Even the matter of Kaguya, the ancestor of chakra, was somewhat different. Hitomi and Black Zetsu fell into silence. Leader, do you need me to dig out this guy's eyes? Although you may not like the one Rinnegan, it is not a problem to use it as backup. Setsuna suddenly said from the side. Black Zetsu hurriedly said, Wait. This is not in line with the rules of your organization. A strong person like you should be disdainful of going against your own orders, right? If it is a powerful Hitomi ninja, you can accept it. No matter what his background is, I am very good at the rules of the organization. This is also true. A mere Rinnegan is not worth my time. Yuuji looked at Black Zetsu coldly. He didn't kill him. However, he definitely wouldn't let Black Zetsu off so easily. I am very interested in you. You are not an ordinary white Zetsu. Yuuji instantly disappeared from where he was and used time-space Hitomi technique to appear in front of Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu was terrified and subconsciously wanted to sneak underground to escape. But Hitomi just snorted, and the reality that made Black Zetsu feel fear happened, he could not move. How could this be? Black Zetsu screamed and tried to urge his Rinnegan to break this inexplicable imprisonment with Hitomi. However, he did not detect any trace of an escape technique. What imprisoned him were not 7 escape techniques. Even if he used the Shinra Tensei, he would not be able to escape. Stop struggling. This is my Rinnegan's Hitomi technique. Hitomi stood in front of Black Zetsu and said indifferently. How is that possible? Your time-space, Hitomi technique should only have 2. One is to cut out an independent time-space and the other is to prevent others from using the time-space, Hitomi technique. Suddenly, Black Zetsu thought of something and felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Takamagahara and Chijai Shinokamai, these are the names of my 2 Hitomi techniques. You investigated very carefully. Was it the time when I wanted to kill Nagato and you risked your life to steal Nagato's head? Did you find out about my 2 Hitomi techniques? Hitomi reached out and grabbed Black Zetsu's neck. The huge force made Black Zetsu unable to resist kneeling down. But you seem to have overlooked it. Who told you that I used my full strength when I killed Nagato? I didn't even need to use all the power of Hitomi's art to kill Nagato. Hitomi sneered. Black Zetsu trembled all over. He did not know that Hitomi was really bragging. In the battle when Hitomi almost killed Nagato, he had actually dug out the power of the 2 Hitomi skills, Takamagahara and Chijai Shinokamai. But the problem was that in the past few years, he had further developed Hitomi's technique. Takamagahara could already suppress Tonari's soul. Chijai Shinokamai, from the most basic suppression of time-space fluctuations to invalidate other people's time-space ninjutsu, now it can directly solidify time-space itself. Black Zetsu wanted to escape, but the space he was in, along with himself, had been fixed by Hitomi's Chijai Shinokamai, so there was no way to escape. What do you want to do? Kill me. For the first time, Black Zetsu felt fear from the bottom of his heart. Kill you? No, you're just a pathetic reptile. You think you can hide in the dark and play your tricks? Hitomi looked at Black Zetsu and slowly tightened his grip. In front of my eyes, you can't hide anything from me. Black Zetsu, I'm staring at you, watching you run around like a little bug. Because of Indra. This guy must have recognized him because of a reincarnation of Indra. Black Zetsu screamed crazily in his heart. In the past 1,000 years, Black Zetsu had only done 2 things. First, find the reincarnation of Indra and Ashura. Second, induce them to blacken and try to cultivate Rinnegan. Black Zetsu had come into contact with every generation because of Indra's reincarnation. Every time he came into contact with her, Black Zetsu would put on a disguise, put on clothes, armor, and so on, and try his best to disguise himself as a human. However, it was obvious that this generation of people in front of him had recognized him. As Hitomi spoke, he observed Black Zetsu from a close distance. I have always suspected that this thing, Black Zetsu, is actually Kagaya's karma. Hitomi silently thought in his heart. He recalled the scene of Kagaya's resurrection. The 10-tailed Jinchuriki, Uchiha Madara, was dug out of his heart by Black Zetsu. Black lines began to spread from the heart, finally swallowing Uchiha Madara, and Kagaya was resurrected. In other words, the prerequisite for Kagaya's resurrection was the 10-tailed Jinchuriki and Black Zetsu. Next, under Black Zetsu's terrified eyes, Hitomi studied Black Zetsu over and over again. Halfway through, he used Takamagahara's technique to cut off a part of Black Zetsu's body and observed it carefully. Dissipated? It looks like a yin-yang escape creation. Hitomi looked at Black Zetsu, who was quickly recovering from the loss, and already had an answer in his heart. This Black Zetsu fellow was indeed a variant of the karma. It was a living karma that Kagaya had urgently created in a moment of desperation. It was Kagaya's will. The essence of the karma was a complete data backup of Otsutsuki. But this thing, Black Zetsu, only contained part of Kagaya's will, and the main part was still on the 10-tailed Jinchuriki. After figuring it out, he lost interest in Black Zetsu and wanted to dig out Black Zetsu's Rinnegan. As the princess of the branch family, Kagaya must know about Otsutsuki's mother planet. Hitomi thought about it in his heart. In the end, he did not make a move. He directly threw Black Zetsu out and turned to leave. His figure slowly disappeared into the dark. What is your purpose? What do you want to do by gathering so many Hitomi ninjas? Black Zetsu couldn't help but ask. Hitomi replied, perfect mastery of this world's strongest power system. Then, he could determine the coordinates, but he didn't say it. Hitomi's figure disappeared. Black Zetsu's heart was filled with humiliation and doubt. Just for the sake of strength, to obtain even more powerful strength, or even surpass Otsutsuki. If that was the case, then it would naturally be best. After his mother was resurrected, she would definitely recover the chakra of the entire planet. If Hitomi was weak, then she would kill him. If he was strong, then she would stay behind and use it as a weapon to deal with Otsutsuki's clan. After all, Hitomi was also his mother's grandson. If he was reliable, he could be roped in. After all, his mother had even specially given birth to Hagoromo and Hamura as helpers. Black Zetsu suddenly felt that Hitomi was much more reliable than the Hagoromo and Hamura of the past, because Hitomi was not like Hagoromo and Hamura, who had a baffling sense of responsibility towards this planet, and even betrayed his mother. The birth of Hagoromo and Hamura was a failure. Mother should not have accepted the blessings of the humans to give birth to the two of them back then. This is a conspiracy. It might be a way to save herself on this planet. Hitomi is obviously more qualified than Hagoromo and Hamura. Humph, you might be lucky enough to meet Mother and become a helper for Mother to fight against the other people of Otsutsuki's race. Various schemes flashed through Black Zetsu's mind. In the end, in front of the cruel reality, he forcefully endured the humiliation in his heart and focused on his mother's resurrection plan. Next, Black Zetsu decided to think of ways to rope Hitomi to his mother's side and his grandson to help his grandmother. This was very reasonable. Chapter 344, 2 Year. After joining the I organization, Black Zetsu had been trying to get more information about the I organization. But after going around for a while, he did not get any hair. He even turned his attention to Sumaru, but he still didn't get any valuable information. The entire I organization was very loose, and several members were busy with their own things, rarely appearing in the I organization base. Humph, although the leader made an exception and accepted you, don't be complacent. I will keep an eye on you. If you dare to do anything harmful to the organization, I will kill you. Setsuna walked over and looked at Black Zetsu coldly. I have no way to go. Only the I organization will take me in. Do you still think I will betray this organization? Black Zetsu said. Humph, that's hard to say. Your eyes were stolen. Strictly speaking, you are not Hitomi's ninja arts. From the beginning, you were not on the same side as us. Setsuna snorted. Black Zetsu did not respond. He himself is very clear that he has not gained Hitomi's trust at all. Even if he joins in, he is afraid that he will still be under Hitomi's surveillance. However, these were not important. As long as it was beneficial for his mother's resurrection, he was willing to do anything. Time passed. Black Zetsu finally got something useful. Chief wants us to find the descendants of the Katsuri Yugan and Akigan? Didn't the two big families have been exterminated a long time ago? Black Zetsu's eyes flashed, and his purple eyes emitted a strange luster. Who knows? But whatever sensei says, we just need to obey. Sumaru descended from the sky and dispelled the peacock technique. He had just finished his cultivation and casually said, "My strength is still too weak. I have to become stronger as soon as possible. Only then can I help sensei." Black Zetsu stared at Sumaru. Disciple of Indra, really interesting. In this period of time, Black Zetsu had already figured out the background of Hadarubi and Sumaru. If he was not mistaken, this family of three was from Star Ninja Village. Ninjas who rely on the remains of the Jubi to cultivate. Black Zetsu thought silently. What made Black Zetsu even more vigilant was that Hitomi seemed to have taken the remains of the ten-tailed, and he didn't know what to do with it. It was probably through the ten-tailed ruins that he managed to find out a part of the truth. Black Zetsu said, "In the whole of Ninja World, your talent is at the top. Among the same age, other than those two, I'm afraid no one is your opponent." "Oh? There are only two people of the same age who can compete with me." Sumaru was unconvinced. Black Zetsu nodded. "Konoha Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. The two of them are no worse than you." Sumaru remembered these two names in his heart, hoping that one day, he would be able to compete with these two people. The entire I organization also began to fall silent. Several members were just silently searching for the descendants of the Katsuri Yugan and Akigan. They did not do anything else. The entire ninja world welcomed a rare peace. It was as if all the wars and killings disappeared overnight. But everyone knew that as long as human beings still existed, peace would always be temporary. Relying on Yuuji's super force to intimidate them, they didn't know how long this abnormal peace could last. "Thanks to Lord Yuuji, I haven't been so calm in a long time." Among Konoha, he often heard someone sigh like this. Every time he looked at the location of the ninja school, they felt a sense of security from the bottom of their hearts. All of this was brought about by that man. Ninja School, Director of Teaching Affairs Office. Yuuji leaned on the chair, his legs on the table, swaying the chair from time to time, only relying on the two hind legs of the chair to support himself. With his keen and balanced senses, of course, it was impossible for him to fall over. This is really rare. I really don't get used to this feeling of being idle. Yuuji narrowed his eyes and looked out the window. On the sports field, all the children of various grades ran out, playing games. The fight was very lively. It was worth mentioning that since Yuuji became the teaching director, the number of fights in the school had increased. Yuuji only strictly divided the rules of the fight, arranged a group of people to keep watch at all times, and firmly attacked those fierce but careless fools. In addition to that, for ordinary fights, more precisely, friendly fights, Yuuji had no intention of stopping them. This group of children was destined to be different from the people in the past. They did not face a large-scale war, but they often witnessed the terrifying battles between the strong. The kind that could flatten several mountains in minutes. Yuuji needed to let these people grow up as soon as possible. "Senior, the latest test results are out. I need your signature." Irika walked in and respectfully delivered a stack of documents. Yuuji directly flipped to the last page and signed his name. He was still very assured about Irika's ability to handle matters. Irika was born to become a teacher. "There is one more thing that I need you to pay attention to." Irika scratched his head in distress. "Needless to say, it's about Naruto and Sasuke fighting again, right? These two guys are used to fighting every day," Yuuji said. Irika scowled miserably. "But their strength is too strong. Many sensei are no match for them. If they want to stop them, it is very easy to be knocked down by two students. Then don't stop them and let them fight. They are both very smart and know how to control their strength. They will not be ruthless." Yuuji shook his head and told Irika not to worry about it. These two people had been fighting since the first time they met when they were 3 or 4 years old. When they entered the school at the age of 6, they fought each other every day and fought for so many years. Although they looked like mortal enemies, they had already developed feelings for each other. These two fellows just did not know how to express their feelings. They could only face each other with arrogance and disdain. In fact, the way they looked at each other was indeed arrogant. They always felt that the other party was inferior to them. Irika hesitated for a moment and said, "There is one more thing about Hyuga Hinata. A few years ago, you ordered us to pay attention to the psychological changes of the students and regularly evaluate them secretly. I found that something was wrong with Hinata. When Yuuji first became the teaching director, he directly established all kinds of evaluation systems, including chakra, ninjutsu, physical skills, etc. They were evaluated at S, A, B, and so on. This also included the hidden attribute of psychological changes." Irika was very worried because Hinata had changed too much. From a shy, kind, and gentle girl, she had become incomparably cold and numb. As for why Hinata had become like this, every time Irika looked at Hinata's forehead covered by thick bangs, he could faintly guess what had happened. The internal strife within Hyuga's family was really cruel. Even clansman's eldest daughter was forced to become a branch family member. Irika was helpless and could only report this matter to Senior Yuuji. Ever since Hoito defected, Hinata seemed to have been beaten into a cage. Her temperament began to change, becoming like a second Niji. Yuuji nodded slightly. "I also noticed this. According to the operating rules of the village, we are not qualified to intervene in the internal affairs of Hyuga's clan. Not to mention the caged bird mark, even if Hyuga and clansmen want to kill several people of the branch family, it is their own business. Even Yandere is not easy to directly interfere." "What? How can this be? Isn't the biggest in the village the Hokage? Why can't the Hokage manage the ninja?" Irika refreshed his cognition and said in a low voice. Yuuji shook his head. "Irika, this is the rule. When the village constantly releases new rules of all and the traditional customs of the ancient ninja clan, who listens to whom? Of course, the ninja clan listens to the village. Unfortunately, Hyuga and clansmen do not think so." Yuuji said. "Fortunately, after the 3 battles, the overall strength of the village quickly recovered, and the number of experts reached the peak of history. Hyuga clan, who did not have experts in charge, restrained a lot. In the past, they would only do even more excessive things. Even Xiaode Hokage, whose mouth was full of benevolence, could not change the system of Hyuga's family, which was obvious. Moreover, the traditional custom of Hyuga's family could not be said to be completely wrong. The separation system of clansmen indeed protected Byakugan from leaking blood. To a certain extent, it was also protecting the branch family. Byakugan was easier to open his eyes than Sharingan, and his strategic value was much greater than Sharingan's. In addition, the temperament and deterrence displayed by Hyuga's family was far worse than the violent and overbearing Uchiha's family, and they needed clansmen's separation system more. It was difficult for the successive generations to interfere. "Irika, we are sensei. We are only responsible for guiding them. As for the rest, let the students face it themselves. No matter what the result is, we can accept it." Yuuji smiled faintly. Irika smiled helplessly. Probably only a terrifying existence like Senior Yuuji would look down on the world with a carefree attitude. This was the arrogance and boldness of a super expert. Irika knew that he did not have this kind of bearing. At this time, a violent explosion erupted in the sports field, causing bursts of exclamations. Irika hurriedly moved to the window. The entire field was covered with countless people and sensei. Even Anbu, who was in charge of monitoring the village, was attracted and hid in the shadows of the trees to watch the battle. In the central area of the huge playground, there were 2 children who were fighting. Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto shouted. "They are fighting again. These 2 guys, Tenten is going to fight. You call this kind of fight a play? This is already a fight between ninjas. Is it my illusion? Why do I feel that Yoshino-sensei can't beat them? Hey, you guys, don't make up stories about me. I have taught elite teachers such as Yuuji and Kazue." Yoshino Masada maintained order on the side of the sports field. At this time, he was extremely annoyed as he listened to the discussion of these brats. What made him collapse even more was that he might really not be a match for Naruto and Sasuke. He was still genin after all. After a few more years, he might be able to become a special superior ninja. However, Naruto, Sasuke, these 2 children who were not even 9 years old, could actually bring him pressure. As expected of this year's super genius. He is worthy of being Yuuji's disciple and Yandame's son. Although Yoshino Masada felt helpless in his heart, he still couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Because Naruto and Sasuke were really too outstanding. Unfortunately, he wasn't the teacher of these two people and couldn't personally lead the two students. These two children are still a bit inferior to Yuuji and Kazue in the past. I hope they have a chance to reach the heights of Yuuji and Kazue. Yoshino Masada commented. But Yoshino-sensei, I remember that back then, Lord Yuuji and Lord Kazue's grades didn't seem to be very good, right? Lord Yuuji was the first in theory and the last in the actual combat lesson. Lord Kazue also started to show her talent when she was 10 years old. Yoshino's face darkened. He turned around and found that it was a little girl with pink hair who was speaking carefully. Indeed, from the looks of it, when Yuuji and Kazue were 8 and 9 years old, the strength they displayed could not compare to the two of them. Yuuji and Kazue were not as strong as Sensei and his father. Fire release, great fireball technique. In the middle of the field, Sasuke kicked Naruto away and quickly retreated. He quickly formed a seal and sprayed out a huge fireball. The terrifying flame instantly increased the temperature, making everyone feel a burning sensation. Some of Sensei immediately stood up and formed the seal of water release, just in case. Wow, this ninjutsu is too scary. Can Naruto block it? Naive, if he can't even block this, how can Naruto suppress Sasuke? Sure enough, in the face of this kind of attack, Naruto just quickly made a series of hand seals. Wind release, great breakthrough. Several Naruto cast wind releases spell together, and soon the fireball was torn to pieces. Sasuke took the opportunity to come in front of Naruto. A pair of Sharingan was staring at Naruto. Naruto, in front of my eyes, all your actions are useless. A proud expression appeared on Sasuke's face. That's right, when facing Hiriko, Itachi had activated Mangekyo Sharingan. He had also activated Sharingan under the stimulation of death. Although it was just a piece of jade, it had already caused Sasuke's strength to increase by a wave. This is your true body. Lightning release, Earth. Sasuke sent all the lightning movement to one Naruto. But in the next moment, Naruto turned into smoke and disappeared with a bang. What? You can actually hide from my eyes. Sasuke was shocked. Smelly fart Sasuke, don't you know that Sharingan can't see through the shadow clone? I only need to use the transformation technique to easily deceive you. A stone turned into the body of Naruto. A few Naruto swarmed forward and surrounded Sasuke in the middle. However, Sasuke still relied on his powerful body technique. After kicking a shadow clone, he found a gap and hurriedly escaped. The two of them immediately started a new round of fighting. Their attainments in physical skills and ninjutsu had already far surpassed everyone else. Time flew by, and time flew by like a shuttle. Because of the reincarnation of Indra and Asura, who were fighting, they were also constantly growing up, becoming stronger and more dazzling. 2 years had passed. Chapter 345, The Art of Thunder Godzilla. 2 years passed very quickly. The entire ninja world was in a state of extreme peace. The strength of each ninja village was rapidly recovering, and the withering caused by the various wars was also being wiped out by time. Even to the extent that out of fear and unease, the various villages focused on increasing the number and quality of the ninjas, increasing their military strength as much as possible. Even though many people knew that it was not that useful. In the past 2 years, peace was mainstream. There were even more merchants traveling between countries, transmitting legendary battles to every corner of Ninja World. The level of the Super Shadow also began to enter the hearts of people, and more people accepted it. Because many people really could not accurately describe the terrifying power of destruction. After the battle, the mountain range was flattened, and the Scarlet Field covered 100 miles, making people tremble. In these 2 years, Yuuji's name was like a mountain that suppressed the entire ninja world, making the people outside the Fire Country unable to breathe, making the people within the Fire Country feel an unprecedented sense of security. In a daze, it was as if they had returned to the era when Hashirama and Madara suppressed Ninja World. Madara did not run away, was not killed, Hashirama did not die, no one dared to move, but once something happened to these two people, the first great battle of Ninja World immediately erupted. Battle 2 and 3 followed closely behind. 2 years. Yuuji stretched and ended the day of work. In the blink of an eye, he was already 22 years old. It was the year when a ninja began to fight, and he began to step into his peak. As a result, many people are speculating whether his strength has improved in the past 2 years, and if so, how much he has improved. Just thinking about it made a group of ambitious people feel despair. The god of ninjas, Senju Hashirama, who was 42 years old, had already made the first-generation shadows and second-generation shadows of various villages uncomfortable. In the end, Yuuji was even younger, and it made people collapse even more. He was just in his early 20s. In the entire ninja world, other than Akatsuki's Su, Madara, and Hitomi from the I organization, no one else could kill Yuuji. But it's hard to say. Although Shiranui Yuuji is a super genius, he needs to pay a price for his strength. The technique that he used needs to consume his lifespan. A saying quietly spread in Ninja World's underground world. It was said that there was a nose and eyes. This was the intelligence that the spies of various villages had paid a huge price to obtain from Konoha. In the 3 battles, the reason that Yuuji casually threw up after the forbidden technique was dug out by some fellows, giving them a bit of hope. The 22-year-old Yuuji had been strong for 10 years, and his physical condition was probably already at a very bad state. How could he not pay a price for frequently using such a terrifying forbidden technique when he was young? Even if Jinchuriki used Bijuu's strength, it would damage his body, let alone Yuuji using such a powerful Godzilla. He must pay the price for using Godzilla mode. Outsiders were looking forward to Yuuji dying from exhaustion, while the majority of the villagers hoped that Yuuji would live for 100 years. However, they did not know that Yuuji was more than 100 years old. As long as his soul was fine, he could live forever. Yuuji listened to the school bell that resounded throughout the school, and the corners of his mouth revealed a trace of a smile. The 6-year children had already cheered and ran out of the classroom. Some children were not in a hurry to go home, but found a place to play ninja games for a while, and a small number of people would go to the training ground to practice. Yuuji stood by the window and looked at the playground that had been empty not long ago. In an instant, it was full of jumping teenagers. It was really good. Peaceful comfort was indeed addictive, and it would also wear down the hostility and fighting spirit in the heart. However, the comfort that ordinary people enjoyed could not affect Yuuji in the slightest. In these 2 years, Yuuji almost did not make a move, but it was not that he did not do anything. While others were enjoying themselves in normal times, Yuuji was preparing for a more cruel battle. Otsutsuki Urashiki. Counting the time. It is not far from the day that Urashiki crossed the timeline. According to the normal timeline, the time when Urashiki came to Earth was a bit earlier than Momoshiki and Kinshiki. Urashiki arrived at the moon first, and Tonari, who had no eyes and giant Tensagen, was too pure. Because of his pure bloodline, he was reluctant to kill him, so he simply sealed Tonari for 10,000 years. After that, he took over Tonari's puppet army and ran to Earth to meet up with Momoshiki and Kinshiki. After secretly sneaking into Konoha and finding Naruto, he simply traveled through time and space to reach the age of 12 and planned to take away the 9 tails in one go. Urashiki held a divine artifact that could travel through time and space. Otsutsuki Urashiki. Speaking of which, this guy will be the true complete Otsutsuki in the truest sense I'm facing. Yuuji praised. Needless to say, Tonari had no eyes and lacked combat experience. He was first taught a lesson by Yuuji and then killed by Obito, who had his seed exploded. His soul was still sealed in Takamagahara. Otsutsuki's Hiki was a cripple. Because he did not have a high-quality reincarnation vessel, he could not bring out his true strength from beginning to end. He was exhausted to death by Su, Obito, and Nagato. His soul dissipated and he was now waiting for the chance to be resurrected. Otsutsuki's Urashiki was completely different from these two people. This was the real, complete Otsutsuki. And it was the Otsutsuki who had eaten the chakra fruit. Urashiki's Byakugan could instantly advance to Rinnegan, and also had the special form of the 6 Tomo Rinnegan, grasping the same Hitomi technique as Kagaya Yamatsu Hirasaka. There were also several powerful artifacts in his hands, and there were many attacking sections. Facing such a well-established 6th path powerhouse, the pure Otsutsuki, even if he is as powerful as Yuuji, he still has to face it squarely. If he didn't bring out his full strength, Yuuji seriously suspected that he would lose. He absolutely could not be careless. Otsutsuki Urashiki. This guy, maybe I can bring out my full strength. Hitomi, Su, and Yuuji, when these 3 identities were combined, what kind of power would burst out? Yuuji was also looking forward to it. In addition, Yuuji's development of Godzilla mode had also approached the critical point, but he had not shown it to the enemy. Yuuji narrowed his eyes and looked out of the window. The short peace would soon disappear, and an even crueler era would come. He listened to the laughter coming from the playground. Well, there was also a guy who said harsh words to each other in the middle. Smelly fart Sasuke, do you dare to go to the number 7 training ground? See if I don't beat your shit out. What a joke. Stupid Naruto always has no self-awareness. If not for the fact that you have the Kyuubi in your body, I would beat you up in minutes. What? Bastard, you think I rely on the Kyuubi? Humph, isn't that so? Who was it that suddenly released a huge amount of chakra halfway through the fight? Damn it, I am the descendant of Uzumaki clan. Even if I don't have the Kyuubi, my chakra is still far above yours. I won't feel any pressure if I beat you to death. Naruto immediately stomped his feet. In the past 2 years, both of their intelligence had soared, so they naturally began to notice things that they had never noticed in the past. Sasuke also knew that Naruto was 9-tailed Jinchuriki. This was something that many ninjas had long known about. Naruto hated Sasuke the most when he accused him of relying on 9-tailed. I can't do it today. I want to meet sensei. I have no interest in playing house with you. Sasuke said arrogantly. Naruto gritted his teeth. Humph, what's so great about that? I'm going to pay my respects to my sensei too. Ha, you always say that you have sensei as well. He's not any worse than my sensei. But why have I never seen him before? I don't care, there is. The two of them argued and were at loggerheads, but in the end, they did not fight. This made the school's sensei and the surrounding Anbu heave a sigh of relief. Once these two super geniuses made a move, the Jonin had to be careful when rushing up to stop them. If they were careless, they would overturn in minutes. Are you here, Sasuke? Yuuji looked at Sasuke, who had turned his head and rushed into the teaching building, and smiled. Speaking of which, adult Sasuke would also follow the Urashiki trajectory and cross over. Although he no longer had the strength of Rikudo Sennin and the strength of 9 Bijuu, Sasuke, who had 6 Mega Tamarin Egan, was at least a strong person who surpassed cage level. After a while, someone knocked on the door. After I enter, Sasuke walked in. Sensei. Sasuke looked calm. It was as if he had nothing to do with the person who was scolding Naruto on the sports field. How is the skill I taught you? Yuuji laughed. Sasuke looked troubled. This progress is not good. It will take some time to combine the nature of chakra with the lightning movement, let alone create the shape of Godzilla. Sasuke looked red and felt ashamed. He boasted that he was a genius, but he failed to learn the technique that sensei taught him. This was a failure. Don't be ashamed, you have done very well. You are only 11 years old and have come into contact with the nature change. Yuuji laughed. The technique he taught was somewhat similar to Kirin, but it was also different. Although Kirin's destructive power was strong, he needed to use the changes in the weather to execute it. And what he taught Sasuke was to rely on his own ability. Using the nature of chakra, using chakra to collide with each other, using lightning style to cast this technique. Using lightning style as the main, nuclear release principle as the auxiliary. But, I heard from father that when I was at my age, sensei was already able to cast a terrifying forbidden technique. That forbidden technique called white hot light was actually blood cycle elimination, right? Sasuke asked. That's right, my nuclear releases blood inheritance. To a certain extent, it is a product of the combination of thunder, fire, and water. Of course, including Godzilla's ability, without Godzilla, Yuuji would definitely not be able to use forbidden arts like white hot light. However, there was no need to tell Sasuke about this for the time being. It was not the right time yet. Thunder, fire, water. My chakra attribute is thunder and fire. It really fits sensei's system. Sasuke was shocked. Yuuji smiled and touched Sasuke's head. When you can use the lightning Godzilla technique, when will you be considered to have entered the sect? It was not good for him to let Sasuke directly master nuclear releases technique. It was also possible to use indirect methods. When you are almost done cultivating, I will take you to the Giant Island, Yuuji said. Giant Island, could it be the legendary Holy Land of Godzilla? Sasuke immediately became excited. That's right, there are a lot of powerful Godzilla living there. Maybe you can be recognized and sign a spiritual contract with one of them, Yuuji said. A look of longing appeared on Sasuke's face. That was Godzilla. In the past 2 years, the legend of a creature like Godzilla had spread like wildfire. Everyone wanted to find the legendary Fourth Holy Land and become the successor of Godzilla's Holy Land like Yuuji. As long as he could sign a spiritual contract with Godzilla, it would be equivalent to mastering an S-rank ninja skill. Godzilla was just that powerful. This was the deterrence displayed by the Holy Land of Godzilla through regularly slaughtering Ryuuka Cave's Holy Land. Not to mention the one in Yuuji's body, just the other Godzilla was easily dozens of meters tall. As long as they were able to communicate with it, their strength would increase by leaps and bounds. To create an jounin or even cage level in minutes. The entire ninja world had long since made the Godzilla Holy Land the strongest Holy Land, and the three old Holy Lands had to stand aside. It was no wonder that Sasuke was so excited. If he could really step onto that island and get the approval of a certain Godzilla, he would become the second human in history to summon Godzilla. If I can summon Godzilla to help me fight, I think I can defeat the 9 tails of Naruto, right? Sasuke murmured subconsciously. That bastard Naruto had the help of the Kyuubi to cheat, and it had already become Sasuke's worry. If he didn't defeat the Kyuubi, Sasuke knew very well that he would never truly surpass Naruto in his entire life. So that's how it is. The first thing you think of is to fight against the Kyuubi. Although it is only half a Kyuubi, there are very few Godzilla who can defeat this half Kyuubi. Yuuji said. On Godzilla's giant island, there might only be one Godzilla who could defeat the 9-tailed fox. Oh, to put it bluntly, there might only be one. Sub-body Godzilla. There was no guarantee that he could win. The sub-body Godzilla, who had split up at the beginning, was now only more than 60 meters tall. In terms of body size and strength, he could fight with the Kyuubi, but it was hard to say if he could defeat the Kyuubi. Even if he could barely win, it would still be a miserable victory. A complete Kyuubi took up half of the chakra of the Kyuubi, and half of the Kyuubi was a quarter of the total amount of the Kyuubi. The sub-body Godzilla was too young, only 3 or 4 years old, and still needed time to grow. However, it was not a problem to fight evenly. After all, sub-body Godzilla was the number 1 Godzilla that Yuuji had carefully selected. His potential and strength were guaranteed. So, do your best, Sasuke. It is definitely a good thing to have an opponent and friend who can stimulate your continuous progress. When you make progress in this ninjutsu of Thunder Godzilla, I will take you to the giant island. Yuuji smiled. Tisk, who is friends with that idiot? Sasuke turned his head away and curled his lips. However, his eyes were clearly flickering with light. As long as he mastered the Thunder Godzilla technique and the Psychic Godzilla technique, Sasuke felt that would be the time for him to slaughter Naruto. My sensei is indeed the strongest, worthy of being called Ninja World's #1 expert. As for the mysterious teacher that Naruto has been playing for many years, Sasuke said he. Chapter 346, Naruto, Godzilla Mokuton, Sage Body. On the way home, Naruto was a little unhappy. Along the way, many 6th grade students looked at Naruto in awe, not daring to get close to him. Naruto was even more irritated. This feeling was very strange. He wanted to get close to these people, but at the same time, he was impatient with them. Naruto. Hinata followed behind Naruto and whispered. Naruto frowned. What are you doing? Hinata, are you trying to comfort me? No, how could that be? Naruto is a very strong person. There is no need for comfort. Only weak people need comfort. Hinata's voice was very cold. Naruto felt a bit awkward, but he still nodded with satisfaction. Sometimes, he really felt that Hinata was very compatible with him, whether it was strength or character. Unlike the wide forehead with pink hair, who only knew how to drool when looking at him all day long, it was really useless. Sensei of Naruto must be a very powerful person, right? Hinata suddenly said. Humph, of course, my teacher is no worse than Master Yuuji, at least one level of strong. Only Sasuke, that idiot, is unwilling to believe that I have such a strong teacher. Naruto walked away with a cold face. Hinata was half a body behind him, walking with his hands behind his back, looking at the side of Naruto's face out of the corner of her eye. Naruto-kun, these few years have really changed a lot. What about you? Are you still thinking about defecting? Naruto didn't even turn his head. Hinata was silent. Naruto said to himself, everyone says that Sasuke and I are the strongest geniuses of this year, but they ignored you. I really didn't know that a girl with such a large appetite, clansman's eldest daughter, the little princess of the branch family, would behave so mediocre. Naruto, I can't compare to the two of you. Of course you can't compare to me and Sasuke, but at least you are second only to us. You are definitely not so mediocre. You have cultivated so hard every day, and your strength should be stronger than what you showed in school. Naruto looked at Hinata with a proud expression. More importantly, your appetite is very large. Food can bring abundant body energy, and body energy is the key to refining chakra. Hinata, in front of me, you don't need to hide. Hinata lowered his head and said calmly, is that so? So what if I am? Is Naruto going to report me to Lord Yandere? Humph, you think too highly of yourself. You are not worthy of me wasting so much effort. I have time and energy. I might as well go find Sasuke to fight. Naruto said disdainfully. Hinata nodded silently and continued to follow behind Naruto. Naruto continued, if you still intend to defect, I won't stop you. I'm not interested. But you'd better finish off the caged bird first. Otherwise, you won't be able to run far. 1,000 miles away, a blow to the head, this was the terrifying skill of birds in the cage, doomed the branch family to be unable to escape the control of the main family. However, 2 years ago, there was an exception. That was Hyuga Hoito, who had disappeared without a trace. He was the only one known to have shattered the bird-mark in the cage. Naruto did not know much about this, but Hinata knew it very well. Hinata had been secretly collecting information about Hoito, and some of her family members had indeed shared it with her most important shin. For example, the ancestral sealing scroll, or digging out clansmen's eyes to make up for Byakugan's flaws. Hinata knew all of this. After all, when Hoito launched the rebellion, his first target was not Hyuga Hayashi, but Hinata. What Hoito wanted was Hinata's pure Byakugan. Unfortunately, after Hinata joined the branch family, this pair of pure Byakugan was equivalent to being crippled. When they arrived at the fork in the road, the two of them stopped. Don't follow me anymore in the future. I wish you good luck. I hope we won't become enemies. Naruto left these words behind and went home with his hand in his pocket, separating from Hinata. He was not interested in Hinata, and he would not stop her from defecting. Hinata looked at Naruto's back. After a moment of silence, she whispered in a voice that only she could hear, Naruto, you are the son of the Hokage. When you did not expose me and helped me, you already betrayed the village. After Hinata returned home and greeted Hayashi, he went to eat something and then cultivate. Hayashi suddenly said, after you joined the branch family, you changed a lot. If you had this momentum back then, many things might not have become like this today. Hinata paused and silently pushed open the door and walked out. Sister, can you play games with me? Hanabi hugged Hinata. However, Hinata just shook his head, pushed Hanabi away, and went to practice alone. In this world, everything could be deceived, but only strength could not. On the other side, Naruto also returned home. Looking at this empty private building, he didn't show any surprise. He just casually shrugged his shoulders. Used to it. This room was like this, as if he was the only one living in it. That night, after finishing his cultivation, Naruto waited patiently. After waiting for a while, a figure emerged from the ground. It's this kind of appearance again, it's too inferior. Naruto ridiculed. Ignorant fellow, do you know how many people I have scared out of their wits with this appearance? The more mysterious, the more terrifying it is. This is human nature. Su said. Naruto nodded thoughtfully and immediately said, Sensei, that guy Sasuke is always showing off his sensei. Why don't you show yourself and let me block that smelly fart's mouth? Are you sure? If I stand under the sunlight, then you and Yandere will be in trouble. I might even have to fight with your father again, Su said. The last time Su fought with Minato, he still wanted to accept Naruto as his disciple. That time, the two fought outside the village. Su directly took out the Woodman technique and the Wood Dragon technique, stunning Minato. Sensei, what are you busy with? Everyone says that you are Shoude Hokage, but why can't Shoude Hokage return to the village openly? Naruto was a little annoyed. He said lightly, I am doing something very important. If I succeed, it will bring great changes to the world. To some extent, it is also related to you. Naruto was startled, and soon realized the key point, it has something to do with me. I am the son of the Hokage, the descendant of Uzumaki, and yes, nine-tailed Jinchuriki. Su said. Is Akatsuki's target Jinchuriki? That's right. Naruto, you are very smart. Akatsuki has always been paying attention to you people, Su said. Naruto scratched his head and felt a little confused. But if that's the case, wouldn't you, sensei, make a move against me one day? To be more precise, we want to make a move on the nine-tailed fox, Su said indifferently. Naruto nodded, subconsciously covering his stomach and frowning. Nine-tailed. Although this big fox was a little annoying, it had indeed helped him a lot in the past few years. No matter how bad it was, it could still provide him with a large amount of chakra, which was very important. Hey, fox, you heard it too, right? Akatsuki is coming for you. Naruto's spirit body came out of the sealed space in his body. He said to Nine-tailed through the cage. Humph, this old man has already guessed this possibility. Only an idiot like you who is born with a bad brain would know later. Nine-tailed sneered. You are the idiot. I am the recognized super genius in the village. Even in theory, I am second. I am only a little worse than Sasuke. How can I be stupid? Naruto immediately retorted. Nine-tailed wagged her tail. You don't understand. Naruto was 11 years old today. Nine-tailed had also observed Naruto for 11 years. She was very familiar with Naruto's situation, but the more she understood, the more confused Nine-tailed was. It never stopped stimulating the dark side in Naruto's heart. This itself was nothing. If it was a human, there would be a dark side in the depths of their heart. If it was a normal person who was played by the Kyuubi, even if they were in a positive way of thinking, they would gradually be devoured by the will of hatred and madness. However, the body of Naruto was very strange. Every time the dark personality grew a bit, a warm force would appear out of nowhere, dispersing the darkness. It was as if Naruto's body had been set up in the dark. If that was the case, then it was fine, but something even more incomprehensible to Kyuubi was happening. The conflict between the light and dark personalities had a third personality interfering. This third person gave Kurama a very bad feeling, cold and cruel. It was a bit like Uchiha Madara. The subtle change in Naruto made Kurama dumbfounded. Naruto, you are very special, and your chakra is also very strange. It is mixed with the power to warm the heart and freeze the heart. Kurama suddenly said. Naruto was confused. Nine-tailed said, what I mean is that you haven't found a path that truly belongs to you, and you don't have your own will. That's why the characteristics of your chakra are so chaotic. If you can walk on a path that you truly acknowledge, your strength will definitely welcome an explosive growth. Well, what nonsense are you talking about? You won't understand even if you say it. However, do you really not want me to save you? Akatsuki has his eyes on you. You can't beat them. Maybe I can ask sensei to let you go. Naruto said. Idiot. Kurama shook his head and closed his eyes. This little brat had no idea what would happen to Jinchuriki, who had been deprived of Bijuu. However, there was no need to explain this matter to Naruto. In any case, Naruto would have to face it sooner or later, and it was looking forward to Naruto's choice. You stinking fox, you actually scolded me. Naruto was extremely angry. Outside the world. Are you done communicating with the nine-tailed fox? Su said. Yes, that stinky fox is even more stinky than Sasuke. It's really hard to get along with. I helped it out of kindness, and it scolded me. Of course, Bijuu is an extremely brutal fusion of chakra. If you want to get along with him, you either want to make friends with him or use absolute force to defeat him. Su said. Naruto pondered for a while and said, I don't have the power to deal with Kyuubi. There will be in the future. This is very difficult. What I want is true power. For example, Mokuton. So that's how it is. You've taken a fancy to Mokuton. This is indeed the power I'm best at. Su suddenly fell silent. But the problem was that this Mokuton of his was not the Mokuton of the God Tree system, but the Godzilla system. This was very awkward. For this planet, God Tree and Godzilla were both outsiders. As the reincarnation of Asura and the descendant of Otsutsuki, Naruto was obviously more suitable to take the path of God Tree. But the problem was that Naruto himself did not have Mokuton's blood inheritance. If Mokuton wanted to learn the God Tree system, he would have to transplant Hashirama's cells, or take a step further and directly transplant the genes of the 10 tails. For a moment, Su did not speak. Naruto urged, I can also learn Mokuton, right? I want to learn this. Mokuton is also your strongest power. As your disciple, of course I have to learn this. Yes. If this is what you want, I will teach you. The key was how to teach. Sue also felt a little awkward. The next day, Yuuji secretly extracted some genes from Mogi. Mogi was Konoha's best friend, and when she grew up, she could also use the so-called Mokuton. Although she could only control some flowers and plants, it was more appropriate to call it grass escape. I can't directly transplant Hashirama's cells. What if I directly transplant genes like Yamato? But this might cause Naruto's genes to collapse. Yuuji studied the Mogi genes and indeed found scattered God Tree genes. However, the quantity was too little, and it was 108,000 miles away from Hashirama's God Tree system. Give up. Then just let Naruto take the Godzilla system. As for the method, it was also very simple, that was, stuffing his own cells into Naruto's body. When Naruto was about to cast the spell, his cells took the initiative to cooperate and extract Naruto's chakra. He tried to pretend to be the same as the result of transplanting Hashirama's cells. Naruto, then I will help you release Mokuton right now. On the mountain behind Konoha, there was no one else. Sue said with a very serious attitude. Sensei, please do it. I will try my best to obtain Mokuton's blood limit. Naruto also became nervous. Sue looked at him very seriously. His robe swayed and brushed against Naruto. Then he took it back. The two of them looked at each other. Is it over? Yes, no, it's just the beginning. Sue pondered for a moment and felt that the process was a little improper, so he decided to add something. Soon, Yuuji's cells in Naruto's body immediately began to go berserk. Naruto's body twitched and he let out a painful scream. In Naruto's perception, there seemed to be something wriggling forward in his internal organs. Unprecedented fear surged into his heart. After a long time, when Naruto woke up again, Sue had already disappeared, and Anbu was standing all around. Why did you faint? Who attacked you? Anbu asked. No one attacked me. I was cultivating a secret technique, so I fainted. Naruto said. Many Anbu stared at Naruto for a long time. After confirming that Naruto was not injured or that Bijuu was about to go berserk, they immediately left. After everyone left, Naruto looked down at his palm, a little confused. Is this a success or a failure? Have I learned Mokuton? Naruto was a little confused. At the same time, in Orochimaru's secret base, Orochimaru and Shin worked together, and after 2 years of hard work, they finally had a major breakthrough in cloning technology. Shin rejoiced because of this and felt that he was not far from the day when his entire body was stuffed with Sharingan. However, Orochimaru's main focus was obviously not on this. In the past 2 years, he had put more energy into other fields. Humph, 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 finally, it's finally time for this day to come. This fragment of Gedo statue can be used like this, ha 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 ha. Chapter 347, Orochimaru's Monster Rhapsody. 2 years is nothing to Orochimaru. He who claims to have mastered the art of immortality doesn't care about changes in time at all. Only when more unknown knowledge is deciphered and obtained by him, Orochimaru will really feel excited. Especially the kind of knowledge that can not only enhance strength, but also fill in gaps. It's so noisy, Orochimaru, I heard you calling from a long distance away, it's me who should be really excited, right? Why are you more excited than me? With a loud bang, Shin directly smashed open the heavy door, and walked in with a blunt knife in hand. Covered in a black robe, wearing a mask, and carrying an Uchiha fan. In 2 years, Shin has matured a little more than before, not only because of his age, but also because he is more confident in his own strength, and there is no need to be moved by some trivial things. If there is something happy, tell me and let me hear it. With a flick of the letter, the blunt knife had been resealed into his sleeve. This is cloning technology. The two of us worked hard for 2 years to perfect it. Isn't it worth celebrating? Orochimaru didn't hide the joy on his face. Shin stared at him for a long while, sneered, and did not continue to ask, if you don't want to say it, let it go, anyway, you snake is full of lies. But I want to remind you of one thing, my strength has far surpassed yours. You'd better be kind to me. Orochimaru slowly restrained his smile. Only in theory. In the past 2 years, Orochimaru's strength has also ushered in a wave of skyrocketing. He took away White Zetsu's body and completed his reincarnation, and powerful vitality continued to flow out of his body. Even though Orochimaru could no longer channel powerful snakes of the level of Manda from Riji Cave to assist in the battle, there was no problem in suppressing or even killing Shin. When I clone a sufficient number of Sharingan, I can defeat you with one look. Shin snorted coldly, and looked behind Orochimaru with a pair of Sharingan. The incomparably huge experimental equipment was endless, and a large number of documents were scattered on the table. Obviously, what Orochimaru is studying is very important. Give me the last part of the cloning technology. Shin held out his hand. Orochimaru directly threw a scroll over. Shin gave Orochimaru a suspicious look, then pulled back the scroll and glanced at it quickly to make sure it wasn't a fake. Orochimaru, how could he be so happy? In this way, the transaction between the two of us will come to an end. Shin, I have enjoyed working with you in the past 2 years. I hope we have a third chance to cooperate. Orochimaru said with a deep smile. 2 years ago, I helped you get what you wanted from Konoha, but you just helped me find the Uchiha fan. I was able to take the Uchiha fan away from the hands of the 4th Hokage. Shin sneered again and again. The cloning technology was perfected by him and Orochimaru together. It is nothing more than that Orochimaru played a more important role in the research and development process. Don't forget, you haven't fulfilled my request yet. Orochimaru nodded. You mean to help you collect other 6-path ninja tools. I am afraid that only Kinjin brothers knows, but it is not easy to find the DNA of these two people, and it will take more time. Just remember, I will come to you again after you find Kinkaku and Ginkaku and reincarnate them. Shin didn't bother to care about what Orochimaru developed behind his back. He no longer had the desire to explore. After obtaining the cloning technology, he could return to the I organization. Before long, he will become the first echelon in this world. What a confident young man. I was also very confident when I was young like him. Orochimaru looked at the back of Shin and let out a gloomy laugh. But no matter how young people make a show, what's the use? Sooner or later, it will be late, and it will suffer from the erosion of time. Orochimaru refocused on the experiment in hand. In the past 2 years, in addition to perfecting the cloning technology, Orochimaru also hid from Shin, researching more important things. At least for Orochimaru, the shards of the Gedo statue and climbing the mechanics tech tree are somewhat more important. Even if the Sharingan is really cloned, I have already thought about how to use these eyes. It will be a nightmare for countless people, but this kind of power can't help those dangerous guys. No matter how many Sharingan there are, for Orochimaru, it lacks the value to change the situation. It's not a kaleidoscope Sharingan. Those who stand at the pinnacle of the ninja world have enough confidence to ignore Sharingan. The golem of the heretics has some plant characteristics, and it seems to be very similar to the first-generation Mokuton. There may be some connection in it that I don't know. Activate the life tissue of the Gedo statue, and you can dig out a huge chakra. This thing is also super adaptable and erosive. When Orochimaru defected from the Akatsuki organization, he took the risk of cutting off a trivial piece of skin from the Gedo golem. Even Nagato didn't take this matter to heart, because such a small fragment is nothing compared to the huge body of the heretic golem. In the past 2 years, Orochimaru had a bold idea in his mind, and just thinking about it made him tremble with excitement. But it's not enough to study and understand, it's not enough to have inspiration, and it's not enough to cultivate fragments of Gedo statue. A real skeleton is also required. What material should I use? Based on my research on the Gedo statue, the vitality of this thing is terrifying, so it needs equally powerful creatures to support it. In this world, the top creatures, apart from those few humans, are tailed beasts and Godzilla. Should I extract the 9 tails chakra from Naruto, or try to capture a Godzilla? Orochimaru looked greedy and tangled. Extracting the 9 tails chakra. Now that he is close to Konoha, where the strong gather, he might be gone forever. Orochimaru is not afraid of death, but losing this white body, Orochimaru will be heartbroken to death. The last time he and Shin were able to invade Konoha, it was mainly because Nagato-led Konan were also invading Konoha, attracting most of Konoha's strong people. If you do it alone, you will definitely be finished. Can only start with Godzilla. Orochimaru knows the location of Godzilla's holy land, so he has a chance. But he also has to face a very difficult problem. Is he sure that he will not be beaten to death by the mysterious Godzilla sage when he attacks Godzilla? To capture a Godzilla, it is impossible to hide it from the Godzilla sage. Unfortunately, in the past 2 years, I still haven't been recognized by the holy land of Godzilla, and I have to be careful when I go to the island. Orochimaru sighed, very melancholy. He rarely encountered setbacks, and it was his shame that he was not recognized by the strongest holy land. so, the best strategy is to collect the life tissues of a few Godzillas, and then use cloning technology to cultivate them from scratch. Problem solved satisfactorily. I think about it, Godzillas will clean the Rigi cave every winter, and it's only spring now, so I can't wait half a year for nothing. Orochimaru was sorting out the documents and experimental data at hand while making a plan. At this time, a boy and a girl walked in. Master Orochimaru. It's Yugo and Gurren, what's the matter? Orochimaru said. Gurren said angrily, we rushed over when we heard the movement, is that Shin rude to you again? It's too much, he was just your assistant and tool back then. Do you need us to take action? I can take the voice. 4 ninjas besieged him, and with the enchantment technique of the 4 purple flame formation, even if the opponent was a member of the I organization, it would be difficult to break it. That's it, I'm really filled with righteous indignation. But, Gurren, if you dared to attack Shin when you passed by him just now, I would give you a high look, instead of being scared by him and feeling humiliated in heart. That's why you came to vent to me. Orochimaru was still sorting out the files. The rustling sound was transmitted in the huge underground laboratory. Gurren's face turned pale in a flash. Master Orochimaru, then I will go to him to settle the score now. No need, even if you have crystal escape, you won't be that guy's opponent. You are too young and need time to grow. Orochimaru said. Gurren, who possesses a rare crystal escape blood successor, is a young talent recruited by Orochimaru over the years. She is 11 years old this year. Gurren and Yugo, who have become the young people that Orochimaru focuses on, are often brought by their side. It's a pity that both of these two barely meet Orochimaru's standards. Not to mention Yugo, he can absorb the power of nature and enter the pseudo-immortal mode. When he is calm, he has a stable personality, but he goes crazy at every turn, which is a headache. Gurren is also out of control, arrogant, and embarrassing. If other was available, Orochimaru would not have brought these two with him. I'm going out for a while, maybe I won't be back for a long time. During this time, you guard the base and manage the village well. Orochimaru packed up his things and sealed all the experimental equipment with sealing technique. The two took orders respectfully. Orochimaru left without knowing where to go. Damn! I obviously have a strong talent, but why haven't I been valued by Master Orochimaru? Gurren was so humiliated in her heart that she punched the ground hard, and tears welled up in her eyes. Yugo said calmly, Master Orochimaru is much older than you, participated in World War II and World War III, and has personally seen too many geniuses. He has witnessed the growth of Shiranui Yuuji with his own eyes. Compared with such a monster, we are indeed not what kind of. The 11-year-old Yuuji has already made great achievements on the battlefield using nuclear escape blood. And Gurren is still unknown, so there is no comparison at all. But that guy Shiranui is from the older generation, isn't he in his 20s? A person who doesn't fit into the same era as me. Gurren was aggrieved to the point of explosion, looking at the ninja world, who else in the 11-year-old age group can compare with me? I have a crystal escape blood successor, and my defense is invincible. Yugo pondered for a while, and said, Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto from Konoha, Gaara from Sand Ninja, Suijutsu from Kirigakure, Kurito from Iwagakure and Amwa from Kumigakure should also be counted. Which one? Anyway, sooner or later, I'll screw all these people's heads off. Gurren was extremely angry, thinking about how to kill these people. He haha, kill, kill you. Why are you crazy again? Damn it, stay away from me. Orochimaru came to the beach. In order to save Chakra, he directly hijacked a ship. On the vast sea, adjust the direction several times. Is it over there? Orochimaru scattered a bunch of poisonous snakes on the giant island, and there are still a few snakes that are still alive. He sensed the connection of the psychic contract and moved towards the giant island. Along the way, we saw many ships from time to time. Many of them came here with the idea of trying their luck to search for the holy land of Godzilla. These thoughts, the title of the strongest holy place is constantly fermenting, coupled with wandering on the sea, shuttling in the dense fog, it is even more mysterious, making people yearn for it. From time to time, someone spread the news that when he was sailing in the fog, he encountered a moving supergiant island. It is widely known that the Godzilla shrine is a living shrine. The others were fine, but the senior management of Kumigakure suspected that the giant island had something to do with their giant tortoise, which had been missing for many years. But the size is not right. This giant island is too huge. After all, it is a carrier that can carry a group of Godzilla monsters, and it is 10 times the size of the cloud-hidden giant tortoise. In a few days. I found it. Orochimaru looked excitedly at the dense fog in front of him. This huge dense fog was created by the giant island Godzilla. Moreover, it has a certain amount of toxins, that is, radiation. This is a veritable radiation cloud. Over the past few years, the intensity of this radiation has been slowly increasing. If you just wander around the periphery for a while, you won't be affected by uncontrollable effects. After all, ninjas have chakra protection, and their resistance is much higher. But the closer you get, the longer you stay, the more you will be finished. Even if it is Orochimaru, you have to use substitution technique to prepare yourself a few shells, put a layer of shells on, and then put a few layers of shells on the shells before you dare to go to the island. Orochimaru jumped into the ocean and swam towards the giant island. After observing for a while, looking at these Godzillas on the island, a fiery light flashed in his eyes, and then he officially landed. Well! A Godzilla noticed Orochimaru, and after spraying a puff of hot air from its nostrils, it immediately rushed over. This is a little guy, only in his early 10 meters, probably just born. Orochimaru pondered. According to his observation, there are about a dozen Godzillas on the island. Although he has never entered the inner area of the giant island and can only wander around the periphery, the estimated number is almost too much, even if it is not accurate. Compared with the other 3 holy places, the number of this kind of race is far worse. But considering Godzilla's explosive combat power, and the psychic beasts of the other 3 holy places of the same size are completely crushed, this rare race seems to be normal. If the reproductive ability is strong, and the race value is so high that it explodes, it is too abnormal, and such an unreasonable creature should not be born. Let's start with you, little guy. If I act quickly, it's just scraping a layer of biological tissue, and it shouldn't cause any uncontrollable consequences. Chapter 348, Mechagodzilla. After Shin returned to the Eye organization, the first thing he did was ask for money from the leader. Money? Yes, I have already obtained the perfect cloning technology. I can cultivate the real Sharingan, so I need a lot of money to buy the experimental equipment. Shin was delighted. Hitomi nodded and took out a few big boxes and threw them to Shin. The goal of the organization is not to make money, so there is not much reserve funds. Take them to use. Hitomi said. Those who could be added to the organization were powerful Hitomi ninjas, so they naturally had no desire for money. Not to mention, there were no such thing like Kakuzu in the Eye organization. It doesn't look enough. Shin fell into deep thought. It is indeed not enough, but you have to know that you are the richest among us. Shin, the countless ninja tools you have are all money. Hitomi said. Shin understood immediately. He turned around and went to the Iron Country. He wanted to continue looting a wave of high-quality ninja tools and then find a way to raise funds. In recent years, because the various villages had been working hard to improve their military strength, the price of military supplies had been raised to a new height. High-quality ninja tools could make a lot of money. However, the Iron Country suffered a lot. In front of a good war trafficker, they forged weapons to sell foreign currencies. However, they were blackmailed twice by Shin. In this regard, after thinking hard, Mifune decided to compromise, not to conflict with the Eye organization, and contributed a batch of ninja tools and experimental equipment. Shin took these things, and then looked for the ninja cats to buy experimental equipment. Damn it, the highest-end equipment is indeed in the hands of Orochimaru. I can only sell the inferior-grade experimental products. Shin stood in the cat castle, looking at the things in front of him, a little dissatisfied. I'm sorry, this is already the latest model we can get. If you ask for more, it will be beyond our ability. A group of ninja cats surrounded Shin, one of them said. Forget it, just these things. $800 million. I don't have money. I will use this to pay the bill. Shin casually threw out the ninja tools like a small mountain. These ninja tools shot out one after another and turned into a gust of wind that blew through the walls of the cat castle. Shin glanced at a certain room and quietly collected one of the ninja tools. Then, he cast a sealing spell on all the equipment and stored them in a sealing scroll to take them away. After Shin left. Did that guy leave? What a strange Uchiha. The cat mother-in-law smoked and her tense nerves relaxed. The cat race had a very close relationship with Uchiha's clan, but Shin did not say a word and went to the cat castle, making the cat mother-in-law very nervous. It had never been in contact with Shin, but it had heard a lot of Shin's vicious reputation. Cat mother-in-law, the ninja tools he left behind may not be enough. A ninja cat said, licking its paws. It doesn't matter. It is enough to send this guy away. That guy is gone. You can come out now. The cat mother-in-law sighed and turned to look at a door. Sasuke walked out slowly. His forehead was covered in sweat. He subconsciously looked down at his injured arm. Fortunately, it was only a shallow wound. It's really dangerous. If that guy finds you, I really don't know what he will do. Of course, he may not do anything. After all, you are from the same family. The cat mother-in-law said. Thank you very much, Granny Cat. I just came to exchange for some materials. I didn't expect to meet such a dangerous person. Sasuke stared at him with sparkling eyes. The demon of the Eye organization and the owner of Mangekyo Sharingan were all experts in Ninja World's eyes. A yearning expression appeared in Sasuke's eyes. Granny Cat looked at Sasuke's expression and immediately knew what this little rascal was thinking. She couldn't help but sigh, that guy has left your clan after all. It's better not to have expectations for him. In addition, I have prepared all the chakra swords you want. Should we go back? Oh. It's time to go back, but why do I feel like you really want me to go? Sasuke held a few strange swords in his hand and said with grievance. I watched you and your brother grow up, so I naturally don't want to see you get into trouble with me. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain it to your father. Granny Cat took a puff of smoke, feeling helpless. Since the rise of the Eye organization, it seemed that this place was not very safe. Because Uchiha's clan had signed a psychic contract with the Cat clan, Uchiha's clan could easily enter the Cat Castle. If the Eye organization and Konoha's people were to fight, who would they be? Why aren't you sending Sasuke back? Granny Cat used her pipe to knock on the head of a cat. The cat immediately led Sasuke to remove Sasuke's psychic ability. Granny Cat, I am cultivating a powerful technique. I will show you in the future. Sasuke waved at Granny Cat. With a bang, he turned into smoke and disappeared. With the experiment equipment in hand, Shin excitedly returned to the Eye organization and plunged into his secret room to make arrangements. Silently, Hitomi used time-space, Hitomi to appear beside him. Are you confident? Of course. I have spent all my energy on this in the past 2 years. There is no problem in cultivating Sharingan. Shin immediately replied. Then who are you planning to clone? Hitomi asked. Shin was stunned. He hesitated for a moment and looked at his leader. If you want to get into my eyes, I will kill you. And I am different from you. My Rinnegan did not evolve from Mangekyo Sharingan. Hitomi simply responded. Shin laughed dryly and looked at Hitomi with envy. I have already prepared this. It is the 9-year-old Uchiha, Sasuke. He took out a handful of kunao, which was stained with Sasuke's blood. Hitomi nodded. It is very difficult for you to deal with a ninja who has become famous. Whether it is Shisui or Itachi, it will take a lot of effort to take them down. Sasuke is indeed the most suitable one. Shin refined Sasuke's blood, separated the skin cells and other cells, and sent them into the experimental equipment for cultivation. In this process, in addition to using technological means, it also needed to be interfered with and guided by chakra. Next is to wait. It won't be long before I will have an endless supply of Sharingan. Shin murmured in a low voice. Hitomi looked at the equipment and did not speak. Shin, who was full of real Sharingan, had appeared 20 years in advance. If Orochimaru is willing to concentrate on studying cloning technology with me, it won't need 2 years. Shin grumbled as he busied himself. Oh? That guy seems to have developed other techniques. That's right, and it was developed behind my back. It seems to be related to biological technology as well. I saw him spending a lot of money to cultivate a strange thing, like a fragment of something. Hitomi was deep in thought. Fragment. It's probably a fragment of Gedo statue. When Orochimaru betrayed Akatsuki, he specially cut off a piece of skin from Gedo statue. Interesting. It seems that Orochimaru has started to study that thing. Hitomi laughed in his heart. Orochimaru, that guy, used the fragments of Gedo statue to develop a very interesting thing, and his strength was also very strong. Although Nagato picked the peaches in the end, he forcibly controlled the thing with the eyes of reincarnation. Oh! Suddenly, Hitomi sensed something and raised his head in surprise. Without waiting for Shin to ask a question, Hitomi had already disappeared from the spot. It's the time-space Hitomi technique again. What an enviable ability. If I want to have the time-space Hitomi technique, I can only rely on the new Mangekyo Sharingan. If only my entire body was filled with Mangekyo Sharingan. Shin smacked his lips and looked enviously at the spot where the leader had disappeared. At the same time, on Godzilla's giant island, Yuuji had already rushed over. From here, he sensed a certain fellow in the distance. Orochimaru is here again. This time, he actually attacked Godzilla. Yuuji looked at this fellow in surprise. This poisonous snake was really not afraid of death. Even if it could revive many times, the total amount of souls would not change. Every time it died, a part of its soul would dissipate. If he died too many times, he might become muddle-headed. In Yuuji's perception, this guy, Orochimaru, sneakily attacked, and finally cut off a dorsal fin from a little Godzilla. Little Godzilla, who was attacked, was very angry. He shouted and opened his mouth, directly brewing a shot of white-hot light to kill Orochimaru. With a loud bang, a deep gully appeared on the surface of the giant island. Humph, this kind of power can't kill me. Orochimaru used a long-range escape and immediately got up, staring at the other Godzilla. Obviously, he wanted to get more of Godzilla's biological tissue. At this time, Yuuji had already understood. This guy, he actually has his eyes on my Godzilla. Yuuji touched his chin and was shocked at that time. The matter of Orochimaru coveting Godzilla was not a secret. If Godzilla opened up a gap for Orochimaru, this guy would definitely abandon Ryuoka Cave and dig his head in. The key was that at this time, Orochimaru made a move against Godzilla, and it was obvious that he was searching for Godzilla's body tissues. Under the premise of perfecting the cloning technique and cultivating the Gedo statue fragments, he attacked Godzilla. This guy is not simply trying to clone Godzilla. The more he thought about it, the more strange Yuuji's expression became. He already knew what Orochimaru was planning. Originally, on the timeline, Orochimaru used Gedo statue fragments, Champion Ninja World's mechanical and ninja skills, together with the Kyuubi chakra, and developed a very dangerous thing. The mechanical Naruto. This is an external magic statue fragment as the main body, with the nine-tailed chakra as the energy source, plus some products made from combining ninja tools. It has the most basic action logic and judgment ability, and it can also activate the Fox Demon outer clothing mode. Later on, Nagato also took a fancy to this thing. He used Rinnegan's ability to control the Gedo statue to control the mechanical Naruto, and also listed the mechanical Naruto as Akatsuki's 10th person. It could be considered as making up for the vacant position of Orochimaru after his defection. But now, it seemed that Orochimaru apparently abandoned the strongest monster in the known range, the Kyuubi, and targeted Godzilla, who was stronger than the Kyuubi. Gedo statue fragment and top ninja art and Godzilla? This guy, could it be that he developed the thing I thought of? Yuuji's expression became more and more strange. But the problem was, the Gedo statue fragment and Godzilla were also part of the planet-level plants, and they were forcefully mixed together, so were they sure that they would not collapse? The two plants were pieced together. Ninja World's grafting technique? This time, Yuuji was interested. He had originally planned to crush Orochimaru to death, but he immediately gave up on it. He was very happy to see this research genius stir up trouble, and maybe he could really do it, so that he could pick the peaches. In Yuuji's vision, Orochimaru was constantly collecting Godzilla's body fragments, and for a time, there was a commotion on the giant island. Some of Godzilla, who found Orochimaru, immediately rushed over in high spirits, with the mentality of playing with ants. But the result was that he found himself being played with by ants, and he was immediately annoyed. For a time, all kinds of roars rose and fell, and more Godzilla began to become restless. Hehe, is there a need for such a big reaction? I'm very careful of my actions. You didn't even shed a drop of blood, although I'm not sure if you have blood in your bodies. Orochimaru succeeded again, and immediately sealed up the Godzilla biological organization he had obtained. He was extremely excited. This body can't be used anymore. After escaping for a distance, Orochimaru immediately began to shed his skin, opened his mouth, and a new Orochimaru came out. Suddenly, Orochimaru frowned, and looked around suspiciously. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but in that moment, he had a feeling of being watched. Is Yuuji here? But if it was him, he would have attacked me a long time ago. If not for him, then who could it be? A powerful Godzilla is warning me. Is Godzilla, sage, watching me? Orochimaru hesitated for a moment, and he had the intention to retreat. He turned around and quickly fled the giant island. With these biological tissues of Godzilla, it was definitely enough to carry out experiments. Just thinking about the things he wanted to develop made Orochimaru so excited that his whole body trembled. After a while, Yuuji showed up. It should be right. Orochimaru really intends to study that thing. But without me secretly helping him, it would be very difficult for him to succeed. Just the genetic conflict between two plants is enough to make him suffer. Yuuji chuckled and shook his head slightly. When he was able to open Rinnegan, he had essentially done it by devouring the remains of a meteorite that had been abandoned for 1,000 years, instead of directly gnawing on it. Relying on the complete planet Godzilla, Yuuji had the ability to forcefully integrate part of the genes in the remains of the meteorite. However, if Orochimaru wanted to use the remains of the two plantations system to fuse genes, 99 of it would fall to the ground. Let me help you in secret. When you succeed in your hard work, I will naturally receive all your efforts. Yuuji revealed a malicious smile. He had the genes of Rinnegan, who could control Gedo statue. He was the main body of Godzilla, who could control the separated Godzilla genes. Orochimaru was destined to be unable to escape from his grasp. Hurry up, I'll wait. Yuuji laughed. He was looking forward to seeing Ninja World's version. Mechanical Godzilla. Chapter 349, New Six Path. After returning home from the cat castle, Sasuke excitedly took the chakra weapon and began to practice the Lightning Godzilla technique. The complete Lightning Godzilla did not need the chakra weapon as a guide, but after thinking about it, Sasuke felt that using the chakra weapon to conduct chakra conduction was better for him to master this technique. Training ground. Lightning release. Sasuke shouted. Soon, electric currents gushed out from his hand and gathered on the chakra sword. However, it was still unable to stabilize, and the total amount of lightning was not small, but it was intermittent. Sure enough, I am still far from it. Even the most basic chakra nature change is so strenuous. Sasuke gritted his teeth. He was very unwilling. Take your time. It's already amazing that you have come into contact with nature changes at your age, Itachi said from the side. Sasuke shook his head. I have to work hard to catch up with sensei. I am already 11 years old, but I am not as strong as sensei of the same age. Itachi felt helpless in his heart. How many ninjas like Senior Yuuji have appeared in the past 1,000 years? Sasuke's fighting spirit was worthy of praise, but he was still a little too anxious. Is it to completely defeat Naruto? It's good to have an opponent who can improve together. Itachi suddenly said. What? How can it be because of that idiot? I never put him in my eyes. Sasuke shouted loudly, holding the chakra sword with both hands, and worked harder. Hey? What happened to your arm? It was just a trip to the cat castle. Why was it injured? Itachi noticed something and became serious. It's not a big deal. I just happened to meet the guy from the organization. Sasuke looked indifferent. After Itachi found out about what had happened, he pondered for a moment and left without saying a word. He went straight to Shisui. So that's how it is. That guy Shin actually went to the cat castle. He is becoming more and more like our clansman. Shisui was very surprised. What do they want to do after purchasing so many experimental equipment from the cat castle? Itachi was a little worried. Shisui also frowned. I didn't receive any orders. This should be Shin's own actions. If the leader wants us to do something, he won't be so secretive, and he won't avoid us because I am Konoha's people. In the past 2 years, although the organization had been quiet, many people had been analyzing the members of the organization. Hitomi was the focus of the analysis. Shisui felt that an absolutely confident person like Hitomi had no concept of a village in his eyes, and would not care about the origins of his subordinates at all. It was either to carry out orders or to die. It was that simple. The two of them looked at each other and fell silent. Shisui, you have already seen the stone tablet of the shrine, right? What do you think about the things written on it? Itachi said. I don't understand it, but when Nagato made a big move for this thing, it means that the information recorded on it is very important, but I can't understand it at all. Shisui also looked confused. I don't quite understand either, but I suspect that it has something to do with Rinnegan. Only the person who opened Rinnegan can see the complete information on the stone tablet. The main record on the stone tablet was the Tsukuyomi plan, but that was something that only Eternal Mangekyo could see. With Itachi and Shisui, there was no way for them to see more things. The two of them talked for a while, but there were no results, and they were about to disperse. Senior Yuuji has been living in seclusion for the past 2 years. He rarely even goes to school. I don't know what he's busy with. Shisui pondered. Could it be that a powerhouse like Senior Yuuji also encountered some difficulties? Who could it be, the leader of the organization? At this time, a thunderous roar came from the distance. There seems to be progress in the secret technique that Sasuke has been practicing. Itachi's eyes lit up and he hurriedly ran over. Sasuke was indeed able to improve his level. At least he was able to transform the nature of the lightning. He exploded in one breath. This was only the first stage. If he wanted to condense this violent lightning into the shape of Godzilla, he would need to cultivate even harder. Have you made progress? Not bad. Yuuji sensed Sasuke's movements and smiled. With Sasuke's talent, this kind of progress was not slow. However, if it was only at this level, there was no way to beat Naruto. Naruto has already obtained his cells and is gradually grasping Mokuton's ability. I am really looking forward to the future of these two people. They will become stronger than the original them. I am about to start moving. I can't just sit and watch the youngsters progress. Yuuji stretched and finally decided to move. He wondered if he should make a move on the giant Tensagen on the moon. To deal with Otsutsuki Urashiki, he had to pay attention to it no matter what. Yuuji was also looking forward to what would happen after swallowing both God Tree and Otsutsuki genes into his body. Becoming stronger was certain. These two genes had a strong compatibility. It was normal for Otsutsuki, who had eaten the chakra fruit, to have Byakugan and Rinnegan at the same time. Like Momoshiki, there were 3 more outrageous ones, 1 on his forehead and 2 on his palm. Just as Yuuji was about to take action. At the same time. Omegakure. Konan looked at Nagato worriedly. Still not enough. It has some effect, but Rinnegan is not so easy to repair. I don't know how many teenagers are needed to restore him to his original level. Nagato's face was gloomy, and he looked coldly ahead with his grey eyes. It was terrible. In 2 years, Nagato used all kinds of methods to repair his eyes, but it was indeed effective, but the recovery speed was very slow. This was all thanks to God Tree's cells in White Zetsu's body, which continued to support his recovery. He didn't find that bastard Black Zetsu again. This was very troublesome. Nagato really couldn't stand his own weakness. Looks like I can only use a new method to achieve my goal. Either I change to a new pair of Mangekyo Sharingan and cultivate it back to Rinnegan, or I have to find that woman. Nagato said darkly. After he finished reading the complete content on Uchiha's stone tablet, he had a faint guess as to how Mangekyo Sharingan had advanced to Rinnegan. However, it was ultimately illusory. Even Nagato himself did not fully believe it. As far as he knew, his eyes were naturally born with them, not something that Mangekyo Sharingan had used to advance into. The more reliable method was the second method. Uchiha Kazue's Hitomi technique can repair the eyes after using Izanaga's blindness. I need this ability, Nagato said. Konan said, then I will go to Konoha now and bring that woman's eyes back to you. No, you will die. Shiranui Yuuji will kill you. Nagato shook his head. Then what should we do? Do we really have to wait for more than 10 years and wait for your eyes to slowly recover? Konan was extremely worried. The gods suddenly lost their strength and their mentality would be unbalanced. Konan had already noticed that Nagato was becoming more and more irritable. Nagato was silent for a moment, then said coldly, Su and Madara are both unreliable fellows. I don't have the strength to order them to bring Kazue to me right now. He turned around and glanced at Gedo statue. Perhaps only this could give him a bit of psychological comfort. It wasn't that Rinnegan couldn't control the Gedo statue, but it was very difficult. Now, he still relied mainly on 6 Path of Pain to act. I need new eyes. It would be best if they were not inferior to Rinnegan's. Nagato slowly said. This is no less than Rinnegan's eyes? Who would have such eyes? I'm afraid only the eye organization Hitomi. Konan was stunned. No, there is. There is a type of person. Theoretically, there should be this kind of eyes. Nagato murmured in a low voice and called out to Obito through Akatsuki's ring. You once killed a Otsutsuki and gave his body to me, Nagato said. You mean Tonari? I have already destroyed this body. A pair of eyes with no value. As he spoke, Obito extended a hand. I only have this hand. If you want it, I can give it to you. Hand over at Satsuki's body? Obito was crazy to do this. Obito and Nagato looked at each other, neither of them showing any intention of compromising. Konan looked at Obito with a bad expression. Well, it seems that I have to find a way myself. After a long time, Nagato said slowly. Obito's voice remained unchanged. What plan do you have? Maybe I can help you. If you are willing to give me your own eyes, you can help me. Nagato sneered. Obito shook his head. I only have one eye. How can I help you? Nagato stared at Obito. If there was really a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan that was closest to Rinnegan in the world, then it could only be Uchiha Madara's. Unfortunately, he couldn't snatch it from her. As the ancestors we share, Atsutsuki's clan lives on the moon, right? I want to go to the moon, maybe I can find something. Nagato took out his plan. Go to the moon? That's a good idea, but how are you going to go up? If you are in a period of complete victory, you can fly up directly with your powerful strength. What about now? Obito said. To be honest, Obito was also very curious about the situation on the moon. Obito also wanted to know what was going on with Atsutsuki's clan, which represented Tonari. Konan shouted, sometimes, you can use spatial hitomi to reach the moon directly, right? I suspect that you have been to the moon long ago and had contact with Atsutsuki's clan. Obito looked at her. The three Tomo Sharingan slowly rotated, emitting red light in the darkness. Little girl, I will take it that you are too concerned about Nagato, which is why you are so rude. I forgive you. Moreover, you think too highly of my hitomi technique. I have never been to the moon, and I do not have accurate coordinates. How can I transfer over? The distance between the Earth-Moon was so far that it was the sum of many Earth's diameter. Obito could instantly leave the water country on the other side of the planet from the fire country, but he was not sure if he could accurately pinpoint the current moon. This distance was too far away. Who knew what the situation on the moon was? What if Otsutsuki targeted him and attacked him? Ever since he was cracked by the Eye Organization's hitomi, he was not willing to take meaningless risks. Konan was extremely angry. Nagato said coldly, I will use my method to achieve my goal. I don't need to use your hitomi technique. Humph, that's for the best. Just tell me what you need me to do. I will do my best to help you. Find me 6 white zetsu. I need to create a new 6-path pain, and give me 6 Sharingan. Nagato said. Obito looked at Nagato suspiciously. White zetsu 6-path and Sharingan, understood. Soon, 6 white zetsu were summoned by Obito. In the next second, Nagato glared at them and controlled the 6 white zetsu with his grey-white eyes that could barely catch some light. He began the process of transforming 6-path pain. I've given you the Sharingan you wanted. Remember to cherish it. I don't have many eyes in my hands. Obito took out a bottle of vessels and soaked the 6 Sharingan inside. Nagato did not say a word and focused on transforming his new puppets. Obviously, the strength of these 6-path might not be able to surpass the first batch of 6-path pain, but he had no other choice. Not long after, the new pain was completed. The left eye was Rinnegan, and the right eye was Sharingan. After a busy time, Nagato inserted black sticks into the bodies of the 6 white zetsu. Konan looked at the 6 strange white pain in confusion. Is it really okay to use this kind of pain? It is definitely not possible to rely solely on these 6. At most, I can maintain the strength of Cage. It is far from my peak level. Nagato said in a deep voice, but the reason why I created these 6 things is not because of their strength. Nagato looked at the incomparably huge Gedo statue. He had actually already discovered that White Zetsu's group of things that were made out of Hashirama's cells seemed to be able to resonate with Gedo statue. He had not figured out the principle for the time being. Perhaps it was because of White Zetsu's powerful vitality. Controlling the Gedo statue required sacrificing one's life force. Back then, when Nagato's Gedo statue had wiped out Hanzo's forces, he had become much thinner because the Gedo statue had taken away a large amount of his life force. Madara, you can leave now. I'll settle the rest myself, Nagato said. All right, it seems like you don't need me. I hope you can succeed. Obito's figure disappeared. It's time to act. I can't trust the other people in the organization. I can only find a way to restore my strength before I can use them with confidence. Nagato closed his eyes and felt the power sent back by the six pain. He was quite satisfied. It was time to act. Since I can't use the time-space Hitomi technique to fly directly to the moon, then I can only use the method of flying. There was a dangerous glint in Nagato's eyes. As far as I know, there is a guy who has a vehicle to fly to the moon. He remembered the scene of Otsutsuki Tonari descending to Ninja World on a huge statue a few years ago. According to the information reported by White Zetsu's clone, 2 days later, there was a guy who seemed to have returned from the moon. Hyuga Hoito. Chapter 350, The Shepherd Who Shall Not Die Peacefully. Nagato's dark eyes clearly contained a powerful hostility. As long as I find Hyuga Hoito and take away the wooden platform when he came from the moon, I can fly to the moon and find Otsutsuki's clan. Nagato's low voice sounded in this dark underground cave. He still did not know the news that Otsutsuki's clan had self-destructed. What was even more unknown was that the blind Tonari who was killed by Yuuji was actually the only descendant of Otsutsuki. Nagato placed his hopes on the moon, wanting to find a way to repair Rinnegan or compare to Rinnegan's eyes. Since they call themselves Senju, Uchiha, Uzumaki, and Hyuga's ancestors, and are the source of the bloodline of Ninja World's powerful race, they must have powerful eyes. They might be able to recover my Rinnegan. A hint of anticipation appeared on Nagato's face. He thought of Otsutsuki as Heike. The strange guy who had somehow lost his mind and parasitized a bear was ridiculously strong. Nagato knew very well that although he defeated and killed Heike, one of the reasons was because Heike was too weak. Even Hitomi didn't use his technique, but Heike's body couldn't take it and died. Unfortunately, it would be great if Otsutsuki and Tonari were still alive. It would be a waste to let Madara kill them. Nagato said with a cold face. Konan said, Hyuga Hoito seems to have grasped the eyes that surpass Byakugan. You better be careful when facing that guy. If it really doesn't work, I can also take action. Nagato shook his head. No, just stay by my side and protect my body. No matter how strong Hoito is, he can only kill my six pain at most. Moreover, he can't win against me. Konan looked at Nagato in confusion. Why was Nagato still so confident when he was already in such a situation? She didn't know how strong Hyuga Hoito was, but his eyes surpassed Byakugan's. No matter what, he was at Mangekyo Sharingan's level, and that Hoito was Kage level. They didn't know much about Hoito, and they didn't know what technique he was better at. The current Nagato couldn't exert Rinnegan's strength. If he only relied on six pain, could he win against Hoito? Don't worry, I know what to do. Nagato said in a low voice. Soon, the new six-path pain began to act. Nagato and Konan also followed from afar, hiding their tracks and leaving a Megakure. All these years, Hyuga Hoito had been wandering around Ninja World. In the blink of an eye, several years have passed. Hyuga Hoito walked on the barren land. He wore a black robe around him, looking like a very ordinary pedestrian. However, if anyone provoked him, they would definitely die a miserable death. Hyuga Hoito was the real Kage level. All these years, he was like a ghost, shuttling back and forth in Ninja World's countries, but most of the time, he still wandered in the Fire Country. He had nowhere to go. The I organization did not accept him. Akatsuki was not interested, and Konohagakure could not go back. As for contacting his own kind, it was even more impossible. Under the control of clansmen, the many branch families might betray him. What a boring world! It's so cold that it makes people shiver. Hoito glanced at the sky. The sun hung high in the sky. Most of the time, Hoito just sat in one place and quietly watched the scenery in front of him. He watched the stars and dragon change, and the world changed. To put it more bluntly, he had become a lot more Buddhist. There was no other way. No one would be able to remain calm after witnessing the earth-shattering great battle. In his eyes, Otsutsuki, who originally held a giant Tenseigan in his hand and was almost invincible, was fooled by Yuuji and attacked Ninja World in anger, but he died on the spot. Hoito basically understood the whole process, and he increasingly did not dare to move. Even a pure-blooded Otsutsuki who could control a giant Tenseigan would die at Ninja World's hands, let alone him. Unfortunately, that giant Tenseigan doesn't belong to me. Hoito had a complicated expression. He clearly knew that there were definitely many promising Yuuji clones in his body that were dormant, ready to explode at any moment and kill him here. Moreover, this terrifying man, Shiranui Yuuji, also had a Rinnegan. That Rinnegan of yours is actually Hitomi's, right? For some reason, Hitomi plucked one of his own Rinnegan and gave it to you. What exactly is your relationship? A gentle breeze blew, and Hoito murmured in a low voice. He was talking to Yuuji's clone in his body, and he knew that Yuuji would definitely hear it. However, it was clear that Yuuji's clone was too lazy to pay attention to him. Everything around him was quiet. Hoito just talked to himself while looking at the scenery in front of him. Hoito had imagined countless times that Yuuji was already so powerful without using Rinnegan. If he used Rinnegan together, how strong would he be? And such a strong Yuuji was in contact with Hitomi. What were these two planning? Or could it be that there was something in this world that was worthy of the two of them working together? Hoito could not understand. Suddenly, swish! A white Zetsu emerged from a tree. I actually found you in this place. White Zetsu used a strange tone and looked at Hoito with joy. You are Akatsuki's? No, the real thing should be half black and half white. Why is your entire body completely white? Hoito glanced at him and remained indifferent. Because I'm just an avatar, and the whole ninja world is looking for your whereabouts. If it depends on the main body, similarly he can't find you. White Zetsu's whole body got out. So that's how it is. I understand. To a certain extent, you are also a very troublesome fellow. Hoito looked up and down at White Zetsu, but he did not make a move immediately. The more he looked, the more he thought of the scene where Yuuji grew up from his body. It seemed that Yuuji was somewhat similar to White Zetsu. It doesn't matter, there is no difference whether it looks like or not. Hoito sat there calmly and looked at White Zetsu indifferently. He did not do anything. There was no questioning purpose, control, or killing. This kind of calmness made even White Zetsu's clone feel strange. Aren't you going to ask me why I came to you? No need, you are just a clone. When the person behind you comes, I will naturally know. Hoito's Buddha element was not good. It made White Zetsu's clone not know what to say. After a while, another White Zetsu came out. Another clone. No, this time it's the main body, but I'm in charge of leading the way. The real big shot is behind me. After a while, the time seemed to be ripe. White Zetsu slapped the ground hard. Bang! 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 6 puffs of smoke rose up into the air. Oh! Spirit communication technique. Hoito looked over and was stunned. He saw 6 White Zetsu dressed in black. But these 6 White Zetsu were very strange. Left eye Rinnegan, right eye Sharingan. Rinnegan, are you Nagato's pain Rikuta Sennin? Everyone said that you were killed by Yuuji in the great battle 2 years ago. It seems to be false, but what happened to your eyes? Hoito frowned and finally began to be serious. Why is there only one eye? Did someone dig out his eyes? The one controlling pain, Rikuta Sennin, was no longer Nagato, or was Nagato blind? Moreover, what about Black Zetsu? Hoito had only heard of the world-shaking war between Nagato and Yuuji, and knew that Nagato had been defeated and killed. But looking at it now, that might not be the case. Looks like you don't know anything. One of Pain said coldly, Hyuga Hoito, join Akatsuki. I have specially reserved a spot for you. With your strength, you can bring peace to this world with me. Impossible. I have no interest in Akatsuki. I have no interest in peace. Hoito shook his head. With that terrifying man around, how could the other party bring peace? Hey, hey, hey! Are you not afraid of death? Apart from those few people, no one dares to directly refuse the leader. White Zetsu shouted from the side. Hoito had an indifferent expression. The expressions of the 6 Pain remained unchanged, and they said with paralyzed faces, you have given up an excellent opportunity. You will definitely regret it in the future. Then, give me the tool that you used to travel between Ninja World and the moon. I need it. Are you talking about that broken wooden platform? Hoito frowned and was extremely surprised. It was actually for this? You want to go to the moon? It really surprised me, but it's even more impossible. This is my thing, I definitely can't give it to you. Hoito's attitude was very unyielding. What a joke, there was still a giant Tensagan on the moon. He had always had thoughts in his eyes. If Yuuji wanted it, then Hoito had no choice. Before he had the power to fight against Yuuji, he would not fight for it. If Yuuji did not want it, he would naturally take it. Taking another step back, through the giant Tensagen, he could also see the possibility of piling his semi-finished eye cleansing into Tensagen in one go. Tensagen, according to Tonari, was a supreme eye that could rival Rinnegan. This was Hoito's greatest ambition. Similarly, this was the only way he could find deep in his heart to get rid of Yuuji's control. Freedom, future, strength, these were all on the moon. Pain stared coldly at Hoito. If you don't agree, then I can only use my martial power to seize it. The moment you die, you will regret rejecting God's proposal. Hoito's expression changed slightly, as if he was facing a great enemy. He was now basically sure that the one talking to him was Nagato himself. Although there seemed to be a big problem with Nagato, so much so that he had to use pain to take action, he was actually beyond cage level. It had been a long time since Hoito had felt this kind of heartbeat acceleration and tension in his nerves. 6 pain rushed over at the same time, their speed astonishing. They even stared at Hoito with their strange eyes. Hoito immediately slapped the huge scroll hanging at the back of his waist. With just a slap, the scroll immediately shook, and a large amount of runes gushed out, bringing a large amount of Hitomi's strength to support it. His pair of Byakugan also immediately underwent a slight transformation. A few threads of blue light that were almost imperceptible appeared in Hitomi's eyes, and a considerable amount of Hitomi's strength was brewing in his eyes. This was also the first time that Nagato had seen Byakugan advance. Using the power of Hitomi sealed in the scroll to forcibly raise the level of the eyes, what a rough method. When the power of Hitomi in your scroll is exhausted, you will forever lose this kind of eyes. Pain surrounded Hoito from multiple directions, and instantly launched an attack. The 6 puppets shared vision and were controlled by Nagato's thoughts. It was enough to become the nightmare of most ninjas. But Hoito was not afraid of this. Because his eyes had a field of vision of 360 degrees, and he had the ability to see far. The range that his eyes could see was much wider than what the 6 pain could see. 8 trigrams palm dash. Hoito attacked, creating a huge storm with a diameter of more than 10 meters. In one breath, he blocked all the attacks of the 6 pain. You're right. My strength will drop permanently if I lose the supply of Hitomi's strength. But the problem is that you can't delay the battle until that time. Hyaga's clan has accumulated over 1,000 years. Clansman has oppressed the branch family for several hundred years. The amount of Hitomi's strength accumulated is terrifying. When Caged Bird Curse was developed, this scroll would start to absorb Hitomi's power from the deceased branch family. How could the huge amount of Hitomi's power reserves that had been accumulated over a long period of time be so easily exhausted? I don't need to exhaust your Hitomi power. I just need to directly deal with you. The 6 pain were sent flying, but they were not fatally injured. The one with the heaviest injuries was still Human Path, who was at the front to test. Dense palm prints were blasted out from the injuries on his body, and the astonishing chakra storm also tore large wounds on the surface of Human Path. But it was not meaningful. It was very difficult for White Zetsu to be killed, not to mention that he had been modified by Nagato. Hell Path summoned Yama's head and swallowed Human Path in one gulp, spitting it out a few seconds later. The Human Path came out unscathed. White Zetsu, who had long been hiding in the distance, mocked loudly, "It's useless. Pain 6 Path is an extremely perfect technique. It can't be destroyed so easily." Nagato abandoned Pain 6 Path because the enemy was too strong. Do you also think you are strong? Hoito also looked at it with a shocked face, deep in thought. You can see the technique of the Path of Hell? A Pain asked. That's right. Is that the King of Hell from the legends? The King of Hell is responsible for judging the souls of the dead. It is very reasonable for him to repair Pain. Hoito suppressed the shock in his heart. With this pair of semi-finished clean eyes, he could only vaguely see a huge head appear out of thin air. According to his analysis, if the soul was caught by the Path of Hell and extracted, he would surely be able to see the complete King of Hell. Pain 6 Path. This was only one of Rinnegan's abilities, but it was already so difficult to deal with. The Path of the Human World and Path of Hell both had the ability to kill instantly. One could erase the consciousness with a touch, and the other could extract the soul and revive other Pain. It was best to deal with these 2 ghosts first. The 6 Pain launched their attacks again. After the test ended, the 6 Pain took out their respective Hitomi techniques and charged towards Hoito. just as Hoito was being besieged by pain. Far away, Yuuji also received the information sent back by his clone. Nagato wants to land on the moon? This is meaningless. Yuuji couldn't help but shake his head. Atsutsuki's clan had already died, so it was impossible for them to provide help to Nagato. Even if they didn't die, the first thing the clan would do when they saw Nagato wouldn't be to communicate, but to directly rush up to kill him. The Gedo statue that their Otsutsuki clan had guarded for generations was stolen by the owner of Rin Egan. This was the shame of the descendants of Hamura. It would be strange if they didn't go crazy when they saw Nagato. The only valuable thing is the giant Tensagan, but I have taken a fancy to this eye. I can't give it to Nagato. Yuuji pondered for a moment. According to his estimation, Hoito would not lose against Pain 6 Path, but it would be hard to say if he included Konan, the one who released the explosive talisman. Forget it. I can use Hoito's hand to try that thing. Yuuji was moved. Takamagahara opened it. He stretched out his hand and pulled out Tonari's soul.